are you there? We both are off stage right now. You need to put us on stage. I think Avni is frozen.
No, no, I'm off stage as well.
Oh, cool. Cool, Avni. Go with it. Even I don't see on stage, but I think we can proceed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Avni.
And I'm Shrey. I'm glad to welcome you all to the final day as part of the 19th edition of Conquest, India's first and largest student run startup accelerator.
For the new viewers joining us today, I'd like to explain our vision for this flagship summit. Last year, we sought to explore the journey of the Indian startup ecosystem, all the way from license Raj and liberalization in the 1990s to recent developments like UPI and ONDC.
We were privileged to witness remarkable stories of founders and builders like Piyush Shah, founder of Inmobi, Adit Palicha from Zepto, Siddharth Jain from the Inox Group, and many more, who shaped the Indian startup ecosystem, igniting inspiration in the hearts of aspiring entrepreneurs.
Picking off from where we left off, this year, we focus on the possibilities that India's rapid innovation brings for our future. With technologies like the India Stack revolutionizing the Indian startup ecosystem.
With massive increases in India's public groundbreaking innovations across sectors like Web3, AI, fintech, and FMCG, we see India blitzscaling. Throughout the program, we will delve into the challenges and opportunities that arise from this accelerated growth, focusing on successful entrepreneurs' strategies and practices.
Day one of the summit offered invaluable insights. We saw a series of engaging talks, starting with Astha Grover, head of Startup India, who spoke about the government building a strong ecosystem for startups, segueing into the agri-tech industry's exponential growth, which was discussed by Sharat Loganathan from Ninja Cart and Sanjay Desari from Way Cool Foods.
The deepening roots of health tech in our lives were talked about by leaders in the industry like Rizwan Koita and Amar Jain, a Shark and CEO of Cardeco, shared insights on the thriving automotive industry, followed by Divya Gokulnath from Byju's, elaborating on the integration of AI in education.
We concluded the day with Sandeep Agarwal from Droom inspiring us to race to innovation. The summit emphasized the power of innovation, disruption, and a relentless pursuit of excellence in entrepreneurship, which we hope was truly inspiring.
Our sessions today feature a captivating lineup who are experts in their fields. Candid conversation with Nitish Mittersain from Nazara, Vishesh Kurana from Shiprocket, Nayan from the Good Glam Group are among the many to look forward to.
Making this all possible is Team Conquest, a group of 30 motivated students driven by a shared passion for impacting the startup ecosystem. Over the past years, Conquest has empowered early stage startups from across the country, spanning diverse sectors, by providing them with resources and a robust network of industry experts, VCs, and mentors, along with a chance to grab an equity less cash grant.
Coming to the first session of our day, real India's PropTech market is set to reach 1 trillion by 2030. Moreover, we see consumers increasingly seeking and buying properties online, with a significant rise in sales last year. With AI automating processes like asset identification and selection, things changing, and what is the future that lies ahead? For insights on these questions, who better to catch in conversation than Tanuj Shori, the of Square Yards?
Founding Square Yards with the notion of let's see how it goes for 6 months and then we will decide. This passionate entrepreneur has made Square Yards India's largest full stack PropTech platform. Square Yards records over 15,000 transactions worth over $3 billion every year.
Joining the conversation is a visionary, Divyanshu Sharma, founder, CPO, and CBO of Office Banao, a first of its kind platform that takes a product and technology led approach to transform the way offices are created, managed, and maintained with technology. We welcome you, Tanuj and Divyanshu.
Thanks, Avni. Thanks, Shrey.
Hi, thanks guys. Avni, Shrey.
Hi,
Cool.
Divyanshu.
Hi, Tanuj. How are you doing?
So, starting off with the discussion, you guys are building big companies, uh, inspiring for budding entrepreneurs and founders who are part of the college entrepreneurship ecosystem, right? So, everyone asked you for the story of how you begun, like, way back. But I'd like to know the mindset of yours when you started out the company. How did you get to know about PropTech when you were starting out? How did you know you can enable customers to buy assets online? And how are you using tech to enable customers and keep improving your tech over time? Tanuj, I'd like to start off with you.
Thanks, Shrey. PropTech is a very unique and different sector than a lot of other asset classes we see on a daily basis. The reason being it's a heterogeneous asset class. Unlike every other space which is homogeneous per se, and tech disruption, I won't say tech disruption is easy, but once there is a clear roadmap, it can impact uniformly across the class. Unfortunately, fortunately, in real estate, the moving parts are many, and because of the categories interlinkages, it becomes relatively more difficult. And this is why it is one of the last major asset classes globally which has not yet been truly disrupted online. So I would rather go on to say that part of the value chains have gone digitized, probably 50% of that. Anything which can be digitized is getting digitized, adding a lot of efficiencies to the value chain, a lot of productivity hacks to the value chain. But a large chunk of the value chain still remains offline. Foreseeable future might continue to remain online, and that's where uh, I think that's where the unique characteristic steps in, where success of any business model, either ours or a lot of our peers, would depend on how well we can truly amalgate that digitized part with an offline part, and truly create a hybrid model. And although hybrid model is has been the success foundation for a lot of other segments and B2C consumer tech ecosystems, it is imperative per se for prop tech. So,
Okay. Divyanshu, your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Tanuj, for your words. I think if you look at PropTech and if you look at the overall, I mean, the basics of the businesses, every business that you see, I mean, I started off way back in the US in retail consumer goods, and I mean, that's when we started to see a lot of multi-channel coming in, amalgamating into omni-channel models and all. So every business will have its own online, offline challenge and online, offline barriers to kind of filter through the osmotic layer. Uh, Especially when it comes to Office Banao, me and my founders, Tushar, who founded the company, as well as Akshay, who is my co-founding partner in technology head, CTO. We kind of worked upon an idea that, look, there is certain piece of work that needs to happen, which is in this is for a reason it's called real estate, right? So because there's a lot of work that actually happens really on the ground, whereas there are things which you can really transform to technology. While the story in real estate, and as Sadu said, it's a very heterogeneous sector. While the story is really very fascinating on the transaction side of the ecosystem as well, the value chain, the story on the consumption side, which is where I have been more focused on, which basically means the interiors, the furniture decor, how people consume real estate end of the day, right? The end users. That is even more fascinating, uh, because that's where you see it's almost a combination of PropTech and real estate tech initially, a lot of construction work that is happening, as well as almost it starts to feel like a B2C or D2C consumer tech, because that's where you start engaging the end user customers who have been into a lot of digital journeys in their other streams of work. I mean, if you are buying from Amazon and Myntra, and if you are engaging through Facebook and through Instagram, then when you are getting your home done or office done, or even when you're getting your real estate consumed, you would start to expect a lot of stuff happening digitally because you have seen that happening digitally in other aspects of your life. And I think that's where the story on the consumption end has been really fascinating. When it comes to technology, so technology, and as I would say, I've been fortunate to be working in a lot of different sectors, such as B2C, hospitality, restaurants, QSRs. Technology essentially plays, I would say, four major roles in transforming. And it's the same in real estate or prop tech or construction tech at any point in time as well. If you see, first of all, technology reaches where physical infrastructure cannot reach as fast, right? So which is where construction creating of ecosystems. And what is happening in this industry also is you can probably, especially with the decentralization of urban landscape, initially what was happening was there were a lot of urbanization happening in our metros. Now people are actually moving towards the tier 3, 4, and really the hinterlands of India, right? Which is where technology can enter much faster than your physical infrastructure can even reach. So that's where the ecosystems are being created. Your people are getting connected. Somebody sitting in Delhi can actually engage with somebody sitting in, let's say, a Pune, or which is a tier one, but also a Chandigarh or Dehradun, that kind of places, right? The second piece is buying behavior of people. That's where, I mean, Tanuj will also see on the transaction side. I'm seeing a lot on the consumption side. Buying behavior of people, because of the way they have engaged with technology and internet for almost like 25, 30 years now, it's the same that is happening here as well. So a lot of the things that you would see even in terms of visualization technologies or 3D walkthroughs or virtual world and all that, it's keeping into here because that's something which is very easily to transform the buying behavior of people. Third one is that I think that's a lot less, I would say, glamorous, but a lot more important is how you can actually transform the delivery infrastructure, which is means the supply chain, the procurement. It doesn't look like there's a lot of tech involved there, but trust you me, that's where tech is really helping in implementation of a lot of the promises that we make, right? Fourth, I would say, and I think that's where the final frontier is in terms of how you really scale up the skill levels of people involved, and especially the kind of people that is involved in the real estate world. I mean, end of the day, we can do anything that we want to do in technology, and as Anuj said, we can digitize whatever can be digitized. The work has to be done by the people on the ground, right? The skilled people, the semi-skilled people, and all. And I think the real value of technology will come in when you can bring in that kind of the blue collar or gray collar or even white collar working class into the mainstream of delivery model and quality that you can actually use to transform the customer experience. I would say these are the four areas where I'm seeing technology really driving value, especially in PropTech as well.
Okay. But expanding to tier 3 and tier 4 cities, right? That was pretty interesting. How do you guys are planning to, use tech to capitalize expansion of prop tech in these kind of cities, tier 3 and tier 4 cities?
So, like Divyanshu briefly mentioned, Shrey, urbanization, the single largest, biggest theme for the Indian consumer tech ecosystem across the asset classes is the urbanization. India moving from 34-35% to 50% urbanization over the next couple of decades means effectively 400 million people moving into cities. Now, India infrastructure in the top 10 cities is not matured enough and will not be enough to handle that kind of a migration over the next 20 years, which is why India will need to be built around 100 cities, not 10 cities, whether we call them smart cities, whether we call them tier 2, whether we call them how the centers will expand, the capitals will expand is a nomenclature. But the fact remains, if urbanization takes root, which it will, and that is critical for India to become a 5 trillion economy, all these moving parts will need to fall into place. You will need to have the 60, 70, 80 towns becoming as large urban centers, commercial centers more importantly, and a lot of infra development coming alongside with it. As square yards, we the unfortunate challenges are there are supply issues. There are not demand issues. We have been sticking out our neck and saying for the last few years, specifically in India real estate, there was never a demand issue. There has always been a supply issue. When I say supply issue, right priced, right positioned supply, institutional supply, and that's where a lot of principal stakeholders are trying to move incrementally at a faster pace into these urban towns, tier 2 urban towns. We believe, I think the decade of 2030 to 2040 will be really transformative of how the next set of 50, 60 cities come up in India.
Okay.
Yeah. I think from my point of view, and I think Samuel already mentioned that India is not going to be built around 10 cities, right? The first wave of, I mean, if you see the first wave of urbanization in India, late 90s, almost till I would say 2010, 12, that happened with a migration of the working population from the hinterlands to the major cities. So you had cities like Delhi, NCR, and Bangalore and Mumbai. I mean, really becoming some of the top metropolitan populated places in the world, right? That's what has happened in the wave one, where the consumer classes, from a PropTech perspective, actually migrated to a more specific clusters of population. Wave two, what is happening is the consumer classes are not migrating. They are probably in the tier two, tier three, tier four more, but the infrastructure is migrating and the service delivery is migrating towards the tier two, tier three, tier four, right? So now you have the smaller cities actually growing because the bigger cities have grown too large, and it's also a lot of cost arbitrage functions that whether companies or whether businesses are also seeing, whether moving to tier three, tier four cities. So from a delivery perspective and from a business model perspective, what it does, it actually creates a need for uh, whatever was very centralized. So even real estate developers, for example, or the what we are seeing is contractor capabilities in terms of project management capabilities, furniture and decor, all of that stuff, which was much more centralized in some of the top cities, because the demand is increasingly coming from the tier two, tier three. You have to push them into a tier three, tier four cities as well, which is where I just said, physical infrastructure. You can't open stores too much. You can't open a lot of physical infrastructure in these cities, but technology can reach much faster, right? And that's what is happening. Let's say, for example, that's what is happening in the overall B2C e-commerce as well, right? You see a lot of demand coming in from the bigger companies. The demand is coming more from the Bharat 2.0 rather than the big cities, right? And that's where the movement has happened. Even in PropTech and construction, the same movement is happening, where you will see a lot more home demand, office demand, lot more furniture decor demand coming in from these places. And through technology, you can at least make the quality accessible. Now, once the quality is accessible and you capture the demand, then becomes the bigger challenge of actually delivering on the supply on it. So supply uh, transforming through technology is much bigger challenge than capturing demand, right? Demand is, as Saroj always said, demand has never been an issue, and digitizing demand is much easier than digitizing supply, right? So the whole idea of any of whether whoever is working in whatever part of the value chain, how do you get a omni-channel model and online offline model of digitized supply reaching to the tier 3, tier 4 is going to be key to our business model scaling really up as such. And I think that's where the crux of the question will be.
Understood. So we're talking about how tier three, tier four cities will, become like big cities, and we'll have to, make tech accessible to them so they understand what prop tech is and they can access your solutions, right? So, are there initiatives you guys have undertaken so you can educate and create awareness among these kind of consumers who, traditionally talk with real estate agents and brokers to get any of their asset building done?
So, Shrey, for us, the ecosystem, I think long back we realized that the traditional intermediaries are critical part of the ecosystem. It's a very, very, very fragmented industry. Even in US, which is probably 10 years ahead of India in terms of the prop tech development, 95% of the transactions are still handled by the agents. So I think we made peace with the fact that we're not going to disrupt it all. Even a 10% share in this industry means you have created a decacorn or multiples of decacorn in this large asset class. So we started building a lot of our value chain practices, best practices in terms of collaborating with these independent intermediaries. How can we provide them technology? How can we provide them better infra? How can we provide them a better platform? How can we reduce inefficiencies? Not very dissimilar to what a cab aggregators did in India, right? You would come effectively, an auto driver or a taxi driver is still doing the same thing what he was doing earlier. Is just doing it more efficiently, making more money in the process of doing that, and that's what effectively we have set out to do. So a large part of our ecosystem is driven by these independent intermediary agents. We work very closely with them. Couple of our business verticals like mortgage have grown on the back of that. So two-thirds of our mortgage business, we move today almost 3,000 crores a month. Two-thirds of that actually comes from the aggregation of demand by these independent intermediary agents who coordinate with our platform on multiple other touch points for the consumer journey as well. So we believe where the single biggest impact has been or will be or continues to be is not who is servicing the consumer now, whether a large aggregated startup like ours is servicing a consumer, or a small intermediary agent is servicing a consumer, or a consumer is speaking to the consumer directly. I think the large differential there is how that communication is happening, how the data is flowing, how the information is flowing, how do we do the comparative analysis. Like for example, India has been a very opaque market in terms of the data. We were the first platform to democratize the data. Today you go to spareyards.com, you go to any building, you will be able to see last 20, 30, 40 recorded transactions transparently. What was the price points, what was the rental lease transaction, what was where the transaction concluded at. Now giving that power of data in the hand of the consumer so that consumer is able to take a better decision, the consumer experience is much better, is far more critical, and that's effectively what we as a platform have been working over the last few years.
And I think I here pretty much agree with both sides. And I think if you really sit down any tech-enabled startup or business, right? End of the day, we all tend to become ecosystem players and platforms, right? We are not really focused, and we are not. Our focus is not really to kind of develop anything out of scratch, but really the focus is to bring in a community of customers and providers together, and to really orchestrate that experience in a manner which transforms that experience and both drives on the experience side as well as efficiency side. I mean that's what tech startups do, right? Essentially, and whether it's as Anuj also mentioned, it's not really about replacing the existing service provider, but more about empowering them, right? For us as well, and whatever I have seen in at least last 3-4 different startups that I've been engaged with, and my overall life in the US as well as in India, if you really want to build a scalable model, right, you really need to focus on how your customers are getting the services from their existing suppliers and make it really transformed and experience, uh, get them an experience which is really disrupted, rather than disrupting the service class itself, right? So we already have people who are working in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. It's not that you can replace them and bring in more people. You are not going to get more people completely out of thin air. So your focus has to be in terms of how you can empower and how you can enable these people to drive that superior experience, because these people have not been exposed to what is globally good, right? So what you can do as a tech startup and a tech platform, what you can really do is you can provide technology which can be accessed anywhere. You can build technology sitting in a one office in one location, and that technology is available to everybody across the globe, right? You can provide content and processes which you can standardize. You can define a way of working which is again standardized. You can provide at least an aggregation model of all the components that are required to provide a service, and then you can provide that as a platform to people who are on the last mile, who are in front of the customers, who are engaging with the customers and delivering those things. That piece is something which will always remain peer to peer, person to person, and I think that's something which Tanuj also mentioned, that even in US, which is a much more mature market, end of the day, the transaction is happening between one person and another person, right? In India also, whether it's on the transaction side or consumption side, you have to have that personal engagement, because it's again a big ticket size purchase, right? It's not an impulse purchase, whatever you buy in real estate, right? Whether you're buying a transaction, you're buying a home, or you're buying even a piece of impulse purchasers will even go and just buy something on online and then do it, right? So this requires a level of trust and comfort to be built. And that trust and comfort can only be built when the person sitting in front of you is there, but is there empowered with a lot of technology and content and process, which is empowering them from behind, which is what we as a business are also doing, and which is what I have seen a lot of the good businesses, the good platforms also doing. When it comes to the customer side, I think you started with that question. The customer side, that's another mega trend happening. Apart from decentralized, I would say, urbanization, is the aspiration of the customer is now really skyrocketing, right? You don't have, even in the real hinterland, you have people who are exposed to what is globally good because of their access to internet. They know what to expect, and they are really demanding that kind of experience, even though they are sitting in a place which is probably not accessible to the best quality of the supply. So you are increasingly dealing with a customer which requires professionalism, which requires quality, which requires that personalized touch. And the challenge always is going to be how do you enable the service provider who is sitting in front of him or the customer, and then empower the service provider to deliver the service. That's the crux of pretty much every business that you will see, and if you strip it down, that's what we all do.
So empowering consumers with data, right? I think that is what both of you are commonly talking about. I want to ask this question because data privacy, especially in prop tech, right? Because the data is sensitive in nature because you guys property related information. How are you guys dealing with data privacy in that particular situation? How are you guys handling it each?
So data, the data what we are talking about here and powering consumers with, it's all public data we are talking about. The data was always available in the public domain. It just was not digitized, was not it was available in silos. Like the registrar office records are all public, but they are available in silos. So effectively, the effort was more towards trying to integrate and digitize the data and put on a common consumer platform for consumer to learn. But having said that, we do take significant precaution in protecting the consumer personal details. So when we talk about the transaction records, we are effectively talking about the price points of the asset class. We are talking about the data which could influence the transaction for a particular consumer. We are not talking about releasing the consumer personal records, whether whichever part of the counterparty the consumer sits in. So very clear that in with respect to all the data privacy tools, whatever is the public data, how do we democratize the data?
Yeah, I think largely there. See, there are three types of data that we deal with. One is customer personal data, the second one is social data, and the third one is transactional data. Right? Transactional data, I would actually say that it's a much better situation where you have a lot more transactional data actually getting in the public domain, right? Especially if you see the real estate, one of the lacuna in real estate has been a lot of opaqueness about data and transactional data, and that's also with a lot of the negative impacts of parallel economy coming into play there, right? So it is actually good that with advent of technology on across the value chain in construction, real estate, PropTech, even going into the interiors and that kind of space, a lot more data is actually getting created and a lot more data is actually getting digitized and made public so that you can have the transactional data available. What you really want to be very careful about is the customer data and the social data of customers, which is what, so I mean, as an example, you need to know that this piece was bought in this much value. You probably don't need to know the phone number of who bought it, right? Or and you need to be very clearly aware that okay, this was purchased at this level because there are GST implications, there is an entire transparency of digitized economy implications that is happening here. There's of course now the cash economy is thankfully getting significantly down in this sector as well, which is what is very much required for the sector to be kind of coming out into the digitized world. So as long as you're keeping the social data and the personal data of the consumer in within privacy silos, and that's something which is happening across the world. I mean, the Facebook of the world are doing it. Google is leading focus on doing it. We are also very clear and conscious of the fact that while we have the data in terms of what is bought and what services transacted is there in public domain, and the price points are getting transparent, and the transactions are getting known and transparent, who is making the transaction, and all of that is not available in public domain. Of course, it will be available to the authorities as and when required, but not really in a public domain where you start getting spams coming out of it.
Fine, understood. So, Divyanshu, you mentioned about how consumers are expecting more sophisticated solutions, right? They want more, like more features and more data shown to them, so they can take better decisions. I want to talk about this particular type of data wherein there's virtual interaction with the urban landscape, especially of a city, where we use satellite imagery and photogrammetry. Can this be scaled globally, and is this tech viable in India? What are your guys' thoughts?
Uh, so it's actually very interesting when you look at the consumer class in India, and I have seen this not just in India but in entire emerging market, whether it's Latin America, places like Brazil and Mexico, or places like Indonesia and Thailand and Indian tier two, tier three. Throughout my consultant life, I saw that a lot of these places, the customers are actually more aware of technology that is really transforming rather than even the service providers. And a lot of these places, the customers are actually kind of driving you towards it. So whether you talk about a visualization technology of how my office or home or my property is going to look like, you will, if you're not doing it, your customers will start telling you why you're not doing it, because I have seen on Insta, or I've seen on Twitter, or I've seen in somewhere in US something like that is happening. I mean, just last couple of days I have interacted with a lot of US businesses which kind of work with us in figuring out that how do we actually what we are building in US or what we are building in different other places in terms of the breakthrough technology or visualization, or even I would say there's a lot of drone related technology that is happening, right? All of that, how do you really scale up in places like India where typically what they think is that the technology is not getting paid for. Now, the whole key to it is, while you should not look at it as a SaaS problem or saying that, okay, I have built this piece of technology, now how do I get paid for using this technology? Your focus is not on selling tech, but on selling experience and the solution interface. If you are integrating that technology into your experience and the solution of the real product that you sell, and in this business, we are actually selling the most real product, right? Not for nothing, it's called real estate, right? So if you are using tech for the sake of selling tech, then the business cases and the use cases and the economy will typically not tend to work. But when you are using the tech to actually drive the consumer experience, then because of the ticket size, and I mean, we are in a fairly large asset class, right? So a couple of basic points of tech usage when it transforms your experience, when it drives higher transaction volumes, when it drives higher conversion, when it actually starts to impact other metrics, then it pays for itself. So I think that's the key of how we can all really leverage technology not for the sake of selling tech, but to transform experience.
This
That's
is
been very
very no, sorry, Divyanshu. But I was just saying this topic is very close to my heart because one of our subsidiaries, Prop VR platforms, we have been investing heavily into that. In fact, not just in terms of the product, in terms of the innovation as well. We have filed 17 patents. We have been granted 3 patents over the last year. We continue to do a lot of groundbreaking work, path-breaking work in terms of how visualization needs to be immersed with the real-life experiences. So one of the favorite benchmarks here is the metaverse oblique digital twin solution. Now I'll give you a very interesting example. We have done that in as a beta in Dubai for a particular area. Now, imagine you want to buy a home, sell a home, rent a home, or an office. You go to various search and discovery platforms, ours or some other platform. You would today what you do is see listings, right? Now, ignoring the problem of the fake listings and the fake data, the challenge is there is no visualization there. The challenge is you don't know how to shortlist apart from the location per se, and until and unless you have seen that particular micro market. Now imagine that entire search and discovery listing data is being transposed on the digital twin of a city, where you want to buy something in Mumbai, in Andheri. The you would be your avatar digital, and it does not need VR glasses. It's a simple pixel streaming experience. Your digital avatar would be walking down the street with there will be a real life digital replica of the real life building on the both sides, listings popping up of where particular inventory is available and where is not. So that totally transforms the search and discovery experience of a consumer. We very, very strongly believe that that is the future. 5 years down the line, your 2D search and discovery platforms in real estate don't exist, won't exist. Um, and everyone, it will become a need, it will become a necessity. What Divyanshu said, the consumers will force the industry to move towards that, because that's what the consumers will demand. It's happening at various stages in various parts of the world. Like I said, we have already gone live with a particular catchment in Dubai. We are now expanding that to Dubai. We are building a similar solution for Toronto as a city. India will be late. India will be sometime over the next couple of years. But to answer your question, Shrey, can this be done for India? 100%. Will this be done for India? 100%. It's a matter of time.
Cool. Great. That was actually about to be my next question about VR and AR, and it's great that you pointed it out. Divyanshu, how are you guys going about investing in VR? How are you guys gonna enhance the experience of a consumer using VR? Anything that you guys are working on?
So I would not specifically talk about VR as such, but broadly in terms of visualization. See, it's again a very interesting quirk of the real estate industry, because uh, other than, let's say, if you're buying something almost like a ready to move in property, anything else that you buy, uh, it's a very high impact, very high value, very high environment purchase, but you are essentially buying into a dream. You don't see it till you get it, right? So, for example, in our business, we will tell you that okay, we'll get you a very nice looking, great office created, right? And you are about to enter into a journey of 2 3 months or whatever time it takes to get the office done. But you are essentially buying into the trust and the credibility that we have as a business. Because it's very difficult for you to finally see what you are going to get before you get it. So visualization in this industry, because of the fact that you are buying a very high volume purchase, because of the fact that that product that you are going to buy is not existing when you make the purchase decision. Most of the cases, as I said, the only exception being when you actually go to a finalized finished property and you buy it then and there. Other than that, everything else is a dream buying, right? You're selling a dream, you're buying a dream, which is where visualization becomes super critical. I mean, one of the examples of visualization that Tanuj talked about, that visualization is there, but it's also about futuristic visualization. So what we are doing is in our business, focusing a lot on instant visualization, instant like real time 3D visualization, real time walkthroughs, and not just that, but also connecting that into how you can change things. Because in our business, in if you can change, let's say, the color of the wall, everything else changes, right? So if you build up a very specific visualization techniques and tools based on gaming influences, based on other stuff as well, so what happens is that your buying decision gets transformed. What used to take 3 or 4 weeks for you to finalize the decision can be done in a day. Now, the key crux there is how you can convert that visualization in the virtual world. And I think Tanuj also mentioned the virtual world visualization to the real world, what you are going to get. So in a virtual world, you might see a particular type of office or particular type of home, but in the real world, what is the furniture that is going to deliver that, right? How do you connect a virtual visualization to a real product, and then what is the commercial impact of that product? So if it's going out of your budget, if what if you change this particular furniture and particular thing, and you can get a different commercial out of it? So how do you impact the visual and the material and the commercial put together through digital is where the entire focus is, and that's why we are working on a lot of technology to cut down on the overall buying cycle, cut down on the overall uncertainty about what you're going to get, and really transform the experience at the first go. That's where we are working on a lot of tech to bring it up.
Okay. Okay. So we've discussed about how we technology to enhance the experience, but customer interaction, especially in prop tech, is often limited to only the transaction. How do you guys maximize return on investment on your interaction with consumers over a longer period of time? How do you guys plan to attraction, increase the time retention among consumers in prop tech?
So, Shrey, this is the reason we have been hell bent on building a full stack ecosystem, and we have been speaking about it very, very vocally that the consumer journey is so integrated and intertwined that to ensure that you give a flawless experience, you need to be able to give a gold standard experience across categories. So right from the search and discovery to the transaction, what you're speaking about, the same consumer going through the mortgage, the same consumer when the asset gets delivered, how do we manage the home renovations, how do we manage the property management, how does consumer speak to the various stakeholders on the, I'm only speaking about the residential piece, I'm sure it will be far better to speak on the commercial piece, but how do we engage with the consumer on that multiple touch points within that journey is very, very critical. Um, there are real-time benefits, not just from the experience, giving a better experience. The CACs go down significantly. The same consumer gets remonetized at multiple levels. So it's a win-win situation. There are huge network effects for the platform. There are insane experience enhancements for a consumer. And there is a significant chunk of the revenue which you would have missed as a platform if you were not talking about and playing those categories. And more importantly, the scale and the operating leverage kicks in because of those end-to-end integrated platform.
Pretty much. So again, I would just go back to what I initially said. Uh, we, in most businesses, and I think Tanuj and I would agree on this, and there's a lot of other people who will say this, we are not really creating businesses to drive transactions, right? Transaction, it's the transactional approach to building business is very 90s approach. It's not even in 2000. So we are all creating communities, we are all creating ecosystems. And communities and ecosystems, the beauty of them is that they don't stop at one transaction, right? So you have upstream impacts, you have downstream impacts, you have lateral impacts. So for example, when what we are seeing in our business is a lot of people will come and say, okay, we want to get a good office, but can you also help in leasing? Now we may not be doing leasing, and that's not our focus, but that's what we are already seeing. So there are people who will want to find the place. There are people who want to say, okay, what about flex and managed space model, right? What about, because once you get into a commercial space, you occupy that for a period of time, right? What about maintenance of that space? What about renovation, right? Then you can also engage into a lot of other services, and the entire ecosystem opens up. What we are about, and I think every business is about, is through a particular value proposition, you acquire a customer, right? Now, we are acquiring a customer for a particular benefit and a particular value proposition, but that customer acquisition doesn't stop there. That customer is the same customer who is going to require 20 other services throughout the life cycle of using that service. So if a customer in Kavin's case is, let's say, buying a home, in the home segment, he or she will require like 50 other things just related to the home. Forget about other stuff, right? And once you have acquired that customer, once you have very intimate data on the customer and understanding of the customer of the purchase behavior, because you acquired that for a very high impact purchase. Same thing goes for an office purchase or an office interiors or home interiors or all of that stuff. Everywhere you see you have acquired a customer for a very high value, high impact purchase, and where you have been really involved with the customer and you acquire a lot of data. Now, how you create a community around it where other people can leverage that data, of course, with the privacy silos being there. That's what is going to determine how effective you are as a business also. Because at the end of the day, if you just want to be transactional, your business will never have the non-linear scalability that we all really talk about, right? So we'll all be creating ecosystems in different ways. Strategies could be different. The vision is going to be remain pretty much the same for the industry.
So catering one consumer, so we can build a network from that consumer, right? I think that's what you guys mentioned. Want to know about what do you guys think about many consumers in one asset? Like you guys are, giving one consumer options to choose from many assets. What are you guys' thoughts on fractional ownership? Many owners, many consumers, one asset. With instruments like REITs, right? India has not seen a lot of REITs recently, but the Western countries are seeing a lot of REITs. So how do you think PropTech is going to enable fractional ownership? What are your guys' thoughts on it?
Obviously, a lot of regulatory frameworks are being implemented around that. In fact, there have been a swift action by the regulator in announcing certain regulations which are good for the retail consumer. But broadly, what does a fraction mean? It effectively creates liquidity. One of the biggest lacunas in playing PropTech as an investment asset class, purely investment class, has been the lack of liquidity, lack of retail options. Now, commercial is a very good example. Now, typically, commercial historically was was the hotbed for HNI consumers in terms of the large tickets. What a fraction does is effectively brings a retail play. You could break down a particular asset into 100 different tranches, and assuming it ticks a certain boxes on the regulatory compliances, you could offer it for a retail consumer. It's a high yield product. Consumers in India, you don't make high yields in residential assets. You barely make 3 to 3.5%. That's the top. So in commercial, you could end up making 8 to 9%, and that's a very good diversification to the portfolio playing real estate. This is effectively what REITs do. The key difference between REITs and a fraction is REITs would be multi-asset frameworks. Fraction to an extent is a single asset framework, but eventually fraction gravitates towards becoming a REIT over a period of time. And we believe this will become huge, not just in India, actually even globally. This is early days for fraction as an asset class per se, even though REITs have been there for fairly very long, but solo asset fractions have not been there for very long, and it's only now coming into the play. So over the next 10-15 years, you will see proliferation of fractions. You will see a lot of regulatory frameworks changing around it, a lot of retail participation happening. That would add a new flavor to how do we play real estate as a pure investment class.
Yep. On the consumption side of it, I would just go a bit tangential and say that look, this is something which is happening quite a lot, especially in commercial segments. I mean, what you think of, let's say, as flex space or managed office or co-working, the phenomenon on the consumption side of it. I'm not talking about the fact that who is owning the property, but how the property is being used. This has been a rage in terms of fractional ownership, or I would even say almost like a pay-as-you-go drink by the drink ownership kind of a model that you already have seen. So it's asset-light models. It is creating a different type of economy in terms of who is the owner of the property, who is the actual owner of the services, and who is consuming the services, and who is consuming the property. That's something which is happening quite a lot. And I think if you look at that model itself has been evolving, whether you play co-working like a WeWork model, or to a managed office, to a flex office, to a office on demand services. So those kind of things have been really transforming the consumption end, which is making the actual consumer asset light and creating a different intermediary between the real estate owner or the real estate developer and the actual consumer of the service. So there is an intermediary which is coming in and saying, okay, I am going to be creating the property, I am going to be managing the property, but I'm not going to be consuming it myself, right? So that's something which is happening a lot, and we are also working with a lot of that segment. That segment also has been a lot stressed because of the various things that have happened in the last 2 years with COVID and stuff like that coming in, and the demand moving really work from home and all that kind of stuff coming in. But if you really see, not owning an asset or owning an asset with a very strong caveat and mobility around the asset, or owning fraction of the asset is something on the consumption side of it has already been there, and I think it's going to grow much more as even people, big enterprises move towards tier 2, tier 4 and all that stuff as well. Because a lot of the investments, people would not want to keep the big real estate on their balance sheet, right? So that's something which is again driving a lot of the movement from purely owned and operated and consumed asset class to a pay by the drink asset class, or to a asset light or a asset zero asset class kind of a consumption model. So that's something which we were already seeing, already working with, uh, and something which will only going to grow and kind of mutate into different models.
So, one buzz around prop tech, especially, is that it's going to become a $1 trillion market by 2030. What are you guys' opinions? Like, what do you guys believe are the primary factors that are going to make prop tech reach this target? Apart from like tech, because we discussed tech, what are the other factors that you guys think is going to make this target achievable?
Uh, Urbanization, we mentioned earlier. I think that is going to be the single biggest, like I said, factor. The asset class it impacts directly is PropTech. This is the largest employer. This is the largest contributor to GDP. So if India wants to will become a 5-6 trillion economy, India cannot become a 5-6 trillion economy without PropTech or becoming probably even bigger than $1 trillion dollar sector. So the opportunity is there. Opportunity is coming. It's a question of when rather than question of if. How do various ecosystem players use the opportunity? How the regulatory landscape uses the opportunity? Participants use the opportunity. Obviously, we'll see over the next 10 years how does that flow. But this we believe this is one of the single biggest opportunities globally, single biggest large sector opportunities globally to play on the B2C or even B2B consumer ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, see, look, it's roti, kapra, and makan, right?
Right.
So these are the fundamentals of life. You have seen a lot of apparel businesses really transformed digitally. You have seen a lot of grocery stuff happening. Uh, there is a lot of focus on agri-tech these days, which is again on the food side of it. When it comes to Makan or when it comes to prop tech and all, right? It's definitely the largest, as Samuel is largest employer. So from a demand side, from a requirement side, it's actually not going to be a challenge. I think the basic challenge of how you can get there and what is it really, what will determine whether you are able to get there in the right shape or not. And it's not just going to be determining what happens to the PropTech, whether the PropTech becomes 1 trillion, but PropTech becoming 1 trillion or more also impacts India becoming 5 trillion, as said, right? It's not that if India becomes 5 trillion, PropTech becomes 1 trillion. If PropTech is able to become 1 trillion or then only India can become 5 trillion. And I think the biggest determinant there, I think I mentioned it earlier also, is the skill level or the availability of the skilled workforce or the semi-skilled workforce, which is going to drive it towards that. You will have businesses like us and ours coming in and trying to leverage the opportunity. You will have businesses which will be transforming manufacturing. You will have businesses which will be transforming transactions or consumption and all. End of the day, it will all boil down to whether we have enough skilled workforce, whether it's blue collar, gray collar, white collar, whether we have enough of the people who are actually able to drive it towards that kind of an economy, right? Because that economy will take a lot of the skills, a lot of the experience, a lot of expertise to get there. I think we all probably will finally boil down towards how are you actually able to empower people to get us there.
Cool. So urbanization it is, right? So I think that's it from my few questions that our team handpicked from the audiences that they would like to ask you and Tanuj and Divyanshu. So I'll start reading them. So the first question is for Tanuj. Tanuj, what is your long-term vision for Square Yards? How do you envision lasting impact on the real estate industry and the lives of its consumers?
We uh, we continue to speak internally within our colleagues that we haven't scratched the ecosystem. We haven't scratched the opportunity. It's not even day zero for us. I think all we have done is setting up some base camp in preparing for what is ahead. Next 10, 15, 20 years are going to be really, really exciting. We are in for the long haul. We speak when we speak to each other, all the co-founders, senior colleagues, we are very, very clear that what we are trying to do, what this industry is shaping up to, it's not going to happen in the next 1 year or 2 years. We think about 10 years, we think 2 decades, we think these things. We believe not every day one gets an opportunity to play in a $1 trillion sector or a $2 trillion sector, in a very, very fragmented space, with a particular platform being set. These are the moments which probably define the legacy in the long run. So very, very focused. We genuinely wake up every single day believing there is an opportunity to create $100 billion ecosystem. How far we get there obviously is a function of our execution over the next few years and decades, like I said. But hopefully we'll stick to it.
Okay, cool. Next question is for both of you. As leaders, how do you foster a culture within your company that aligns with your long-term vision? What strategies or values do you emphasize to entire team is working towards a shared goal?
Divyanshu, you want to go first?
Yep. See, a lot of what you do as a human being is actually picked up when you are in a leadership role, right? So you actually don't have to do a lot different. It's not that you are on the stage and you have to kind of act or perform differently. You just need to be aware that your small uh, frailties of your personality and your small mistakes probably get accentuated more. So all you have to do is be a bit more careful about what you say or how you react or whether you think before you speak and stuff like that. It's all the very, very small, minute things which matter. But end of the day, who you are as a person comes through. You can't fake yourself day in, day out in front of people who you're really spending the most of the time in your life with, right? So you just be genuine. You be, I mean, that's where I, especially in my co-founding team, and my founder Tushar and Akshay and I always talk about being very credible and being very authentic, right? So as long as you're authentic, your authenticity comes through. And if you have built a smart, strong team, right? So you can't really then not be authentic with that smartphone thing. Either you picked up the wrong people, but if you pick up the right people to work with you, you can't fool them, right? So end of the day, you have to be very authentic. You have to be believing what you're doing, and you have to be doing what you're believing in, day in day out. Watch your steps, but also be very cognizant of the fact that what you're saying in town halls is not as important, but what you're doing every single day, every single minute, either when you're sitting in your space alone or when you're interacting with people. And that's where it really comes down. You imprint a lot of yourself into the people that you work with. A lot of people actually look up to you, especially I think in most of these places in our company also. We have a lot of very young talent state from campuses and stuff like that. And these are the people who are really looking up to you as mentors, or and they'll probably put you on a pedestal, and then you have no other option but to really kind of make it worthwhile for their sins to say, okay, I've been working with XYZ and I've learned from them. So it becomes a very big responsibility for you to be authentic, be yourself, but be the best version of yourself what you can be. So it actually improves you as a person as a lot as well.
There is a very old proverb. We take it very very seriously. You build people and people build businesses. I think that's very close to our heart in terms of how we build the culture, how we build the system. Effectively, it's humans who build businesses. It doesn't matter what technology you are applying. Eventually, someone has to be there to taking what Divyanshu was mentioning. Someone has to be knowing on a daily basis decisions they are taking, how they are articulating, how they are behaving, what kind of role model they are being set up for the people who follow them. Um, Perseverance, I think I keep on telling all my colleagues that there will be days you won't be motivated, there will be days you won't be as excited to run after the legacy versus other days. What sets you apart is discipline. What sets you apart is that knowing that there will be such days, you go back to the drawing board and you know that next day is going to be different. So discipline, 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 perseverance, sticking to it for a long, long period of time, for a long haul. I think that makes a difference.
Just to add, sorry, to add one thing to Tanu what Tanu said. See, it's not what you are doing on your good days which defines you, right? It's what you're doing on your bad days which really defines you more as a person. And that goes for us as well as for the team that we work with.
Agree.
Good. So the next question is for Square Yards. Tanuj, expansion has been a significant aspect of Square Yards growth. Any specific regions or markets that you have your sights on for future expansion? How do you plan to approach these new markets?
I think we have evolved as a system. If you would ask me this question 4 years back, I would have given a very different answer. We wanted to conquer the world. We still want to conquer the world at some point in time. But we have, I think, what we have learned over the last few years is to pick our battles to fight. In the short term, we have become much more focused. We have much more sharper laser trajectory in terms of where we want to be, what we want to achieve. We want to win those markets first before we move to the other markets. Creating that full stack ecosystem. We believe we are pretty much in all the categories we wanted to be. In the last 12 to 18 months, we have said no to so many opportunities. A 5-year-old Square Yards would have said yes to. And now it's more of the same, ensuring that over the next 3 to 4 years, we uh, increase our market and the mind share, move to the double digits, win these
The Insurance Regulatory and Development Authority of India has announced that a three-pronged approach focusing on availability, accessibility, and affordability is under works with the aim to ensure insurance for all by 2047. Such is the gravity of ensuring that every household is insured unforeseen circumstances. A pioneer in the field, Ankit Agrawal, founder and CEO of Insurance Deco, is the best to catch in conversation from the sector.
With a passion to serve the community, he aspires to reach the masses with low cost services through Insurance Deco. Launched in 2016, this online platform that allows users to compare policies and pick the best one suited for them with just a few clicks caters to over 14 lakh customers today.
Introducing our moderator for the session, Chaudhary, business head at the Telegraph. A result driven executive with extensive exposure and experience in all phases of business development industries, he brings over 19 years of experience in the consumer banking domain. Over to you, Samajit.
Thanks, guys. Uh, Hope Ankita, I'm loud and clear to you.
Yes, Samar, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Good to chat with you, buddy.
welcome to this chat, and I feel really great to host you today afternoon. And as the beginning of it said that there are a lot of expectations which are building in the insurance space, especially the regulators coming in big time with a lot of good announcements and a lot of opportunities in turn for people to build businesses. I would like to know about your journey and how you conceived insurance deco when probably people didn't even think of buying and selling insurance online.
Oh,
Over to you.
thanks. Firstly, thanks, Samar. Thanks, everybody from BITS for inviting me on a Sunday afternoon. I'm sure you guys have lots more exciting things to talk about, know than hear about insurance. So between me and Samar, we'll try to make this session as engaging and as interactive as possible. Samar, I my roots are in a small village in Bihar. There's a small village called Choti Balia. A lot of people confuse it with Chandrasekhar ji's Balia in UP, right? So I keep telling people I'm from Begusrai, which is the most famous place close to my village. But dad was the first CA in his village. उसके बाद आफ्टर पापा का जब सीए हो गया था तो पापा ने जॉब करना स्टार्ट किया था. आई वाज born in Assam but then finally settled in Calcutta. A typical कैलकाटा प्रोफाइल. ग्रेजुएशन कर लो, ग्रेजुएशन के साथ आप देख लो सीए कर सकते हो तो कर लो, तो बीकॉम और शायद सीए कर सकते हो तो सीए कर लो, और फिर उसके बाद आप देखो कॉर्पोरेट फाइनेंस में क्या जॉब कर सकते हो, है ना. द ओनली ट्विस्ट वाज आफ्टर माय ग्रेजुएशन एंड सीए आई डिसाइडेड टू do my master's in finance and control. Then I worked with UBS. 2012 is when I came back to India, and the reason why I thought about starting insurance is जब इंडिया आया था तो मेरे फादर साहब की तबीयत बहुत ख़राब थी. ऑलमोस्ट 10-12 दिन वो हॉस्पिटल में थे. बट जब डिस्चार्ज करे तो उनके पास इंश्योरेंस था तो मेरे को लगा इंश्योरेंस है तो सब कुछ कवर्ड होगा. बट जब हम नीचे कैश काउंटर पे गए डिस्चार्ज स्लिप लेने के लिए तो उन्होंने बोला आपको एक्स अमाउंट देना पड़ेगा, है ना. एंड मतलब वो अमाउंट बहुत ही बड़ा था, मतलब फॉर दैट टाइम इवन दो वी आर अर्निंग एवरीथिंग, हमको लगा इतने पैसे. फिर हमने इंश्योरेंस कंपनी में पूछा तो उन्होंने बोला कि ये 4 चीज़ें कवर्ड नहीं है. जो हमारे एजेंट दादा थे उनको फ़ोन किया जो 10 साल से हमसे बीमा भरवा रहे थे, तो उनको फ़ोन किया, उन्होंने बोला আমি জানতাম না এইসব इंक्लूडेड আছে ना, আমি জানতাम ना. आई वाज लाइक अरे आप 10 साल से पैसा ले रहे हो और आपको मालूम नहीं है कि इंक्लूडेड नहीं है. बट दैट सेड वी केम बैक होम and that's when it got me thinking here we would be in the top 1% of this country, right, from an education perspective, earning perspective, etc. और अगर हमारे साथ ये हो सकता है तो किसी के साथ भी हो सकता है ना. तब फिर सोचना स्टार्ट किया कि इंश्योरेंस में कुछ करते हैं. बट लाइक ऑल मिडिल क्लास फैमिलीज, रोटी कपड़ा मकान का फाइट हमेशा रहता है आपके दिमाग में. तो वो रोटी कपड़ा मकान का फाइट था. एंड देन आई जॉइंड अनदर स्टार्टअप called Move and Sing. On hindsight, I think that was a good decision because I learned how to build a company 0 to 1, 1 to 10. But 2015 के आसपास ना वापस से दिमाग में आने लग गया था कि कैन आई स्टार्ट समथिंग इन इंश्योरेंस. एंड दैट्स व्हेन आई मेट द कार्देखो ग्रुप फाउंडर्स अमित अनुराग, लाइक व्हाट दे वर डूइंग, जॉइंड देम. पहले 12 महीना कुछ और कर रहा था विद इन द ग्रुप. एंड देन 2016 इज व्हेन वी अप्लाइड फॉर अ ब्रोकिंग लाइसेंस एंड आई स्टार्टेड बिल्डिंग आउट इंश्योरेंस देखो. Over the last 6-7 years, that's what we've been focused on. And the idea is कि you take insurance distribution to the masses, है ना? Beyond the top 100 million users, internet users in the country. How can you take insurance distribution to a Begusrai? How can you take it to a Malda? Or how can you take it to a Kota? How can you take it to a Bhor? This is what our core focus is.
So when you said that in 2016 you decided to take a distribution license, is it the same time when the distribution licenses, the distribution companies were being allowed by insurance companies, or they were already there? Like,
They were already there, Samajit. They were
okay,
already there.
good.
I think tech नहीं था उस समय. Policy Bazaar was the only tech-enabled player. फिर a bunch of us started getting into that space.
So how did you scope the market? Because see, as we all know, whenever you get into the business, understanding the space is very important. Because otherwise, there's so much to do that it's very easy to get lost. और स्पेशली विथ टेक तो लोग आजकल डेटा का चक्कर में हो दैट बिकम्स अ रोबोटिक्स इन itself. So tell us very broadly that how did you scope the market, because that's very important to be a successful or to in any business, and where you are definitely you scoped it well, and the story that you said hits the nail on the head. So if I would like to know a little bit more on that.
So, Samad, this is for all the young folks who've joined us, right? As Kamran and Agni were telling us, there are going to be a lot of students. Some of them, I hope, will become entrepreneurs in due course. जब भी आपको कोई धंधा स्टार्ट करना हो, तो उस धंधे की स्कोपिंग एक एसी कमरे में एक्सेल शीट में मत करना. अगर किसी भी धंधे को समझना है आपको कि वो धंधा कितना बड़ा बन सकता है, उसकी क्या ज़रूरतें हैं और उस ज़रूरतों को आप कैसे पूरा करोगे, तो प्लीज़ मेक श्योर दैट यू गो आउट ऑन द फील्ड एंड मीट पीपल. When we were starting out this business, there were about seven of us in my initial team, eight of us in my initial team. Between the seven to eight of us, we would have met upwards of 1,000 people spread across हरियाणा, राजस्थान, पंजाब. बिकॉज वो हम नॉर्थ में थे तो हमारे लिए बहुत ईजी था यहाँ पे जाके लोगों से मिलना. हमने ये समझने की कोशिश की कि एक एजेंट को तकलीफ क्या होती है, एक कस्टमर को तकलीफ क्या होती है, वो क्या पेन पॉइंट्स हैं, राइट, एंड हाउ डू वी सॉल्व फॉर दोज पेन पॉइंट्स. और फिर हमने रियलाइज़ किया कि ना, अगर आपको इंडिया में इंश्योरेंस या बीमा का पेनिट्रेशन बढ़ाना है, तो आपको एक फिजिकल टच पॉइंट बेस्ड कंपनी खोलनी पड़ेगी. यू कांट डू इट ऑनलाइन. डॉट कॉम कंपनी से आप नहीं खोल पाओगे. यू विल हैव टू सॉल्व फॉर इट बाई गोइंग टू द ग्राउंड, गोइंग टू द मासेस एंड वर्किंग विद पीपल. सो वी सेड वी विल बी अ एजेंट फोकस्ड कंपनी, राइट. जब हमने बोला कि हम एक एजेंट फोकस्ड कंपनी बनेंगे, तो हमारे यहाँ एजेंट्स कौन होते थे? शर्मा अंकल, वर्मा आंटी, उनको हमको हेल्प करना पड़ेगा. फिर जब हम उनके साथ बैठे तो एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ देखी हमने, समझ है ना. कोई भी एजेंट आपके घर आता था उस समय बीमा बेचने के लिए, तो एक बैग लेके आता था, ठीक है. उस बैग में इंश्योरेंस कोड कैलकुलेटर होता था, उसमें कवर नोट बुक होता था, रिसीट बुक होता था, स्टैम्प्स होते थे. तो हमने बोला अगर हम इसके बैग को रिप्लेस कर सकते हैं, राइट, तो हम एकदम सेट हो जाएंगे. हमसे बड़ी कंपनी कोई नहीं बना सकता है. तो वी एक्चुअली सैट डाउन विथ एजेंट्स. वी मैप्ड आउट कि उसके बैग में क्या क्या होता है या उसको क्या क्या चीज़ें करनी पड़ती है. और फिर हमने बोला एक एक स्टेप को हम डिजिटाइज कैसे कर सकते हैं. एंड एज वी स्टार्टेड डिजिटाइजिंग, वी स्टार्टेड ऑनबोर्डिंग मोर एंड मोर पीपल who knew more about insurance than us, and they started joining us.
Fantastic. So what you said is like my takeaway from this, and for people who are listening and want to build a business tomorrow or today or already building a business, I think you said that you started in a sort of a concentric circle. You were in north,
Yeah,
so you focused on the north market first, and then slowly reached out. So you played to
yeah,
your strength, and then you didn't spread yourself thin. कहीं पे भी आप अपना दायरे से बाहर नहीं गए, धीरे धीरे उसको बढ़ाया.
exactly.
सेकंड दैट बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज आप बोले वो है फिजिकल, यानी फिजिकल वर्ल्ड एंड डिजिटल का एक चीज विच आई पर्सनली फील वेरी स्ट्रांगली, because this generation, like the people even including me and you, we are more physical than digital, because our entire life has been largely in the physical world where we filled forms and stuff, and today we are stepping into digital. And fortunately, unfortunately, today's business decision makers are more or less around the same age, and they all are in the digital, and they're all migrating. So, digital sort of a space, I think, is a fantastic idea that you have. Kudos to you for this, and putting effort on the ground. अपना एक sales में बात है FOS, feet on street, nothing can beat that.
Oh,
So
absolutely,
that's the
absolutely.
that's the first line of defense, so to say.
Yeah.
So yeah, so fantastic. So your journey has been commendable, 6 years, and you're doing great numbers. I've been told that you have a fantastic offline agent connect as well. If you can tell me that, how are you seeing this panning out, and how the biggest challenge, in fact, the threat that COVID, how did you surmount that? Because हर बिजनेस में एक चैलेंज तो आता ही है, और एक ऐसा चैलेंज आता है जो कमर तोड़ने वाला चैलेंज होता है. कोविड 19 probably, आप इंश्योरेंस में थे तो probably you have been able to ride the wave, but still it was, I'm sure it was not easy. So if you can tell us something about that.
तो समर, आपने ना एक बहुत अच्छी बात बोली कि हर बिजनेस में चैलेंज होता है, और कई बार वो चैलेंज कमर तोड़ने वाले चैलेंज होते हैं. सो दिस जस्ट रिमाइंडेड मी ऑफ अ कन्वर्सेशन आई हैड विद वन ऑफ आवर इनकमिंग इन्वेस्टर्स व्हेन वी रेजिंग कैपिटल. ही आस्क्ड मी, हाउ कैन आई हेल्प यू, मैं आपकी मदद कैसे कर सकता हूँ. मैंने कहा, मेरे को मेरा काम आता है, आप मेरी मदद कर सकते हो मेरे को मेरा काम करने देके. एंड जस्ट टू मेक श्योर कि लाइफ ना कभी ऐसी नहीं होती है, हमेशा ऐसी 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 होती है. तो व्हेन आई एम इन दिस फेज ऑफ माय बिजनेस, यू स्टैंड बाय मी, राइट. तो समर, आई थिंक 2020 मार्च लास्ट वीक वाज एग्जैक्टली दैट मोमेंट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस, है ना. इंडिकेशंस तो हमको मिलने लग गए थे कि ग्लोबली लॉकडाउन, फ्लाइट बंद हो रही है, सब कुछ हो रहा है. तो इंडिकेशंस तो मिलने लग गया था. बट व्हेन इट हैपेंस, राइट, इट इज मैडनिंग. ऑल ऑफ अ सडन यू आर इन योर हाउस. थैंकफुली इन गुड़गांव द हाउसेज आर बिगर, राइट. तो इतनी तकलीफ नहीं होती है, एंड यू हैव मोर ग्रीन एरियाज. बट व्हाट डू यू डू? यू you've been used to a certain way of working ना, मतलब एक तरीके से बचपन से बड़े हुए हो कि आपको काम ऐसे ही करना है, लोगों से मीटिंग करनी है, दोस्तों से मिलना है, कस्टमर से जाके मिलना. अब अचानक से आप एक कमरे में हो, आपके सामने एक लैपटॉप स्क्रीन है. तो आई थिंक सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट उस समय हमारे लिए था कि हम कैसे टीम को एक साथ रखें. बिकॉज प्लीज़ अंडरस्टैंड, अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल, कई लोगों के मन में इनसिक्योरिटीज़ थी ना, बिकॉज ले ऑफ्स हो सकते थे, धंधे बंद हो रहे थे, तो क्या होगा. तो उस समय आपको सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट था कि आप अपनी टीम को ये आश्वासन दें कि कुछ नहीं होगा, सब कुछ ठीक है, दिस इज जस्ट अ न्यू वे टू लिव. Let us learn how to live in this way, spend more time with our friends, family, and also try to spend more time with our agents, all virtually of course, है ना. सेकेंड था, हाउ डू यू अडेप्ट. हमारा काफ़ी सारा प्रोसेस उस समय फिजिकल होता था. हम कुछ पॉलिसीज चेक्स पे बनाते थे, तो वो चेक्स कैसे कलेक्ट होंगे, चेक्स कैसे हमको मिलेंगे, है ना. हाउ डू वी माइग्रेट फ्रॉम चेक टू ऑनलाइन. डॉक्यूमेंट्स हर जगह अटके हुए हैं, वो कैसे सॉल्व करोगे. तीसरा था, आपके ऊपर ना एक सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी. मैं हमेशा लोगों को ये कहता हूँ कि एक बीमा का एडवाइज़र, ठीक है, या जिसको आप चेयरमैन साहब बीमा वाहक बोलते हैं, हमारे आईडी चेयरमैन जिसको बीमा वाहक बोलते हैं, इज इक्विवेलेंट टू अ डॉक्टर, राइट, और अ वेल्थ मैनेजर. A doctor takes care of your physical and mental wellness. A wealth manager takes care of your financial wellness. Similarly, a insurance advisor takes care of your takes care of what? Some are just trying to
Your
do
health.
some. No, they take care of your protection wellness. आप कितने protected हो, right? They are actually like a doctor. They are actually like a wealth manager, है ना. तो और उस समय कोविड में सबको हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लेना था.
Mm.
हेल्थ चेकअप्स नहीं हो सकते थे, तो आपको हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज के साथ काम करना था टू मेक श्योर कि जो फिजिकल चेकअप्स आप उसको ऑनलाइन कैसे मूव कर सकते हो, या उसको आप कैसे रिमोटली कर सकते हो. कस्टमर को पॉलिसी बेचनी थी, उसको ये समझाना था कि सर हम चेक नहीं ले सकते, आपको ऑनलाइन पेमेंट ही करना पड़ेगा, है ना. तो it was very difficult, it was not easy, because it meant reorientation, retraining, and at the same time you had to keep your business going because you had a social commitment which you had given. तो डिफिकल्ट था, बट आई थिंक इफ योर टीम इज फोकस्ड, इफ योर टीम इज विथ यू, एंड यू हैव द राइट इंटेंट, एंड यू आर एबल टू गिव द राइट डायरेक्शन, तो चीज़ें सॉल्व हो जाती है. इट टुक अस अबाउट 2 to 3 weeks to solve for everything, make sure that we are able to do things correctly, है ना. जस्ट टू गिव यू एन एग्जांपल, जिस दिन लॉकडाउन हुआ था, है ना, उससे पहले वाले दिन रूमर्स आने लगे थे कि लॉकडाउन हो जाएगा, लॉकडाउन. रात को 11:30 बजे हमारे जो कॉल सेंटर हेड करते थे, एक लड़का है सनी करके, ही कॉल्ड मी कि सर हो सकता है कल से लॉकडाउन हो जाए या परसों से लॉकडाउन हो जाए, हमको सबके घर पे डेस्कटॉप पहुंचा देना चाहिए. ओवरनाइट ही along with two of my colleagues got 100 desktops transferred to 100 different team members. फिर हमने बोला कई जो टेली कॉलर्स है या जो ऑप्स के हमारे बच्चे हैं, उनके घर पे इंटरनेट नहीं होगा, राइट. कैन वी गेट इंटरनेट इंस्टॉल्ड इन देयर हाउसेज. In 24 hours he was able to get internet installed in their houses. So a lot of people have to rise up to the
Mm.
occasion to when such things happen, right? Because these things don't happen every year or every decade, right? These are
Yeah.
probably once in 2 or 3 generation kind of events. I hope the next 2 generations also don't have to see something like this.
So my understanding from this is that what you said, COVID was a very interesting part of our
Absolutely,
life,
absolutely.
and I think that, see, we all have studied, we have done our management, and by God's grace, we have gone to good institutes. We have studied risk management framework.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, सब कुछ hedging में हम लोग कभी नहीं सोचा था कि एक
Hmm.
साल के लिए एक देश बंद हो सकता है. And in fact, I remember that I was having a debate late February when I said that कुछ भी हो जाए इंडिया तो बंद नहीं होगा, मेरे को तो ये नहीं लगता है. मतलब I was absolutely sure कि the entire country can't come to a standstill. And when this happened, as you said, it was extremely challenging to, because अपना conversations ही अलग होते थे ना, because when we would speak
जी,
to someone, बात करके बोले सर मिलते हैं कल परसों आपके यहाँ पे, या तो आप आ जाओ या तो whatever, whichever way. But that
जी,
entire thing changed across the board. But yes,
जी,
as you rightly said, my takeaway from this, what you said, is this, that your team showed a lot of agility, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी एज अ टीम, और वो पिवट करने का जो एक क्षमता होता है वो बहुत ज़रूरी होती है कोई भी टीम, एंड स्पेशली अ टीम विच इज़ ग्रोइंग, बिकॉज 2016 इफ यू वुड हैव स्टार्टेड इन 2020 यू वुड हैव बीन ओनली 4 years old. उसमें से द टीम वुड हैव बीन ऑल्सो वेरी नीसेंट, एंड
या
हो सकते हैं कुछ लोग काफ़ी साल, 2-3 साल से रहे आपके साथ, बट सबको साथ में लेके चलना एंड वो पिवट एंड फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी और एजिलिटी एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है.
या
For the speakers that we, for the listeners that we have, audience that we have today, see, a lot of you would probably build a business tomorrow, very successful business tomorrow, already working on something. Some of you might choose not to start a business because there's no wrong कि अगर आप startup नहीं करते, because there are some people are built in some ways, and there are people who can contribute to the ecosystem in various ways and still grow and still be part of that, but not by building that business. In that case, and for everyone, as an, because the co-founder or the founder is also an employee of the organization, it's very important, as Ankit said, is this, that you'll have to rise up to the occasion. There are times when rising up to the occasion becomes the most important thing, because वो अपना जेडी में होता नहीं, एंड तभी समझ में आता है क्या किसमें कितना दम है. And fantastic story, Ankit. Now going ahead, I would like to know that, see, they always say that innovations will always come first, followed by regulations. So obviously, IRDA has come up with a lot of regulations, and this year, insurance for all by 2047. Can you give some, and listeners, a peek into it, that what does that mean, and what does that mean for all of us here today? People who want to build
so
business, people who want to be a part of
I
this.
I think we have an option of polls. Let's quickly do a poll to check how
I
many
don't
have
think
health
we have
insurance.
enough people at this moment.
That's fine. Let's just check quickly how many
Mm.
have health insurance, right? So it will just help me answer this question. Option one is yes. Option two is no. So let's publish. Guys, I've shared a poll. I just want in people who are there in the audience to submit their responses. We will end the poll in exactly 57 seconds from now while we wait for you guys to submit, right? uh, so समर आपका ना जो सवाल था कि 2047 में इंश्योरेंस फॉर ऑल जो हमारे चेयरमैन साहब कह रहे हैं, तो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड 2047 इज गोइंग टू बी द 100th ईयर ऑफ इंडिपेंडेंस फॉर दिस कंट्री. हम 100 साल हो जाएगा हमारे देश को आज़ाद हुए हुए, एंड हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी ने कई सारे मिशंस दिए वेरियस डिपार्टमेंट्स को. उसमें से जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री है उसको दिया था ये मिशन कि हाउ डू यू मेक श्योर दैट यू आर एबल टू इंश्योर एवरी इंडियन. बिकॉज अगर किसी के पास इंश्योरेंस होता है ना, आप उसको प्रोटेक्ट कर लेते हो. कल को अगर कोई जैसे फ्लड्स आते हैं, अगर किसी का होम इंश्योरेंस है, सो दैट पर्सन डज नॉट नीड टू बोरो मनी टू बिल्ड अनदर होम, राइट? बिकॉज ही कैन क्लेम मनी फ्रॉम इंश्योरेंस कंपनी, बिल्ड अ होम. किसी का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस है, किसी की तबीयत खराब है, छोटे शहर में जाओगे, छोटे गांव में जाओगे, तो वहाँ लोगों को लोन लेना पड़ता है अपने लोगों का इलाज कराने के लिए. यू प्रोटेक्ट पीपल. थर्ड एंड द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज लाइफ इंश्योरेंस. लाइफ इंश्योरेंस में ये होता है कि अगर आप कल नहीं हो, आपके परिवार में कोई यहाँ रह जाता है, तो उसको वो पैसा मिल जाता है जितना भी सम होता है which allows them not to compromise on their lifestyle, right? Just giving you three or four broad examples. I'm not talking about motor insurance right now. So please understand, right, the importance of insurance. That is what the government of India is trying to do. And through various initiatives, the government and the IRDA, which is the apex body for insurance regulation in the country, is trying to increase penetration. जैसे उसमें से एक है बीमा सुगम. बीमा सुगम is like the UPI movement for insurance industry, where they create a protocol. Multiple people can download the protocol, use that protocol, and create their own services, insurance services. That is one. सेकंड, वो कह रहे हैं कि हमको छोटे तबकों में जाना है, हमको छोटे गांव में जाना है. भारत देश में 6 लाख गांव है. क्या मैं 6 लाख गांव में इंश्योरेंस का एक एक एडवाइजर लेके आ सकता हूँ, जिसको वो बीमा वाहक कह रहे हैं. बीमा विस्तार is a policy which will be health, motor, life, no frills, all combined into one policy, which will increase penetration. तो multiple initiatives ले रहे हैं, marketing का भी काम कर रहे हैं. तो अभी जो आया, अच्छा, wow, I think we have a very august audience.
Yes.
Samar, of the people listening to us, 11 of them have said they have health insurance. So I think this is the top 1% of this country, right? And the regulator and Modi ji wants the entire country to be like this 1%, जहाँ सबके पास health insurance हो, सबके पास life insurance हो, सबके पास home insurance हो.
Yeah, so insurance, like obviously, given that we have lived some bit of our lives, so I can say that insurance is something that everyone definitely needs to have, and the penetration is already not that great. So obviously, by 2047, my understanding is this, that with this impetus, there will be more and more people. Anyway, the government has also taken a lot of other uh, actions, which is like PMNY, ना जो आजकल सेविंग्स बैंक के साथ भी मिलता है,
Yeah, yeah.
प्रधानमंत्री something. So that's there. So going ahead, how do you see the insurance industry and uh, panning out nationally? Like, can you give me some numbers, like just to understand the magnitude? And if you can give me some comparisons with, say, a developed economy,
So
because, huh,
आपसे रिवर्स क्वेश्चन पूछता हूँ. आप तो प्रेस से हैं समरदा. सॉरी, आई एम नॉट अलाउड टू आस्क अ क्वेश्चन टू अ प्रेस गाय, बट आई एम
you
टेकिंग द
can.
लिबर्टी टू डू दैट. ठीक है. भारत देश में कौन सी ऐसी इंडस्ट्री है जो सिर्फ 4% पेनिट्रेशन पे है और 15 से 18% एवरी ईयर ग्रो कर रही है, एंड इट विल कंटिन्यू टू ग्रो लाइक दैट फॉर द नेक्स्ट 10 years? इंश्योरेंस,
Insurance.
राइट? ना फाइनेंशियल सर्विसेज, ना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ना ई कॉमर्स, इंश्योरेंस, राइट? एंड आप कोई भी इकोनॉमी देख लीजिए ग्लोबली, राइट? मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, फाइनेंस, इंश्योरेंस, ये 3 कोर स्तंभ होते हैं जिस पे इकोनॉमीज बनती हैं, राइट? तो भारत देश में तो 4% पेनिट्रेशन है इंश्योरेंस का. इफ यू कंपेयर इट विद अ डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी जहाँ 20 से 25% पेनिट्रेशन होता है, राइट? ऑल्सो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, इंश्योरेंस इज अ डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हेवी बिजनेस, क्योंकि यहाँ पे जब भी आप खरीदते हो ना, किसी से एक वादा खरीदते हो, तो आपको अपने सामने एक ऐसा आदमी चाहिए कि जिसको आप टच फील कर सको, जिस पे आपको ट्रस्ट हो कि कल को मेरे पास क्लेम होगा तो मैं इसको फ़ोन करूंगा, ये मेरा क्लेम में हेल्प कर देगा.
बट इसमें तो इंडिया का और एक चैलेंज भी है कि अपना ये 4% जो है लार्जली इन दी Tier 1 सिटीज होएगा, करेक्ट? एंड
ये
Tier 2
ओवरऑल
सिटीज,
4% इज अ परसेंटेज ऑफ इकोनॉमी है, जीडीपी
हाँ
है,
मतलब आई एम
एज अ
सेइंग दैट अ
परसेंट.
लार्ज चंक ऑफ इट विल
हाँ
बी
हाँ,
इन दी,
बियॉन्ड द टॉप 100 सिटीज है ना. आप टॉप 100, टॉप 200, टॉप 300, टॉप 400 अगर करोगे तो बियॉन्ड द टॉप 100 सिटीज पेनिट्रेशन बहुत कम है.
so how are you addressing it to your business? When I ask this question, I'm sure tech has been a great enabler. In your case, like it's another thing that just for the thing of understanding of everyone. In your case, tech is not the business. Tech is the enabler, right?
Yeah.
Insurance is the business, correct? So tell me that how you used technology to reach out to these people and plan to do it in future.
So टेक ना, जैसे आपने सही बोला कि टेक इज एट द कोर ऑफ व्हाट वी आर बिल्डिंग ऑन, एंड द रीजन व्हाई इट एक्साइट्स मी टू स्पीक टू स्टूडेंट्स ऑफ बिट्स एंड अदर स्टूडेंट्स हु आर लिसनिंग टू अस राइट नाउ, कि टेक्नोलॉजी ना आज के दिन इज नो लॉन्गर अ नॉन कोर फंक्शन ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. टेक्नोलॉजी is the function, is the business, and technology is the company. अगर टेक नहीं है आपके पास और आप टेक इनेबल्ड बिजनेस नहीं बना रहे हो, यू आर नॉट बिल्डिंग फॉर फ्यूचर, यू विल गेट किल्ड, राइट? सो एज आई टोल्ड यू व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड ऑन दिस डिस्कशन, है ना, हमने ये बोला कि हम एक एजेंट का बैग रिप्लेस कर सकते थे, तो एक बैग को हम एक मोबाइल फोन में ले आए, राइट? दैट इज द पावर ऑफ व्हाट वी बिल्ट आउट एट इंश्योरेंस डिपो. टुडे वन फोन is the complete back office of an agent. That is what we built out. Had we not done this, we could not have scaled our business, right? Was it challenging for us? Yes, it was very challenging for us. क्योंकि भारत देश में टीयर 1 के बियॉन्ड लोग ना अपने फोन को यूट्यूब में और जियो में मूवी देखने के लिए यूज कर लेते हैं, आईपीएल देखने के लिए, पर ट्रांजैक्शन नहीं करते हैं, है ना? आज आप यूपीआई का ट्रांजैक्शन देख लो, मेजोरिटी 95% ऑफ द ट्रांजैक्शंस आर लेस देन 500 रुपीज, राइट? 500 रुपए से ऊपर का ट्रांजैक्शन बहुत कम होता है, ठीक है? तो आप उसमें लोगों को कैसे कन्विंस करते कि सब कुछ मोबाइल पे मूव करो, राइट? सब कुछ ऑनलाइन इंस्ट्रूमेंट में मूव करो, काफी डिफिकल्ट था. बट गिवन आवर एजेंट पार्टनर्स, जो एजेंट भाई बहन हमारे साथ काम करते हैं, इट वाज मेड इजी बिकॉज ऑफ देयर कॉपरेशन.
So you have emphasized that the role of a solid business, हम लोग बात कर लिया फंडामेंटल्स का, अभी ये टेक का भी बात कर ली. Can you tell us a little bit about what your thinking is around, say, building a strong business? मतलब अभी क्या है in the current last couple of years, there's been so many, become a very standard definition of a startup, and we only get to hear the good stories where there's successes, and I personally feel that we don't get to listen to a lot of the hard work which goes behind a lot of these startups. And there are several such companies who are not in the limelight but चुपचाप अपना पैसा भी बना रहे और अच्छे business भी खड़ा कर रहे. So your thoughts on your fundamentals, building a business on fundamentals versus valuation and other common KPIs जो भी in various businesses, startups are, they are used.
So समर, आई थिंक इसका ना एग्जांपल मैं बॉलीवुड इंडस्ट्री से देता हूँ, ठीक है, या क्रिकेट इंडस्ट्री से देता हूँ, क्योंकि भारत देश में क्रिकेट और बॉलीवुड, है ना, क्रिकेट एंड बॉलीवुड आर द टू फेवरेट एरियाज ऑफ पीपल, है ना? बॉम्बे में हर साल लाखों बच्चे आते हैं जो बोलते हैं फिल्म स्टार बनना है, एंड एवरी child's father or mother, right, for the longest possible time before other sports got into prominence, right, wanted their son to be a Sachin Tendulkar. At हमारे समय में तो लोग सचिन तेंदुलकर के बारे में बात करते थे, है ना? बट कितने लोग विराट कोहली बन पाते हैं या कितने लोग सचिन तेंदुलकर बन पाते हैं? सो सिमिलरली ना, हमारे देश को क्या कि हमने स्टार्टअप को बहुत ग्लैमराइज कर दिया है. इज इट रॉन्ग? नो, आई डोंट थिंक इट इज रॉन्ग. टू इंक्रीज टू create more entrepreneurs, you had to glamorize this, right? Else people were only thinking about graduating from college, working with XYZ company, making money, settling down, है ना? तो बट उसको ग्लैमराइज कर दिया. तो उसको ग्लैमराइज करने का सबसे दो आसान तरीका क्या था? फंड रेज एंड यूनिकॉर्न, सुनिकॉर्न, डेकाकॉन, पेंटाकॉन, मल्टीपल कॉन का टैग. तो बट क्या, मैं तो कैलकाटा से हूँ, आपसे शुरू बात कर रहा था, है ना? एंड डीएनए भी बिहार का और राजस्थान का डीएनए. तो हमने ना बचपन में हमेशा एक चीज़ सीखी थी कि धंधा लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए बनता है. एनीथिंग विच इज़ डन फॉर शॉर्ट टर्म विल नेवर सर्वाइव, राइट? तो मैं हर उस बच्चे को एडवाइस करूँगा जो अपना स्टार्टअप खोलना चाहता है या जो अपना बिजनेस करना चाहता है, बिल्ड फॉर द लॉन्ग टर्म, build for something which is going to sustain your business, right? Business fundamentals बहुत important है. जैसे एक मूवी स्टार का, राइट, यू नो, एवरीबडी एस्पायर्स टू विन अ फिल्म फेयर अवार्ड, राइट, बट वो फिल्म फेयर को ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर मूवी बनाएगा ना, तो कभी भी अच्छी पिक्चर नहीं बना पाएगा. तो आप वैल्यूएशन को और फंड रेज को दिमाग में रखते हुए अगर बिजनेस बनाओगे तो आप कभी अच्छा बिजनेस नहीं बनाओगे. इज फंड रेजिंग गुड? यस, एब्सोल्युटली इट इज गुड, because when you raise capital, it is a validation of what you've built out. It gets you access to a lot of talent, it gets you access to a global network, right? So you should obviously raise capital, but you should raise capital for the right reasons. You should raise capital when you build the right business, है ना? Similarly, are tags good? They are good, but क्या मतलब वो टैग कोई चेज करना है क्या? मतलब एक फाउंडर का जॉब परपेचुअली कैपिटल रेज करना नहीं है कि हर 3 महीने में चला गया कैपिटल रेज कर रहे हैं और एक साल में मैंने यूनिकॉर्न सुनिकॉर्न बना दिया, वो नहीं है। फाउंडर का जॉब धंधा बनाना है, लोगों को जॉब देना है, एंड मेक श्योर करना है कि जो भी बिजनेस बना रहा है दैट बिजनेस स्टेज।
I think very you rightly said that long term के लिए business बनाना है. So whenever you are doing anything for long term, इसमें effort भी जाता है and solid बनता है. Like short term के लिए there are a lot of things which are there, and people who are planning to start their startup are already working on one. I will personally say that it's extremely important that you keep a focus on your goal and you build it out. मतलब you should think that हमको ऑफिस आने में मज़ा आना चाहिए एंड नॉट दैट आई टेक अ स्ट्रेस एंड वो शॉर्ट टर्म में
या
फटाफट कुछ कर.
या
शॉर्ट टर्म में कुछ भी बनता नहीं है. दैट्स द हार्ड फैक्ट ऑफ लाइफ. लॉट ऑफ यू माइट हियर लॉट ऑफ इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरीज जो सुन के लगता है कोई बहुत चालाकी से बहुत कुछ कर लिया, बट एक्चुअली दे डू नॉट सस्टेन. एंड इफ यू लुक अराउंड देयर आर मोर देन वन स्टोरीज अराउंड that. So having said that, so going to the next level, see, so we have spoken about how to build a business, what should be the core fundamentals, long term focus, building a business. So tell me that scale. एक टाइम आता है कोई भी बिजनेस के लिए, लाइक आई इन योर केस ऑल्सो, क्या आप ऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ के बाद कहीं आपको एक इनऑर्गेनिक ग्रोथ का जरूरत पड़ता है. सो इफ यू कैन यू प्रॉब्ली acquired a couple of companies also. So if you can tell me and the audience that how what is the role of an inorganic growth in an organization, when should one think about it, and how you did it, and how the acquisitions that you have done वो आपको लगता है कि आगे चल के will pay you dividends.
सो समर, आपने ना दो बहुत पर्टिनेंट सवाल पूछे। एक ग्रोथ ऑर्गेनिक इनऑर्गेनिक या कंपाउंडिंग है ना, दूसरा कि आपने जो एक्विजिशन किया उसके लिए क्या किया। So please understand that any business starts compounding after 3 or 4 years, right? You look at HDFC Bank, you look at ICICI Bank, कोई भी बड़ी कंपनी आप देख लो है ना, आप 100 रुपए पे 20% का ग्रोथ एवरी ईयर दे, है ना, एवरी क्वार्टर दो, एंड यू कंटिन्यू टू मेंटेन 20% ग्रोथ। तो पहले आप 100 रुपए पे 20% का ग्रोथ दे रहे थे, आपने 4 क्वार्टर वो ग्रोथ दिया, यू गेट टू 200, राइट? फिर आप 200 पे 20% का ग्रोथ दे रहे हो, तो बाय द एंड ऑफ ईयर 3 यू गेट टू 400, by the end of year 4 you get to 600, and then you get to 800,000, right? So the power of compounding and consistent growth for any business is very very important. मेरा ये मानना है, मैं हमेशा हर किसी को देता हूँ ये एडवाइस, मैं खुद भी एंजल इन्वेस्टर हूँ, मैं अपनी सारी पोर्टफोलियो कंपनीज को भी यही बोलता हूँ कि यार व्हेन यू आर लुकिंग एट योर बिजनेस, मेंटेन कंसिस्टेंसी एंड कैपिटल एफिशिएंसी। ये दो कोर चीज़ें होती है जो आपके धंधे को बनाती है या आपके धंधे को खराब कर देती है। सो दैट इज पार्ट वन। द सेकेंड एंड द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग विच यू सेड इज कि एट सम पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम यू लुक एट बिल्ड वर्सेस बाय, है ना, कि मैं कंपनी को खुद तो यहाँ तक ले आया हूँ, अगर अब इससे और जल्दी मेरे को ग्रो करना है या ज़्यादा ग्रो करना है तो मेरे पास दो ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं किसी को एक्वायर कर लूँ या मैं खुद बनाता रहूँ। अगर मैं खुद बनाऊंगा तो मेरे को 3 साल लगेंगे, किसी को एक्वायर कर लूँगा तो वो सेम काम मैं 6 महीने या 1 साल में कर सकता हूँ, right? And that is when you start looking at opportunities. And when you look at opportunities, we typically look at opportunities in three categories, कि क्या बिजनेस प्रोडक्ट फिट है या नहीं है, क्या कोई टेक प्रोडक्ट की कोई नई स्किल आ रही है, या कोई जोग्राफिकली आप एक्सपैंड कर पा रहे हो, है ना। तो इन तीन ऑप्शन में से कोई एक आप चूज करते हो, एंड उसके बेसिस पे फिर आप ग्रो करना स्टार्ट करते हो और एक्वायर करना स्टार्ट करते हो। ओवर द लास्ट 4 months we've acquired two companies, and both the acquisitions have done well for us, right? One last thing for all aspiring founders: whenever you talk about mergers, whenever you talk about acquisitions, please understand you're talking about humans, you're talking about emotions. You're not talking about Excel sheets. Excel sheet में एक मॉडल बन सकता है, but ultimately for a merger to be successful, you have to make sure that you're taking care of people's emotion, you're taking care of their feelings, and each geography within the country, forget globally, even within the country, has a very different set of emotions. अगर आप लोगों के इमोशंस का ख्याल नहीं रखोगे जब आप कोई भी एमएनए कर रहे हो, आप लोगों के कल्चर का ख्याल नहीं रखोगे, द एमएनए इज बाउंड टू फेल। हेंस ग्लोबली इफ यू लुक एट इट, 70% of the MNAs are not able to give the same amount of value which was shown in an Excel sheet when board approval was taken to do that MNA.
Very well said. See, I personally feel from this discussion and in my career also, what I have seen is that at whatever level you build a business, setting an organization culture and being human is very, very important. probably at the beginning of the cycle, because लोग जल्दी आपसे जुड़ना नहीं चाहेंगे because they don't know कि what is the future, and so you have to retain people. So as you rightly said that a lot of things जो you had also said earlier that Excel में आप अपना business तो बना नहीं सकते, you have to go to the market and discuss with people and see what is there in the scoping space. At the same time, on the organizational angle, when you're building the business where the human resource is concerned, that is also extremely important. You need to be very sensitive to the fact that you're dealing with people. So, so आपका जो ये दो acquisition था, so you acquired these two companies in which areas? Like if you, what do they do? How do they add value to you, your organization?
So one, I think Virak we acquired, that was more like an acqui-hire. We liked the team. We felt that those boys are going to add a lot of value to us. So we went ahead with the acquisition. That acquisition is now starting to power our entire SME platform, right? We wanted to get into SME business. The second acquisition was high-end, or your next door insurance advisor, which was also known as IRSS in Gujarat. So हम गुजरात में थोड़े से strong नहीं थे. We wanted somebody who could come help us build a business in Gujarat and also work with us in channel strategy. So we acquired that team. So between the two acquisitions, the core focus area was either geography or business product, and we are able to fulfill that.
So coming back to all of this, I would also like to touch upon the fact that a lot of people who are probably listening to us today, while startups and all are there, building businesses are there, but it's also required some input on what sort of people you look at when you hire someone, like on the hiring side, the skills that you look at today and what helps, like for students, I think that will be of great help. If you can give your perspective that when you hire someone, what do you look at? What are the skills? If you can break it into skills per se, like coding एक skill हुआ, but at the same time, if you, as you spoke very nicely about the softer side of things, just include the softer piece as well.
तो उससे पहले ना एक आपने आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ द फोक्स लिसनिंग टू अस एक्चुअली टुक व्हाट यू वर सेइंग, राइट? आपने कल्चर के बारे में बोला, समरजीत, है ना? आज किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को, मतलब forget organization, let's talk about institution, right? BITS is an institution. IIT Kharagpur is an institution. IIM Ahmedabad, ISB are institutions. Delhi University, Calcutta University are institutions. All of them have their own distinct cultures, right? आप किसी पूछोगे कल्चर क्या है, कोई डिफाइन कर सकता है क्या? कोई भी डिफाइन नहीं कर सकता कल्चर क्या है ना. हम दीवार पे 5 प्रिंसिपल लिख दें कि हमारी कंपनी के ये 5 प्रिंसिपल है, ये 5 एंथम है, वो कल्चर नहीं होता. कल्चर इज हाउ डू यू बिहेव विथ ईच अदर. When the CEO walks into his office in the morning, right, does he open his car's gate on his own, or does he wait for the chauffeur to get down and open his car's gate, right? Does he acknowledge the security guard when walking in with a smile and say good morning warmly? That is culture, right? How many people who have left you, लोग छोड़ के तो जाते ही ना, देखिए that's a part and parcel of any life. How many people who have left you actually speak well about the company and want to come back into the company? That is culture, right? So किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या इंस्टीट्यूशन को कल्चर बनाता है और कल्चर खराब करता है. और कल्चर 3 चीज़ों पर डिपेंड करता है: क्लैरिटी, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, राइट? क्लैरिटी ऑफ व्हाट एन इंडिविजुअल्स जॉब इज or what an individual has to do, transparency in your dealing with the individual in terms of his or her career path, or in terms of his or her growth path, right? Third, and the most important thing, which I'm not putting in 1 and 2, is honesty. You have to be very very honest in dealing with all stakeholders, चाहे वो आपके एजेंट पार्टनर हो, इन माई केस, या इंश्योरेंस कंपनी हो, या कस्टमर हो, या एम्प्लॉयज. अगर आप ये तीनों चीज़ों पे फोकस करते हो ना, तो आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का कल्चर बहुत अच्छा बनता है. सो नाउ कमिंग बैक टू द सेकंड पार्ट ऑफ द कन्वर्सेशन वेयर यू हैड सेड कि आप लोगों को हायर करते हो तो क्या देख के हायर करते हो. आई हायर पीपल ओनली फॉर 2 थिंग्स. वन इज देयर हंगर टू डू वेल, राइट? सेकंड इज देयर एटीट्यूड. बाकी आई थिंक एवरीथिंग एल्स कैन बी टॉट और टॉट. एवरीथिंग एल्स कैन बी टॉट. अगर आप किसी को भी देखोगे ना जिसका हंगर नहीं है, या जिसमें एटीट्यूड सही नहीं है, आप उसके पास कोई भी फैंसी डिग्री हो, कहीं से भी पढ़ा हो, किसी का भी बेटा हो, आप उसको या बेटी को हायर कर दोगे, दैट पर्सन इज नॉट गोइंग टू डिलीवर, राइट? So when I pick up a CV, I look at the time that an individual has spent with an organization. Unfortunately, today people want to change jobs every 6 months or 12 months, right? 12 महीने तो आपको किसी कंपनी को समझने में ही लग जाते हैं. You actually start contributing to the organization after 12 months. You don't start contributing from day one, right? So longevity is very important, attitude is very important, and hunger is very important. One last point, Samar. I'll just take 2 more minutes to answer this. I have often seen people from tier 2, tier 3 cities have a lot of hunger in their belly. अब अभी IAS का रिजल्ट आए हैं, just look at the states, right, or the native places of where people have cracked IAS from, right?
नहीं, अपने यहाँ पे वेस्ट बंगाल आई कैन टॉक अबाउट दैट. सो अ कपल ऑफ डेज बैक द क्लास 12 results were declared.
Yeah.
Most interesting thing is all the toppers were, none of them were from Calcutta. They were
Yeah.
all from the outskirts. So
Yeah.
yes, so I personally believe that deprivation at some point in time actually translates into superior performance, which a lot of people in today's world do not agree to. And that's a debatable point as well. I also agree to it. But मेरे को तो statistics देख के लगते हैं कि वो hunger होने के लिए, like, you also have to be a little deprived at points. You should disallow a lot of comfort that you otherwise take for granted. So having said that, not going on the heavier side or philosophical side of things, but tell me one thing: the most happening thing among people in office today is work from home and people coming back to office, and it's not moonlighting. So how did you manage all these things? Because you said tech is the core business, and so has been the issue of moonlighting, which a lot of people have complained about. So how are you grappling, managing it, and what is your take on that?
So, Malak Samar, honestly, I'm blessed by God to have an excellent team, which I call my family. I have 1600 and more folks in Insurance Deco family who look at Insurance Deco as a home, right? I have never faced issues of moonlighting, not a single case of moonlighting, and we do our checks very, very rigorously and very religiously. आज तक नहीं आया एक भी single case, है ना? We were one of the first companies to start working from office. So I think July 2020 से we were back in office. सितंबर से पूरी टीम आने लग गई थी. फिर आपका कोविड का सेकेंड वेव आया था, वो जून तक ख़त्म हुआ था, फिर वापस से जुलाई में हमने ऑफिस स्टार्ट कर दिया था. एंड सितंबर से पूरी की पूरी ऑफिस आने लग गई थी. हाँ, हमने फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी दी है लोगों को. कई मदर्स हैं जिनके बच्चे हैं, है ना, so they would want to have some flexibility in working from home and office, right? So we are working on crafting policies. अभी ये थोड़ा सा ad hoc है, to be honest and transparent, but इसको अब हम policies बना रहे हैं जिसके around, working mothers, right, can get to spend more time with their kids. And we will also open it to the other side. क्या होता है कि सारी policies mothers के लिए बन जाती है, fathers बोलते हैं हमको भी तो spend करना है time अपने बच्चों के साथ, है ना. तो how do you allow that? Also what I am evaluating is, at least having 1 day a week compulsory work from home. So a Friday or a Monday, right, compulsory work from home, so that just gives people a lot more time with their families. And 1 day a week mandatory, we will introduce no meetings or nobody in office after 6 o'clock, right? तो होता क्या है ना कि लोग ना कई बार ऑफिस में लेट तक बैठ जाते हैं, फिर लेट घर जाते हैं, and that starts creating a vicious circle. So how do you make small changes in habits of people? These are thoughts which are going on in my Ish, who's my partner in crime, my other founder, in his mind, and Sashi, who heads HR for us. So we're thinking through these things, but we are 100% work from office right now, minus some exceptions, etc. जो हम देते हैं, कुछ rules है जिनकी डिमांड कि लोग ऑफिस हैं. That is one. सेकेंड, मून लाइटिंग का हमको कभी प्रॉब्लम हुआ नहीं, गिवन द वर्क कल्चर, वर्क एथिक्स दैट द लार्जर टीम हैज़. उल्टे मेरे को कई बार लोगों को कोविड के समय ये बोलना पड़ता था कि भाई आप कहीं भी बाहर जा रहे हो तो प्लीज़ मेक श्योर कि आप मास्क, ग्लव्स, सैनिटाइज़र का सदुपयोग करो और अच्छे से करो. तो ये चीज़ें थी, तो मेरे को कभी प्रॉब्लम हुआ नहीं, है ना.
So yes, so आजकल तो ये काफ़ी अभी बहुत सारे companies कर रहे हैं no meeting Fridays and stuff like that. I can tell you in our organization what we have started doing on Fridays. We generally go for a football match in the evening. So we hire a turf. So what I had figured out, not figured out, which I was feeling post-COVID, what we could understand that शायद कहीं पे अपना ये पर्सनल जो टच है, people were busy with lot of stuff. Obviously ऑफिस में ही सारा टाइम निकालना है ऐसा नहीं है, but at times being able to communicate with each other more fluidly, and वो email नहीं करके फ़ोन कॉल पे नहीं करके पर्सनली हो तो काम काफ़ी जल्दी हो जाता है और अच्छे से होता है. तो अपने क्या चालू किया कि ऑन फ्राइडेज वी जनरली कैच अप अराउंड 7 o'clock in the evening for a good round of football, and which is unadulterated fun, and which has also brought the team together. So very happy to hear that yes, you guys are also looking at various other ways to address. And very I appreciate the fact where you said that सारे policies मम्मी लोग के लिए बन जाते हैं, पापा लोग के लिए नहीं बनते. Please do put in some efforts for the men in your team as well. You too. So
So
मेरे
next
यहाँ
time
पे
I'm in
कुछ है.
Calcutta, next time I'm in Calcutta, you have to allow me to play football with your team. You know?
Please.
Yeah.
Most welcome. So as we are nearing the close of the session, we have another 8 minutes to go. Tell me, where do you see your organization in the next couple of years? What do you want to achieve? And just a free-willing discussion on this, nothing specific, just to understand and just to give a perspective that in your when you say this, that you started from somewhere and you had dreamt of something, you have made your journey, and I'm sure there's quite a bit to go now. How did you keep yourself aligned? मतलब, तो हाँ, तो that is it. मेरे को एक I was thinking of giving this because see, staying focused and being aligned with your dream is something which is very important. Because dream का तो कोई size होता नहीं है. So that might help our users कि कैसे कैसे आप छोटे छोटे तोड़ के इसको आगे बढ़ें, and how do you plan to do it?
So समरदा मैं ना आई थिंक किसी मूवी के 2 डायलॉग और एक अपने बंगाली में एक गाना होता है, वो एक गाना बोलूँगा. आई थिंक दैट विल आंसर एवरीथिंग, है ना. किसी ने बोला था कि सपने देखो तो खुली आंखों से देखो और इतने बड़े सपने देखो कि पूरी की पूरी कायनात तुम्हारे वो सपनों को सच करने में लग जाए, है ना. दीज आर 2 डायलॉग्स कंबाइंड. तो मैं सपना जब भी देखता हूँ बहुत बड़ा देखता हूँ, छोटे सपने देखने का कोई फ़ायदा ही नहीं होता है. एज अ एंटरप्रेन्योर आई बिलीव दैट माय जॉब इज़ टू लुक एट क्रिएटिंग अ मेगा मूवी. मैं एक बड़ा पिक्चर कैसे बना सकता हूँ, राइट. और फिर उसके अराउंड स्टार्स तो अपने आप आ जाते हैं, राइट. आई लुक एट बिग साइज ड्रीम्स, लार्ज ड्रीम्स, एंड मेक श्योर दैट वी कैन एग्जीक्यूट देम टू परफेक्शन. और अगर आप दिल से किसी चीज़ को मैनिफेस्ट करते हो ना, तो जैसे हम जब कुछ भी करते हैं, मैं बचपन से बता रहा हूँ आपको, मैनिफेस्ट करते रहो, तो आपको मिल जाता है. जब मैं बहुत छोटा था, क्लास 3 में, तब हीरो कप का एक मैच हुआ था, इंडिया वर्सेस वेस्ट इंडीज, जिसमें सचिन ने बॉलिंग की थी ईडन गार्डन में. मेरा बहुत मन था ईडन गार्डन में मैच देखने. पैसे नहीं थे, लोअर मिडिल क्लास फैमिली हो, पता नहीं कहीं से मेरे पापा को 2 टिकटें मिल गई, मैं और मेरे फादर देखने गए वो मैच, है ना. एंड दिस हैज़ ऑलवेज हैपन टू मी इन लाइफ. यू जस्ट कीप मैनिफेस्टिंग. कायनात ना आपके साथ जुड़ जाती है उस चीज़ को सच करने के लिए ना. Things get just figured out. When I was raising capital, it took me almost 7-8 months to raise capital, right? But मेरे को ये हमेशा था कि हो जाएगा. It happened. When I was raising capital, I was very clear that I will raise capital from the most marquee names globally, right? Goldman Sachs is the largest financial services player in the globe, right? I have them on my cap table. TVS is the biggest brand in India, right? From an auto perspective, also from a family business perspective, they are there. Leapfrog, which is the largest impact investor globally, is there on my cap table. InvestCorp, which is the largest sovereign fund, is there on my cap table, right? Avatar, which is the fastest growing homegrown fund, is on my cap table. तो मैं हमेशा ही सोचता हूँ, हमेशा ही मेरा ये बिलीव रहा है, यू थिंक बिग एंड दैट विल गेट मैनिफेस्टेड, पीरियड. ये हमेशा से रहा मेरे दिमाग में, है ना. और दूसरा एक गाना, जुदी तो डाक सुने क्यों ना आशे तबे एकला चलो रे, राइट. For people who are not from Bengal, this is a very very famous line which says, If people don't listen to your song or people don't listen to your voice, just walk alone. बिकॉज अगर आप अकेले चलते हो और आप सही कर रहे हो तो अपने आप वो कारवां बन जाता है. आई बंगाल से हूँ, शायर था कभी, कॉलेज के समय पोयम लिखा करता था. तो एक पोयम लिखी थी उस समय मैंने, या दो लाइन लिखी थी. मिट्टी मिट्टी ये जमी, धुआं धुआं ये आसमां, मिलकर जग देखेगा जब चले हमारा कारवां. तो आई ऑलवेज बिलीव इफ यू आर बिल्डिंग समथिंग बिग, आप अकेले चलो, लोग अपने आप आते जाएंगे, कारवा बनता जाएगा हमेशा. ऑल्सो सर देखिए, लोअर मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से था, है ना, हमेशा हर चीज़ के लिए लाइफ में मेहनत करनी पड़ी है, हमेशा. मतलब ऐसा नहीं था कि कोई भी चीज़
इजीली
हाथ
मिलता
में
है.
मिल गई है ना. चाहे मतलब एडुकेशन था, चाहे ट्यूशन था, चाहे कॉलेज था, या इवन एक जीन्स भी खरीदना होता था ना, तो उसके लिए भी हम फैमिली में 4 महीना प्लान करते थे कि भाई ये 1,000 रुपये का जीन्स खरीद सकते हैं या नहीं खरीद सकते. So when you are brought up with so much discipline, right, you always stick to your goals. You always stick to your goals. And हम क्या करना चाहते हैं, देखिए सिंपल है. भारत देश में 6 से 6.5 लाख गाँव हैं. हर गांव में एक इंश्योरेंस देखो का एडवाइजर चाहिए हमको अगले 3 साल में. नथिंग मोर नथिंग लेस. द डे वी हैव 6 to 6.5 lakh villages with insurance देखो advisors, we would have solved for financial literacy and financial distribution, period.
So you're at it. And what is your team size like? If you don't mind, like how many people are coming? You said 1,600. So your
Yeah.
management team would be how big currently?
So our management team, a core management team is about 10, 12 odd people. But the way we build out the organization, right, we tier the organization into 2 or 3 levels, right? So while there is a management team, there are people who are already identified who can
Hmm.
step into the management team, right? So you do succession planning, etc. So broadly, there are 30, 35 odd people who work with me and Ish as we build out the organization.
Fantastic, Ankit. It was amazing talking to you.
Pleasure is
Lot of
all mine.
perspective. तो आपने इतना कुछ बोला तो मैंने भी वो कभी हिंदी मूवीज में काफी ये शायरी
Thanks a lot, Samarji. The insurtech industry reaching the masses is surely a milestone. Thank you, Samarjit and Ankit, for sharing the pioneering work that is happening in the insurtech sector with us today. Thanks for taking our time.
Thank you guys. Take care. Thanks. Bye.
esports leagues, here's your chance to understand the gaming boom in its entirety with Nitish, founder of Nazara Technologies, moderated by Vaibhav Vardhan, co founder and CEO of Inc. 42.
Nitish not only converted his love for gaming into his career, but built a leading interactive gaming and new age sports Nazara Technologies has created a massive impact in the gaming sector and is today a unicorn with operations spanning 64.
Vaibhav started Inc. 42 in 2015 when he and his co founders realized that the Indian startup ecosystem lacks a platform that highlights its untold stories. Inc. 42 has now become a household name with various initiatives to bring light to the startup ecosystem under its umbrella. The stage is all yours now, Vaibhav.
Thank you, Avni. Thank you, Shrey. Hi, Nitish. Can we have your camera?
Hi there.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, guys. And you built a great platform, putting together a event like this every year, and scaling up every year more and more. Welcome, Nitish. And actually, I've been very curious and looking forward for this session. So I want to firstly start with understanding the gaming landscape of India, especially recently in past 2 years post-COVID, the whole acceleration of Indian gaming story, right? It has gone to a different level. You have been at it from a very, very long time, seen it, from start to IPO and much more. So what is the gaming landscape of India looks like? How many users? What are we trying to do here?
Yeah, see, I think, over the years, there have been certain macro factors that have really pushed the scale of the gaming industry in India. Uh, if I were to look back in the last decade, right, there are at least three, four things that have happened. One is where India did not have access to PCs and consoles, but today, hundreds of millions of Indians have access to a smartphone. Even a 5,000 rupee smartphone is a fantastic gaming device, right? It has good screen size, it has touch screen, decent processor, sound, data connectivity. So something that we could not, when I started the company, right, I could not imagine hundreds of millions of Indians will be walking around with actually a gaming device in their hand, which is the mobile phone. So I think that's one big thing that has happened. The second is
Mm.
low cost data connectivity, uh, fairly reliable data connectivity. India is among the lowest cost in the world, so people really don't hesitate consuming mobile data. They don't think twice about it. The third thing that's really interestingly happened is India's really evolved in the digital payment ecosystem, even much ahead of Western countries. In fact,
Yeah,
recently there was a news, right, that Japan is actually considering adopting UPI from
yeah.
India. So I think it's amazing how India's really progressed in the digital payment ecosystem, and that's very important for the gaming industry because you can't do
Mm.
micropayments if the
Yeah,
payment ecosystem is not well established, right? The
yeah.
fourth is I think people are finding in India a use case for gaming across demographics. It's not a metro phenomenon. You have young kids as young as 2 years old playing games on the mobile phone. My 90-year-old grandmother is playing word games on the mobile phone. Shopkeepers are sitting and playing cricket games on hours on the mobile phone. So the point I'm trying to say is there is a use case for gaming that works for everybody. It's not just reserved for youngsters that it is perceived, to kill time, to entertain oneself in a snacky manner on the mobile phone. Everybody's using that, and I think that's a big usage. The last thing is India's, and this is relevant to this discussion. India is in a really a boom of startups, right? And even within startups, I think there's a lot of opportunity on the gaming side, a lot of entrepreneurs coming in. India has really progressed on the venture capital funding side,
Mm.
angel investors. So if people are starting up, they're getting funded easily. Risk capital is available. So I think a lot of these things coming together has really created this boom. COVID was just one part of it.
One part of it.
The gaming boom is not because of COVID. You could say that COVID has accelerated that a bit, made it more relevant, but we would have got there in any case in another year, 2 years, 3 years. So I think
So,
that's where we are, and that's why you're seeing this large opportunity. I really believe India is well on its way to become the gaming nation of the world, uh, and I think there's a fantastic opportunity. We are just getting started.
so as per our understanding and estimation, there are more than 500 million users in India. And please correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
500 million users in India who are involved in gaming and close to 100 million paying users out of that.
Yeah.
That's a large number, right? That's a very, very large number. Can you help us understand when we say gaming, right? So how do you look at gaming? Is it mobile gaming, desktop gaming? Are we talking about Web3 games? So what kind of different gaming companies or games are out there which Indians are using today?
See, I think obviously the word gaming is an umbrella word that covers all types of gaming, right?
Right.
What has been the maximum part of gaming in India till now? One has been casual gaming on the mobile phone because India is largely a mobile first country. The maximum users having access to their mobile device, right? Versus, let's say, having a PC or a console at home. So, casual mobile gaming is one large part of gaming in India. I think the skill based real money gaming is another large part. So, whether it's fantasy games like Dream 11 or card games like Rummy and Poker or other casual games like Ludo, which are played for money, has also taken off really in a big way in India.
Yeah.
Then you have smaller audiences doing Web3 is still nascent, so you have some younger audiences getting into that. You have a smaller audience which is doing competitive gaming in, let's say, around esports. You
Yeah.
have console gaming, right? VR gaming is still coming. I think in the next few years that will be the largest disruption in the gaming market in a positive manner, but still to take off. So yeah, you have the entire spectrum of gaming opportunities in India.
Got it. And now let's talk about Nazara, right? You've been around from a very, very long time. How do you see the journey, your journey? When you started, I'm very curious. When you started, what prompted gaming, right? Because back then, gaming was not the keyword or buzzword, not the VC favorite. So from then to now, how's the journey been? Some large milestones on the way.
Yeah, see, I came from a textile family, textile business family. Got into gaming because my dad bought me a ZX Spectrum at a young age. Started coding games when I was 7 years old. So I got into this whole space of gaming at a very early age. And when I was studying in college in Mumbai, I was doing my BCom at Sydney. I just felt at that point of time that gaming could become a very big opportunity in India. I didn't realize I was starting too early, maybe a decade or more too early, when I started the company in '99. So it's been a really long journey. And for a long period of this journey, gaming really didn't exist. All these macro factors that I spoke about, the tailwinds didn't exist. And therefore, it was a lot of perseverance, difficult moments for us to survive. But yeah, we have stuck on. It's been a long journey, a roller coaster ride, I would say, with ups and downs. But here we are, still standing.
And in the hindsight, do you think in the hindsight, starting it in 1999 was actually a good move because the amount of compounding you had and the knowledge you built on the way was like of different kind altogether.
You know, I think it's a two-sided thing, right? I think sometimes starting too early is also
Hmm.
not a great thing. It comes with its own handicaps because you really
Hmm.
struggle a lot in those early years. And while you learn a lot, there's also sometimes you may experiment with things which may not work during that period because the market doesn't exist, and then you may develop a bias
Hmm.
against it. You may develop a more conservative attitude. Like in my case, because of the early challenges I faced, I became a bit more conservative, I would say, than younger entrepreneurs who have come in the last few years, who have gone a lot more aggressive. But yeah, I think on the overall, Nazara has done well in terms of being able to persevere for such a long time and still emerge as the first gaming company in India to list 2 years ago. Even today, we are the
Hmm.
only listed gaming company in India.
Yes.
But I do think there's a lot more that Nazara can do in the years to come. And what we've achieved in the previous 23 years, we should achieve in the next 3 years, is what
So
my
yes.
hope and effort is.
So folks who are listening, right, there's a very important underlying lesson, right? Perseverance is very, very important. Sometimes we get carried away by build a startup, raise money, get rich quick scheme, but this is not a scheme. You have to put in a lot of blood and sweat. Getting up every morning, doing the same thing again and again and again. So a lot of perseverance is required whenever you are building any startup. So please, my sincere request, go with that approach, not with the approach of 3 years, 500 million, 5 years unicorn, buy the house, move on. That usually does not work. So
Therefore, just on that, I assume we are talking to many youngsters who are now in college and will start up, right? I'd just like to
yeah,
add something there is that, while in our case we started too early and have taken 23 years, the reality is that the opportunity in India today for startups, not just gaming, any startups, right? The market size is far, far, maybe 1,000 times larger than what it was when I started. The equity capital available is 1,000 times more, right from angel to series A, B, C. So I think startups must aim to grow much, much, much larger in much, much shorter periods of time. I think
period.
today creating a $1 billion company in 3 years, 4 years is possible, and therefore
Was possible.
when when you start a company, you should be committed to it. You must be willing to persevere for the long time. But at the same time, today it's
Time.
all about doing fast, doing big, thinking big, right? So I don't
Right.
want to send a message saying, boss, you must take 20 years to get to where Nazara has taken.
Agreed.
Uh,
Agreed.
the world has
I,
changed.
I'm just
Yeah,
I'm just saying don't be in it for a short term and for a reason which is not purely passion and solving a problem.
yeah, that's the
While you
point.
can build it in 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, that's okay.
Yeah,
Fair
absolutely.
enough. So just touching upon the consumer side, right? So Nitish, we have seen Indian consumer changing in past 2 decades, right? So some key learnings of Indian consumers, how you bridge the gap, how you convince them to pay for gaming. In a country which is so price sensitive, we don't pay for education also at times. How do you convince them to pay for gaming?
I think monetization in India has been a challenge. The only real place where monetization has been relatively easy has been in the skill-based real money gaming, where there's an incentive to win money and people see a return. I think there's a much smaller audience which is actually paying for casual gaming, for example.
Hmm,
However,
hmm.
it's just that our numbers are so large that even if 0.5% of the people start paying right, it still amounts to decent amounts of money. And I think that's the
Yep.
opportunity, because as this 0.5% becomes 1%, 2%, 3%, you don't need 100% of the people to pay, because you can also monetize through brand advertising, etc. But if 1 to 3% start paying, this industry will explode in terms of revenues.
Hmm. And are there any particular cultural or societal factors when when you consider when you're designing games for Indian market? Like, have you picked on some nuances which you have incorporated in your games or in your company's DNA?
I think while India has seen a lot of global games do very well, yeah, because India is a fairly open geography, open country. Like China, for example, is a far more closed country, right? So you need a
Right.
lot of localization, etc. A lot of local cultural nuances. India till today, if you see, a lot of the global games have done well. A lot of the local games that are relevant, like cricket, is very popular, right? Our own cricket game, World Cricket Championship, has over 20 million users a month, is very popular. But I think the opportunity going ahead is to regionalize, localize. Look at each state of our country as a country by itself and see how to design. So I think the more we can personalize, the more we can regionalize, the more we can culturalize, the
Hmm.
games will be better and better as
And,
the
and
market.
and does the vernacular language plays a part so far or not yet? And will it be in the in future?
It hasn't played such a big part till now, but I believe it will play a very large part as we proceed from where we
Hmm.
are.
Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. Uh, and let's talk about regulations, right? It's always a baller, right? You are always trying to figure out regulatory corridors, especially when it comes to gaming. So, how do you look at regulations changing over the years? How do you look at government stake? What are the areas one should steer clear of? How do you look at the whole space from a regulation lens?
See, I think for the longest period, right, last 20 years, there was no involvement of the government in the gaming industry. But in the recent couple of years, we've seen a lot more action happening, and especially in the last year, we've seen a lot more action happening. So I think if you look at it positively, the industry's reached a size where the government is taking note of it, right, and also seeing that the opportunity exists. So if you see in the last budget, the government set up the AVGC task force, which also
Hmm.
covers gaming. In the skill-based real money gaming, there have been a lot of clarifications the government has come up with, including online TDS. How does TDS apply to online gaming? The Ministry of IT recently issued a framework for gaming. They're starting to
Hmm.
talk about responsible gaming. How do we ensure that the kind of games kids are having access to are, monitored? The amount of time being spent is monitored. Addiction should not happen, etc. So I think I'm seeing a lot of proactiveness by the government now, which I think is very positive for the industry because it allows to create a foundation on which a much larger industry can be built. I also see that there are two opportunities. Indian developers can build for India, which means if Indian gaming developers are successful for building for India, they don't, we don't need to just keep importing and paying for games from abroad, right? And the second thing is, I think Indian developers can also export games globally and now start competing globally. We have one game called Kidopia, which is for young kids. Today, it's the number one game in that segment in the US App Store,
Hmm.
to the
Hmm.
extent that when Tim Cook visited Mumbai recently, he met the Kidopia team and
Yep.
also tweeted about Kidopia, right, and how it's impacting positively kids all over the world. The point I'm trying to say is that Indian companies are starting to make waves in the global landscape, and if we can really advance on that, then the scale of opportunity is great. And for India, export revenues through gaming can also be very large, and I think the government is recognizing that.
And I think, with and, I just want to touch upon it with whole IMI, Internet Association of Mobile and Internet, the whole, the restructuring which happened and more startups are and founders are part of the council now. And I want to hear your views. While I believe strongly it will help the industry to go forward regarding various regulations, including gaming, right? And that's a very welcome move in its own.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, IAMAI has been a association for this industry for a really long time, and it goes without saying that Indian entrepreneurs and founders should be playing a very active role in that. Navigating that all the things that IMI is doing and influencing policy, supporting the ecosystem, etc. So it's great to see that a large number of Indian founders have got elected to the governing council, and I think you will see a
Yep.
lot of positive outcome of that going forward.
Yeah, definitely. And do you think, on a slightly lighter note, the return of BGMI and Krafton will impact Indian gaming companies or Indian startups? Or will it be more, driving awareness at large?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be biased because Krafton is a
It's
close
okay.
partner of Nazara, but I think it's a positive impact because you need strong titles to get more people
Hmm.
into gaming. Also, there's a nascent esports industry which is growing fast in our country, and that requires these strong esports titles. I think BGMI is a very good title for
Yeah.
esports, and I think it just helps create a larger market.
Hmm. Hmm.
uh,
Hmm. Hmm.
and I think therefore in the short term it's positive. In the long run, I'd love to
We'll
see.
see.
In the long run, I'd love to see Nazara or other companies, be the ones producing BGMI type of titles for our country.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah.
And you're present in not only India but Africa, North America, and some few other markets. How do you compare these markets vis-a-vis India when you look at them from a macro lens?
See, you, US market, for example, right, is a very high ARPU, high propensity to pay market. So if I have a app which may convert 0.5% paying users in India, the same app may convert 5% paying users in the
Hmm.
US, right? So the
US.
propensity to pay is very high, but they are relatively competitive and saturated markets also, so not easy to break into. India is a very fast growing market. So if you get it right in India,
Hmm.
you can grow big fast. So
Hmm.
both have their own pros and cons.
Fair enough. And folks, before I kind of go into the second leg, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll bring those questions in the between so we can have an interactive session. Meanwhile, I now want to talk on company building, right? So we have spoken about gaming at large. Now I want to talk about company building, especially for the young folks who are listening in and will launch their startups very soon or are in the process. So how do you put this L1, L2 team together, right? First 5 people, 10 people who share in your vision, right? So how do you go about it? Especially you used to start it in an era where convincing people to join a startup was a anomaly itself. Now it's much easier. So how would you want to go about team for a gaming kind of a startup if you're building?
See, I think today the whole startups setting up a new company, startup, especially in the gaming space, being an entrepreneur is no more taboo, right? Now, this is an popular programs like Shark Tank and all have also made it very popular, taking it to our homes, to our families, saying what entrepreneurship is all about. I think it's much, much easier now than earlier to set up a company, attract people, because people have seen in India over the last few years the kind of value creation that can happen through startups, right? Whether it's setting up your own company or joining a startup early, getting ESOPs and making a lot of money around that. So I think that bridge has been crossed. If you have a great idea, you have a lot of passion, I think people will get attracted to you. If you have clarity and thought about what you're trying to achieve, right? If it's very opportunistic, maybe not. And it's important for
Hmm.
the entrepreneurs to really push hard to get a very strong uh, nucleus team. Be ready to
Yep.
share ownership with them in a fair manner, and I think then everything should happen uh, by itself.
Hmm.
As
Hmm.
the saying goes, right, you're the average of the people who
You
surround you,
surround yourself.
and therefore when you're starting up, that's very important to remember that you want
Hmm.
to get people who are smarter than you and spend more time convincing them with your passion and your belief in what you're trying to achieve to get them
Hmm.
to join hands with you.
And when we especially talk about gaming industry, you as a company as Nazara, are you spending any particular time, effort, or initiative to train developers when it comes to gaming, right? Because when I talk to developers in general, gaming still kind of takes a slightly backseat in the list of priorities the developers would have. So how do you change the narrative, right? How are we going about changing the narrative as a country as a whole?
I mean, our studios run various internship programs, but we are not doing
Right.
it in a large mass scale.
Hmm. Hmm.
That said, we are now starting to partner with certain, I would say, other companies who are specializing in running training, training programs, etc., where we
Hmm.
can come in as knowledge partners, etc., and also provide those teams to work with us or have internship programs with us. So we are formalizing that. Right now, it's happened at a studio level, uh,
Yep.
at at our various studios. But you're right, we are very keen to do more of that.
Fair enough. And also, let's talk about Blitzscaling, right? Especially you're a IPO'd company or a public listed company, and the variables are very different in a public listed company. Sustainable growth versus aggressive hyper growth. How would you, like you just said, right? The new company should not take 20 years to build a Nazara. But at the same time, how do you, bring the sustainable growth approach also along with Blitzscaling? How do you balance the both?
Yeah, I think one is, of course, are you blitzscaling? Are you ready to blitzscale, right? So, are you blitzscaling based on the right metrics? Are you chasing real metrics or are you chasing vanity metrics? I think that's extremely important for an entrepreneur to identify and be real to himself and true to himself. Because if you try to blitzscale a business that is not ready for it or go down the wrong path, then you will kill that business. So I
Hmm,
think
hmm,
that's one important part. Second, at least I believe that you should build the business in a manner that it has enough resilience to, I would say, live to fight another day, right? So,
Yep.
so you should build in mitigation plans and some backup plans if your directionally where you are going doesn't work. Because many times, if you see Nazara also, right, over the last 2 decades, we have pivoted many times to come to where we were, and you have to be able to sustain to be able to do that.
Interesting. And you said pivoted. Pivoted is very important, right? So pivoting at the right time, it's like sunk cost fallacy, right? When we spend too much time building something, we get so attached to it that sometimes we don't see it from a 30,000 feet length, right? So realizing that and moving fast and pivoting. So like slightly, I would want to go deeper and how do you look at pivots overall? And how fast, how soon?
I think you have to be able to hear your inner voice. There's always that
Hmm.
inner voice which is telling you what's needs to be done. But like I said, sometimes you have too many things around you, kind of not letting you do that, including your own commitments or the sunk costs that you spoke about. So I think you have to be true to yourself, hear your inner voice, and pivots are painful. They are not the best easy thing to do, but sometimes to survive you have to do that. And in
Hmm.
today's world where technology is moving at such a unbelievable pace, you see what's happening in the whole AI space in the last few months. I think companies will have to be ready to move fast, pivot fast, adapt fast, evolve fast if they have to survive.
Hmm.
That Elon Musk just tweeted yesterday, I think, that this whole process is getting so much faster and faster and faster that
Hmm.
to hold on to where you are is going to become tougher and tougher. Wait 5 minutes, I'm gonna come. Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. These are future founders, so yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, so yeah, there's one more question, right? Meanwhile, I'll take a question also. Question for Nitish. People often start up because they want to solve certain problems that they see in the world around them. But some people might think that gaming is not a real value add. Have you ever grappled with this question at a personal level? I'm sure you have, but yeah.
No, I think I don't agree at all. I think gaming really provides various benefits, right? So for young kids, right, I think at least some games, I would not say all games, but some games are able to deliver the right amount of entertainment and healthy content on digital devices, which otherwise would be spent watching really strange YouTube videos passively, right? This is a argument I have with my own wife every day, so I can list a lot of
I was
points.
going to ask, like, do your kids play a game made by Nazara?
Yeah, of course. Uh, uh,
Cool.
they are my test team.
In all literals, right? Fair enough.
I
So
think
yeah,
just to add to that, I earlier referenced that my 90-year-old grandmother is playing board games and feeling a sense of accomplishment, keeping herself mentally active, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I think uh,
yeah.
same way. I think, let's say, today if it's a shopkeeper in a shop spending some time playing games when he's got some free time and de-stressing, there's nothing wrong in it. So I don't agree
Yeah.
there's no value add. If there was no value add, then so many people would not be spending their valuable time on it.
Hmm. And I think also as we go along, games will not just be games for entertainment, but a value add in terms of skilling people, in terms of knowledge, in terms of kids. And it's already happening, right? Like Kidopia you mentioned, right? So a lot of these, vertical games will come into play, which will be targeting a particular community around a particular use case. Is that the right way to look at it?
Yeah, I think what you're talking about is gamification. I
Right.
think
More than games. Yeah.
gamification, whether it's in education or across different spaces, is going to be high impact. I think, for example, another example is gamified fitness, right? If you can gamify fitness, especially in the coming years with virtual reality, etc., and help people get fitter, there's nothing wrong in that. So I think
Yeah.
you will see gamification across many real world use cases beyond just entertainment, uh,
Hmm.
and I think that's a great place to be.
Yeah. Someone has asked, real money gaming has recently taken off in India with games like Rummy, Poker, etc. Can you tell me your view on this? Can you comment on safety and similar aspects of real money gaming?
Yeah. See, I think the Indian law is very clearly called says that skill-based games for real money are legal, whereas games that are a game of chance are fall under the gambling law. So I think there is this growing skill-based real money gaming space in India. A lot of people are participating in it. I think where the government is stepping in now
Hmm.
with the framework I was talking about earlier
Yeah. Yeah.
is to create responsible gaming, KYC, customer support, etc., which is extremely important
Hmm.
for that sector, real money gaming space, to sustain and grow. Because if consumers are left unprotected in that space, then you're definitely going to have a large consumer-facing problem, and then that will also create a business that is not sustainable.
Interesting.
So consumer
As a
consumer protection has to come first.
fair enough. One sports beyond what is the way forward? See yourself as a global esports blueprint to get there. So definitely the blueprint,
I think
Nitish.
I think India is going to lead the the esports industry going forward.
Hmm.
I just
Hmm.
think that you along with our demographics, along with our scale, right? India will probably become a front leader in esports in the world in the years to come. And therefore, today with our in business in esports, which is the market leader with 80% market share, we are
Wow.
definitely very hopeful and wanting to make impact not only in India but worldwide. Which is why we partnered with global players like Krafton and other large names to build this out over the years to come.
And just to help everyone understand, India's currently gaming market is valued at around 2 FY 2022 and expected to grow to 9 billion by FY 20. CR of 27% is as per the data I have, unless Nitish, you have a better understanding of the if I'm wrong. The average revenue per user is around $20 per year right now from an Indian context. Is that right, Nitish?
Yeah, probably for per paying user, not
Paying
audience.
user, yeah. Yeah, paying user. I mean,
Yeah.
paying user. Fair enough. One more interesting point, college question. For a college student who is interested in joining the gaming industry, how can I upskill and ensure I have relevant skill sets? What are the different career options in a gaming industry besides development?
I mean, esports is becoming one, right?
Hmm.
Game design is becoming an important one because India's traditionally lacked very strong skills on how to design a game, not in terms of graphics, but in terms of the game economy itself.
Conceptualization. Yeah, got it. Hmm.
Upskilling, I think the biggest thing that's happening in the gaming industry right now is the whole impact of generative AI. So
Hmm.
I would say if someone can spend more time seeing how that is impacting the industry, how those tools are impacting the gaming industry, then there would be huge demand for people
Hmm.
who can bring in those skill sets into the gaming industry. So I would say if you want shortcut into a strong entry into the gaming industry, that would be a good area to focus on.
Hmm. Hmm. And someone has asked, in all the categories and Nazara focuses in what is your biggest bet in? Like, which is the category you are betting the most inside gaming?
Well, I think it's a difficult choice for me because obviously each vertical we are, it's like saying which of your kids is your favorite one, right? Uh,
Yeah.
so for me, I see opportunity in everything that we do. But like I said earlier, I think one is the esports space where there's a large opportunity to be a global uh, global market leader. So
Hmm.
that's one we are surely very excited about in the near
Hmm.
future.
Very interesting. Folks, if you have many more questions, please send them. Last few questions I'll take. Uh, Also, I want to quickly touch upon life after IPO because usually people don't talk about this, especially this early when you're addressing students. But I still want to do that. So, what is life after IPO? How does it look like? What changes? How the dynamics change? Quickly, if you can touch upon it.
Sure. So for me personally, if you ask me, the euphoria of the IPO lasted exactly 24 hours right after the IPO. Then it was like you're really on to the next thing and you really want to uh,
Yeah.
try and drive things. So I don't think life changed much in that sense. Uh, it was great to have the first Indian IPO happen in 2021,
Yeah.
and I think you just need to be cognizant of you have much more shareholders today. Nazara's got over 2 lakh shareholders. So you have a
Wow.
lot of responsibility rather than just working for yourself. You have
Yeah.
to be as transparent as possible. You have to disclose everything you are doing, maybe including what you had for breakfast as well. So you should be ready to disclose and be transparent on everything, right? I think
Hmm.
that's what I've learned in the last 2 years. Rest is, I think,
Hmm.
at least for me, the perspective is you cannot uh, to focus on just your quarterly numbers that you need to report,
Hmm. Hmm.
because sometimes you have to take decisions which may not have short-term best outcomes, but you know that it's the right decision to for the medium to long term. And that's what at least we are trying to do very carefully, or be as disciplined as possible, that we don't get onto this slippery slope of
Hmm.
just to run on quarter numbers
Hmm.
and lose the sight of the bigger picture.
bigger picture. And I also want to talk about quickly about governance, especially in the climate we are seeing around these days, and we should set the right examples. But before that, how does a company envision integrating emerging technologies like AR, VR into the gaming experience?
Yeah, I've been a big proponent and believer in the VR space, AR and VR. But I think, and we've been looking at it very actively for many, many years, but the time has just not come. It's been like that inflection point hasn't hit. That
Yeah.
said, I think we are getting closer and closer to that. Maybe my bet is next couple of years you will see
Hmm.
transformative inflection in the whole
Hmm.
virtual reality space. Maybe Apple
Hmm.
drops a headset or whatever it is, right? Or
Yeah.
really makes an inflection happen. And I think once you cross that bridge, it's just like what's happening with AI, right? Up till 6 months back, AI sounded very scientific and didn't
Hmm.
wasn't really here, touch and feel, right? And suddenly in 6 months, everything is being driven
Changed.
by generative AI. Same way, I think VR, that inflection point on VR will happen soon, and I think
Hmm.
it'll be a one way door, I would say, because the experience will change so dramatically. It's like just in gaming, right? You will go from uh, playing a game to being a character in the game, and then it's going to be very difficult to get out of that. So I think we are obviously looking at how do we move ourselves into that space, including launching, VR games of our own, maybe purchasing or acquiring some VR studios, etc. There's a lot of work we are doing on that front.
Very interesting. And slightly, I want to touch upon the human side of entrepreneurship and slightly going away from business for a minute. And I know these are slightly cliched conversations. Some I found them more valuable as I'm growing up as an entrepreneur, which is the value system, culture, governance, ethics. And I know not a lot of people who talk about it, and I'm very sure students who are listening in are not really interested about this particular part because I was not when I was 21. But valuable, and I want to know your views on this overall personal side of an entrepreneur and how important.
Uh, do you mean how
Like
entrepreneurs?
your value system, your culture, your cultural DNA, which becomes your company DNA, governance, how important it is, ethics, how important they are.
I have always believed, and through my experiences, and I've had the opportunity to interact with a lot of stalwarts, I would say, over the years, who mentored me one way or the other. That includes the legendary actor Shami Kapoor, who was my
Yeah.
original mentor for really long. I learned a lot from him. Or in the last few years, the big bull Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, right, who I also got
Yep.
a lot of time to spend with. And I've learned that I think two things that really matter is around you is as long as you have positive intent, and that positive intent is backed up consistently with positive effort,
Hmm.
then largely everything else takes care of itself.
Hmm.
Right, over a
Hmm.
period of time, you will progress, you will get where you want to get, and you will attract the right type of people, you will do the right kind of things. Governance, etc., are very important, increasingly more and more important. Transparency is important. Compliance is, in a country like India, there are a lot of compliances, and those compliances are very important. So I
Hmm.
think if I were to kind of sum up all of these things that you need to do, and I would say the rule book really is positive intent and positive effort.
Very interesting. Very interesting. And on that note, Nitish, one last advice or one advice, before we end the session for all upcoming entrepreneurs in general who are watching this session, as well as the gaming enthusiasts, folks from various backgrounds.
Sure. I think one thing that I feel important about it, maybe some very different topic, but
Yeah.
uh, but I think India is very much on its way to becoming the startup nation of the world. And being doing a startup is a high effort job. It's not easy, right? It may look very appealing, but it takes a lot of effort, whether it is physical, mental, etc. And therefore, I really believe that if India has to become the startup nation of the world, our entrepreneurs have to take physical health, physical fitness very important, because physical fitness will create space for strong mental fitness, and mental fitness will allow you to do a lot better on your startup that you're doing. So I think
Mm.
pushing for strong focus on health, because a lot of people who start up entrepreneurs have this startup 24 by 7. I'm smoking, I'm doing it, so I don't have time to do exercise, etc.,
Yeah,
right? But I think that takes away a lot. That's actually very negative for the startup itself. So I would request all wannabe, not wannabe, but budding entrepreneurs, if any are listening here, please take this also as a very important point
mm.
about your own fitness and the fitness of your team as you do a startup.
Discipline and health are very, very important as longevity for your startup. You can innovate more time and effort. On that note, thanks a lot, Nitish. Shrey, you want to come and help us wrap the session? Shrey. Hi. Hi.
Yeah, am I
Hi.
audible?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
cool.
Yes, Shrey. So anything you want to add before we wrap it up?
No,
I think I've
nothing
taken all
from
the
this.
questions.
Yeah, cool. So
Okay,
we can
Nitish, thanks
wrap
a
the
lot for your
session.
time. Thanks, Shrey, for inviting us. Thank
Last year, the accounting rate of return of Indian SaaS firms multiplied fourfolds to hit $13 billion. Investments into this sector rose by 6 times to $5 billion over the past 5 years. If you're wondering what's behind the meteoric rise of SaaS, our next session has you covered.
Joining us for a fireside chat on SaaS trainable disruption innovation enterprises. We have Nilesh, the CEO of Lead Square, one of India's foremost SaaS companies. With a rich background in sales and marketing spanning over 2 decades, Nilesh firmly believes in the significance of delivering exceptional products and reliable customer service. Lead Square has assisted over 2,000 businesses worldwide in enhancing their sales and marketing processes. His visionary approach has propelled Lead Square to become a leader in driving high velocity sales and revenue processes across various sectors, including education, financial services, marketplaces, and healthcare.
Abhay Jani, co founder and chief of staff of the largest product management community in the world, the Product Folks, will be moderating this exciting conversation you certainly wouldn't want to miss. The stage is all yours now, Abhay.
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Avni, thanks, Shrey, welcoming Nilesh to the stage. Thanks, Conquest Bits for doing this entire India portfolio session today. To start with, we have Nilesh today, who is a co-founder and CEO of Lead Square, which is one of the very high velocity sales and marketing automation platform out there. Session, Nilesh would like to just have a brief about journey so far, Lead Square journey, and also if you have anything to share to start with.
Yeah, bye. Nice to meet you, and good the team behind the show here. Thank you for giving the opportunity to talk here in this session. I think Lead Squared journey is just kind of go back a little bit. We started this in 2011. Sudhakar, me, and Prashant. We started this together in 11. Prior to that, three of us, had another stint, another company called Proteans, and we've kind of known each other for more than 20 years now. So after we exited the last business, we wanted to do something. So that last business was a services business. Some entrepreneurs, I won't say all, at risk of generalizing the statement, but many entrepreneurs who are in the services side of the business have this little ambition of building a software first business, and that was one of the motivations or drivers we had when we started this in 11. One thing leads to another. We did. There was a lot of learning early on in our journey in this company. Initially, we were doing some a bit of consulting to learn about what is needed in this space, and so that we can maybe understand the problem better, or first just understand if there is a problem, right? And that happened. So we work with several dozen companies in variety of consulting capacity, and then figured that there is this opportunity where you can have an integrated platform for sales and marketing for business teams. And we started on that hypothesis with some validation we had from existing customers and the market. One thing leads to another, as they say. Our market is not static; it changes, course over time. And if you would sort of recall, just kind of going back 10 years, 10, 12 years, it was a sort of start of the digital revolution, digital companies in India, all the tech businesses, food delivery companies, education and tech companies, and e-commerce firms, and like variety of companies started in that era. And these companies were scaling rapidly, and they asked on technology, and they were buying technology at speed to optimize, grow, and do a variety of things. And we found those opportunity in few areas, and that really helped us grow our lead square. So it was very, so in some ways, we're very lucky that we just started at a time when so many companies scaling, there's a lot of venture money coming in into the ecosystem, driving, which is fueling the growth. And we kept on working, and many learnings on how to go about building the product, how to identify what are the most important things to build, what are the type of customers to focus on, which markets to go after, and variety of things we learned in the journey, scaling the business. But I think there was an important factor that the timing in which we started was allowed us to allowed us to give us the opportunity. And second thing is, I would say that we just kept on. We didn't quit. I think that also helped. Sometimes you be a little bit more patient, and that also I would say helped in the process. So hope this was helpful.
Yeah, thanks, Nilesh. Just before we jump on to the next questions, I think there is some static echo in your end. Not sure if it is because of the AirPods.
Okay, let me switch it off.
Sure, I'll let you know if it gets stopped. Yeah, I think it is better. Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Yes. Yeah, no sure. Yes. So the first question here is like during 10 years ago, almost 11 years ago, when you started the Lead Square, I think at that probably very few people or very few companies were building a software first approach, right? As you rightly mentioned, like service versus software. So when did you decide that probably software first or a based company is something that you want to build? Or is it something that you started with probably we'll see you had already built into the service sector, been into the service sector for quite a long time. So when did you decide that software first approach will work? And obviously, as we now see, it has phenomenally worked over the period of last decade.
Yeah, I mean, the initiation itself, we had clarity on that it will be a software first business. What business it will be, I would say certain. And so we toyed with few ideas, right? But in the beginning itself, we did start with some consulting work on sales and marketing. Just from our experience, there were some entrepreneurs who felt that we can partner with them, we can help them in some areas, and that was the reason to it also helps some cash coming in, just to kind of keep the house warm, as they say. So we did that, and toyed with few ideas, some online related ideas, and then we looked at some technology companies building product in sales and marketing space. We thought maybe there is an opportunity in that area, and looking at some of the customers we had, with whom we were doing some engagement, as part of a consulting, that those so we found there is a little bit of a opportunity in that area, and that was the initiation. I would not. I will also say that all the hypotheses we had did not pan out, as we imagined. So that also is true. So a lot of learnings happen after you create and launch the product in the market, and then realize, oh, that we missed, or this was a wrong idea, or did that we shouldn't have done that. I think some of that also happened, and it is also because of lack of absolute clarity on who the end customer you want to serve, what type of user you want to serve, and which market you want to be present in. And I think those lack of clarity did not help either. And I think that's how it was. But one thing was clear, that it will be a software first business, that we had reasonable certainty going in.
Sure. mentioned, I think, couple of times here that things did not work out. So let's probably take a step back and let's go back to 2013, 2012. When you mentioned you were helping some of clients or friends with sales and marketing automations, and maybe helping them with their international sales as well. Talking lead square software or the product, like what was the first version of the product? What exactly lead software or product were doing at that time, and how it has evolved over the period of time, and what it is capable to do today? If you can walk us through that journey.
So initially, it was more suitable for a small marketing team use case, and a smaller team rather, like maybe a small marketing team doing some kind of marketing, outreach, and engaging the prospects. It was tailored for that, and for smaller, let's just say, qualification teams, who would qualify the inquiries which come in, or chase chase leads which are interested in in the communication. Basically, that was the initial uh, you know uh, prospect base. And over time, we figured that the process of getting to a point of inquiry and closing the inquiry is the area where most of the money was being spent, and that's where the ask of the businesses were. I think it also was another situation was that the marketing user which we were serving, especially in smaller teams, there was a likelihood, not likelihood, it happened, it was happening that if you serve a marketer and if they, let's say, switch their roles, let's say move from a company A to company B, then there is no one to defend the purchase, and then the customer may decide not to continue, right? So that basically would lead into a customer churn, and then basically you have to start all over again. And so there was less stickiness, let's just say, in what we built. I'm not saying the space won't offer stickiness particularly. It was the offering we had at that time was not as sticky, given what I just described. And over time, we found that given our software in hands of salespeople, uh, it'll be more sticky, and basically the value to business will be more. And that's where we started moving in that direction. Over a few years, we you know switched in the sales side. We continue to offer in our marketing product, and it has many customers and continues to add customers as well. But our larger user base is today in the sales side, basically, people who are actually selling. So that was the transition, if you ask me, in the process we had, from where we were, where we started.
Got it. And over the period of these entire learnings and pivoting of the product, um, can you even call out, say, I would say, or maybe a PMF moment where you thought कि नहीं यार ये लग रहा है कि ये चल जाए, or something like कि नहीं, this is something probably hundreds of thousands of customers would buy from us, help you grow as a business. So if you can point out a couple of those moments where you, if we did that, we saw this, and then we thought कि this will probably work out now.
There'll be, so one was, um, I had an inkling, or rather, I believed, I won't say inkling, that would be not absolutely correct. I believed that the market we are in is fairly large.
Hmm.
A lot of people disagreed, but I think their disagreement was more to do with saying, because there are incumbents in the market, so why would you able to build another software which caters to that need? So I think that was a fundamentally, I believed, and continue to believe, that it's a large market. And B, over time, I would not say in the beginning it was coming out to be true. Over time, as we build the business from 13, 14, 15, 16 onwards, it was becoming clearer that the India market will also be a larger market for software purchases, especially in the categories which we are in. And so that it was less of a product moment, but more of a saying that the market is large and substantial, and if you have the right offering for the market, you will be able to build a sizable business. So that clarity emerged, with some time. Then I think if you look at as you the other thing which I would say was happening in that time period is that, since, as I mentioned about digital companies, right, digital companies were coming in, the spend on online was increasing. So there were two kinds of spend, rather we can just maybe broadly classify. One is to just let people know companies who are doing e-commerce spend, basically somebody spending money to get a customer or make a purchase, and then the rest of the dollars going in generating an inquiry or a lead for other companies, all kinds of companies. So high degree of ownership exists in people. It doesn't matter. I mean, they could be less experienced or more. So we had all varieties, I would say.
Absolutely. Just before we go into a bit of a SaaS or business kind of a question, just one last question on the product bit, right? I mean, if we take a lead squared as the product, and let's probably take an example of any large business, maybe any banking business or an insurance business. Before lead squared and after lead squared, what typically changes for, let's say, chief sales officer or maybe a chief marketing officer, right? In terms of the time and the effort cost saved, in terms of also the visibility, in terms of the funnels of the entire sales also, like what change lead squared, provides to the people, like CS or chief marketing officer.
Good question. So before and after, depending on where the customer is coming from, right? So let's just take an example. So if somebody is coming from their custom built solutions, as an example, right? Usually it is hard for them to make any changes to their own systems. In which case, if there is a new, anything which new comes in, any process change, etc., becomes extremely hard for those businesses, which reduces their time to market for whatever things they're trying to achieve. So I think first is ability to get things done which were not being possible earlier. Second is the velocity at which things happen, right? So that's the second important thing, which means if they were able to move things at X speed with lead square, it'll be X by 5, X by 10, depending on the size and type of the business. And so these are two points. They were unable to do few things with that. They're able to automate and move things faster. Either the sales process or any kind of onboarding process or some kind of marketing process. The third thing is, our software allows customers to basically identify and help them focus on types of leads or types of opportunities which are likely to purchase, and that gives you drive efficiencies in terms of close rates and in terms of doing things faster. Meaning you can focus your energy and efficiency in areas which will deliver more results. So those things also help so fundamentally it's driving sales efficiencies, either closing more business, focusing on right inquiries, getting things done which were not possible earlier. And by doing so, all of this, you can fundamentally see where the pockets of inefficiencies are. You can monitor the funnel. You can look at performance across the board, for a variety of products you're selling, for different regions in which sales are happening, phone sales versus offline sales, or a combination. Like you can have the full visibility, direct versus indirect sales, partner sales. All of that can be done.
Got it. One question on specifically scaling the software business in India. Like from the few of my friends that I have, and also in general, keep hearing across the ecosystem that a SaaS or a software for India, then you have to basically build a service company, because each customer, each large enterprise customer in India that you target and tap into have a specific set of requirements, specific set of software system that they themselves built or previous system that they're using. So, what are your learnings on scaling the leads? Probably bit scaling across India, across industries. What worked, what did not work? What are your learnings?
I think Indian customers are more demanding. There is no denying on that. But I think it's also so you have to serve them. You're right. Service is an important component, which is why it is harder to serve businesses in India. But I would not 100% agree that while doing so, you have to be a services company fully. You'll need a product. If a product is not there, then as you described, you'll have to become a services company by making those accommodating those requests if you have to. So I think it's a question of kind of customers you're choosing to go after versus trying to also, and plus the problems you're solving, right? So there is a balance there. I mean, you can strike that balance. I mean, you can ask the same question and say, if the foreign companies are coming and selling in India, they are also doing services, or their partners are doing services, but they eventually have a product which they are selling to the customer, right? And so uh, you know it is not fair to say that you have to become a services company because the Indian customers are like that, because Indian customers are buying software from all kinds of people, Adobe, Salesforce, Microsoft, whatnot, right? So you need to have the right product as well to avoid that situation. And also, a lot of Indian companies are doing it. I mean, there's a ton of them now. I mean, who are having a product and serving the customer. In some markets, it is possible that you have to do services more, and those could be because of uh, either the market sizes are small and you just have to do the whole thing, or the products are fairly complex and you just can't do without serving, because in a young company, your partners will not come and do services for you, etc. So I think those could be the cases, but I would think from that angle versus being a broad statement. So customers will pay for product as well, and they are paying, and progressively they are paying more. So that opportunity is just expanding for software companies here.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Another scale process that companies, while scaling, they face the challenge that they have a drop in sales efficiency, or maybe high customer acquisition costs or something. So any of these, is something that you have faced, or any of these that be did by doing this, something that you managed to do at least good.
No, you're right. I think sales efficiency, inefficiencies creep in all kinds of companies, and it is not. Let's just say it's not straightforward to, uh, you know, avoid them. And there are ways to circumvent that. I think capital hides the inefficiencies to some degree. So if lack of capital is there, people get efficient faster, and so the way to avoid inefficiencies are fundamentally, you just have to keep working on it, right? I mean, training. So sales training, especially in customer acquisition, training becomes an important part. If you can have standardized that, it helps people hit their quotas quickly. um, the better the description of the product and the solution and the problem understanding, the easier it will be to put the point across. And you can so those things also help in defining and refining the segments to go after and the pitches to make. If it is more general, and then it'll be difficult. It gets more expensive. The CAC goes up. And finally, choosing the right customer, right? So even if you sell to a smaller customer, and the cost of sale is very high, then also you'll have trouble because of because the cost won't be recovered in the sales process. So I think the combination of that is there, and the closer you look at the data and the metrics, it will be more obvious where to focus on. The hard part is just getting it done, like getting it executed. It's where the energies go a lot. So sometimes it is, businesses and leaders and managers already know the problem. It's just there is so much going on in what they're trying to achieve. Is that some of this just is not attended as much, and that's why the inefficiencies sometimes last longer than they should. But we have seen all of this in our business, and solved some faster. You know, you solve one area, and then again it happens in another area. I mean, it's a process, so you just keep doing it basically.
Got it. Got it. Thanks. On the back, you mentioned that, like international expansion, US and other countries have already started for Lead Square. What are the challenges, or not challenges per se, what are the differences in terms of, acquiring customers or onboarding them? You think that exist for the US clients versus, that probably do not exist for the Indian clients? Like the pricing, I mean, pricing was one of the factors probably for Western side of countries. Or is it the approach of selling, or is it just, type of features that Indian, enterprise customers was versus US customers? Like, what are the differences?
I think the markets are different, so that certainly is true. Which means that their ask will be different, slightly different in some cases, widely different in other cases. And approaching them also is a especially in US versus India is different, right? So I think differences exist. Fundamentally, so that anybody who has not done sales in US will go through that phase of learning sales or marketing, all the product. I mean, all areas will have to learn before you can do something meaningful in that market. So I think there is no escape from that, because there are distinctions in each areas. The important thing is the problem at hand which you're trying to solve. There are commonalities in the two markets, and so if a product actually has commonality, then you'll have one less variable to solve for, and it'll be more understanding the market and approach to the customer and refining the story for them is what, and how do you sort of build the go to market there would be different. And so there are differences. I mean, as simple as when you hire a salesperson here versus there, how do you expect that to happen, and how do you expect that to happen in India? These two is a good starting point. Uh, Salespeople in America may not necessarily like a lot of ambiguity. They would like to be more clear what the value proposition is, who to go after, what to say, how to present the order, and how to close the order. Like they're more used to, let's just say, defined steps. And when you're trying to approach that market and you yourself are not clear then of these steps, then it's harder to to execute, and you might just hire incorrectly. So there are a lot of variables. You may have hired a wrong person for the job, for the role. You yourself are not fully clear about what you're trying to go after and what's the value proposition is, and this new variable doesn't help. And so there are learnings in that where as there's a lot of encouragement of entrepreneurs trying to go to US and do the sales themselves, learn first, and then replicate that with the new member. And so there are different there are different areas of of where one can go wrong, but this is one area from an execution standpoint where people have made mistakes, and I have made mistakes as well, where we have learned and kind of made some changes. With respect to expectations of the customer, also is slightly different. In customers in some cases may not be forgiving. In most cases, I would say, not some cases. In the US market, if you have signed for something, if they've signed for something, they need that. Maybe an Indian customer sometimes may give you a little bit of a leeway to say, I'll go and fix it later, etc. But In US, you would not get that opportunity unless you have made it certain clear to them upfront, right? So I think those those are differences as well which exist in how customers, what are their expectations from what you offer. So there is a lot of clarity you need to establish there, and what you're selling, what you're offering versus. So those are learnings, right? And the product quality, of course, play a role. But the good news is, if you have the right offering, if people like it, they they're happy to give you a reference and talk about your product. Come with you on a webinar, and all of those are easier things to do in that market.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Thanks. That's useful. Just one last question from my side before we jump into a couple of audience questions. Is that specifically, since last couple of years, AI has so many companies are coming up with new set of AI products or new set of changes for the users to do entire AI-based. So specifically for SaaS industry, how do you see the change happening in both the sides in terms of product development of SaaS for the consumers, and also in terms of sales, right? Because might be the enterprise that might needed a SaaS tool for very small as a small customer of that SaaS company might not acquire them because they feel that they can now build it themselves in-house and internal. So all of those questions have now emerged over a period of last 2 quarters. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think AI will not will. It's already making difference and changes to how people operate and will operate, and everybody has to just embrace it, including SaaS companies. I think there are multiple ways to look at it. One is to drive efficiencies in how you operate and do things. So the way things got done earlier will need to change with this new approach, which means people and teams who are adopting this will get more efficient than the ones who are not. And so that's imperative on companies and people, irrespective of which segment they are in. Particularly for SaaS and software companies, it should be an important thing to do. And with respect to your question on whether enterprises will build their own, I think that'll happen too in some cases, and it's just that what they are signing up for. So if you see software business, development of software is just one part of the story. Maintaining, running the systems, always updating here and there. And enterprises have needs, business change, they introduce new products. Something changes, right? So just getting to the changes is not easy. That's why they outsource it. That's why they, it's not like a bank, an army of 1,000 developers doing product. They will work with some SI, some system integrator companies to build it for them, right? So for them, the question should be, should I, an Infosys to build it for me, or it'll be seldom that they will say I'll hire 50 developers to do it myself. Like, I don't think that they're going that route necessarily. And some certainly will go. It all depends on what are the choices they are making for their business. So I think while there is one has to be mindful that people may take a route to build something on their own, but it's just that there's always this challenge, right? If you are a small company, you build software for yourself. If the developer leaves, then what? Who is going to make the change? Right? It's the same question, right? And so I think it is contextual. Some people will do it, most won't. My view.
Got it. Almost towards the last couple of questions we'll pick from the audience. One, I think, interesting question that's being asked by Brahmansh is that as a SaaS company who is handling two kinds of data, one is your enterprise data for the end customer that you're handling, and also the end customer data who are the enterprise. How do you go about managing the data, A? And B, how do you also go about making sure that data security and compliance with the proper relevant regulations are also for the enterprise?
Yeah, these are important things. We have teams specifically tasked on these matters. So whether it's RBI regulation as an example, or IRDA regulation, is it SEBI regulation? We take, I mean, these are non-negotiable ideas, non-negotiable points. So we have made investments in that area, both our engineering and product. And these are all things you have to just take care. There is no not escape from it. It's just the way you do business there. So these are just baked into how we build and maintain software. So there is no, and also we keep a close eye on what's coming in, what changes are happening, to adopt to those requirements from our customers. So it is, it's like, it's like a checklist. It's like an item. You just have to do it. Like it's not like an optionality there, basically.
Got it. Got it. Got it. And probably, just one last of the session is that being in SaaS, again, from the sort of background, how do you balance between accommodating the customer customization request or feature request, also getting the scale?
It's always a balance, as you yourself pointed out. I mean, there are times you do things for a customer or for a group of customers, and then those may not be necessarily relevant for other customers. And there are some mistakes which you make in that process. But in general, if you are looking at the requests coming in, and they are coming in from a customer with a valid needs, you're able to find a balance in getting that done. And also it is a question of what brings money today versus tomorrow, right? And those are the choices, product teams have to make. And I think, so there is no like rule of thumb. But as you would know, you're running a product folks, organization yourself. I think fundamentally, the question is going to be the insignificant ask versus business critical ask, right? So the ask is to really find out what somebody is asking, whether it impacts their revenue in our case, or removes a significant hurdle for them in their business. If that is not established, there is no point in just taking a request and doing it, right? I mean, if it doesn't make a huge difference to the customer's business, then no point in doing it, or rather deprioritize that versus other things. So it's a question. It's a business question, literally. It's not a product question only.
Got it. Got it. I think it was a great session specifically and around journey, and also your learnings over a period of last. Though it was just a 1 hour of time, but I think you summed up some of the key learnings pretty well. Over to folks from the Conquest and Bits team now.
Thank you. Bye.
I'm sure this conversation catered to our audience curiosity about the exponential rise in the SaaS sector in the best possible way. Thank you, Nilesh and Abhay, for giving us first-hand insights from the industry. Thanks a lot for taking time to doing this session.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate. Thank you, audience, for being patient.
just as a warning.
Our next session is the best place to gain insight into how e commerce and logistics synergize as we bring together leaders of the top companies in both of these domains. Presenting a fireside chat between Vishesh Khurana of Shiprocket and Amrinder Dhaliwal of IndiaMart.
Vishesh Khurana, the co-founder and growth head of ShipRocket, which launched in 2017 with a mission to create a seamless logistics data platform that connects retailers, carriers, and consumers across national and international locations. Today, ShipRocket is a platform behind 2.5 lakh plus sellers who generate a gross merchandise value of more than $2.5 billion annually.
Amrinder Dhaliwal is the Chief Product Officer at IndiaMart, India's largest online B2B marketplace connecting buyers and suppliers. Founded in 1999, it offers a platform and tools to over 12.5 crore buyers to search from over 7.2 crore products and connect with reliable and competitive suppliers.
Introducing our moderator for the session, Samajit Chowdhury, business head at The Telegraph. A result driven executive with extensive exposure and experience in all phases of business development across industries, he brings over 19 years of experience in the domain. Over to you, Samajit.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Welcome, Amarinder, and welcome, Vishesh,
Thank
on
you.
this Sunday afternoon. Let's keep it as lively as possible for our viewers to listen and gain some insight. And as I've been told that most of the listeners or the audience are students who are already into some sort of thinking of starting a startup or into the startup phase already, or might have passed out and trying something. It's a mixed group, so let's address it accordingly. So over to Amrinder. Amrinder, if you can just briefly tell us about IndiaMart a bit. I'm sure people are aware, but still to put a context to our discussion, it would be nice that what IndiaMart does. We know it's one of the largest B2B platforms, and still just to give a perspective.
Thank you. Thanks for hosting the session, Summer. A very quick introduction of IndiaMart. We are a matchmaking platform that connects buyers and suppliers across thousands of products. So I can say that any product that is not available online in India, perhaps then it's not available on IndiaMart. So if anything is gone online, be it buttons for a shirt, to the fabric, to the machinery that makes it, to electrical vehicles, to the batteries that are used, to the raw material that is used in the electrical vehicle. So very diverse set of products across pharmaceuticals, across chemicals, across industrial plant and machinery, to very retail kind of products that we think about. Every product and spread across every nook and corner of the country. That's what really we serve.
Thanks, Amrinder. Vishesh, if you can take us to ShipRocket. I know that you're one of the upcoming organizations in the logistics space. If you can give us some insights to put things into perspective.
Sure. So, a very quick and short definition of
We
what we
can't
are.
hear you. Can you come closer to the mic?
Sorry, is it better?
Yeah, better, much better.
Yeah, so I'm saying ShipRocket is how we define ourselves as a supply chain operating system. What anything that happens to an order post checkout is something that we take over. So once the order is received into a platform, be it any shopping cart or a marketplace, what should happen post that, from where it should be picked up. So we do warehousing, from who it should be picked up by, which carrier to be allocated to, and the whole communication, the WhatsApp communication, the tracking pages, the customer relationship on that journey of delivery is something that we help our sellers manage through the platform.
So is IndiaMart your client?
Sorry?
Is IndiaMart your client?
I hope so.
Okay, so coming back to our discussion, the big elephant in the room is ONDC. A lot of people are talking about it. So, in light of the ONDC project, reshaping India's digital commerce, how do you see it impacting your industries? Like, Vishesh, the question is first to you. B2B e-commerce, or say In the sense B2B commerce, I'll go to Amrinder for his inputs. But what Shiprocket sees and how can ONDC impact it? If you can give us a insight.
Yeah, I think we have been lucky to get access to ONDC from the idea stage itself. So we have been working with the team there on a lot of these areas. I think the vision of ONDC and what we were trying to do is pretty much similar. So when we call it, it's all about democratization, right? It's giving access to more people than removing the barriers to entry and all those things. So we are kind of aligned there with ONDC, and I personally think it's a great move. It's unsurprisingly happening way faster than anyone would have expected, and it's also been executed well, which everyone had a doubt about that is it just an idea or the execution will happen. So far, I think whatever we have seen being part of it and working with the team there, I think it's also executed well. And on the idea stage, is definitely going to change a lot on how things are done. I think the margins profile, the whole play around what price should the product be sold online will kind of get changed for good with the whole move.
And what do you think about logistics as a whole? So this is your view on this is for your company, or logistics as a thing will get redefined with the ONDC further? How do you see that space?
Logistics, I think, is already been redefined, but with ONDC, a lot will change in terms of access. So today, before ShipRocket entered, I think smaller sellers with very low orders a month always had a challenge to get access to the services, because if you don't have volumes, you will never get price and all those things. With ONDC, I think the access will now be available to a lot of people. That definition, you can get access to a lot more partners that may not be online yet. So a lot of carriers now are going online, adding their technology layers to their systems to be part of ONDC. So it will change. It will just, I think, a lot more players will be there in the market with ONDC's availability.
So Amrinder, how do you think ONDC will impact your B2B e-commerce space?
I think if we look at ONDC and the vision of ONDC, then it's very clear that of the 150, 160 million users who actually transact online today, there are only about 10, 15 million who are power users, so to say. And there is another 300, 400 million users who've consumed digital content online but who've never really transacted for various issues, various reasons. So the vision is around bringing those users online and bringing both the networks, the buyer networks and the supplier networks. So in our view, the first area where ONDC and the network will contribute is in the digital services and goods. So for example, ticketing, for example, mobility, because there the access is available, trust issues are less, and it's about enablement by the entire ecosystem. And moving that forward into converting into transactions in hyperlocal and local areas like in groceries or in pharma, and the various obvious ones like electronics and mobiles and fashion. So these very B2C commerce, retail, even B2B, the retail side of it is the first one that is likely to go online and through this network, because the biggest gap that exists in these products is they are uh, fairly standard, they are available, but the small merchants don't have access to digital capabilities, and buyers do not have any platform where they can have integrated product and supply and logistics all combined together. So that enablement is what ONDC is going to do. When it comes to very specific B2B out, so B2B is a very, very large domain. So if you go outside the groceries itself is very large. So the entire supply chain of groceries and the D2C brand itself, where and the entire value chain of manufacturers to wholesalers to distributors across various industries. So the first one will be the ones which are closest to consumer, which are more hyper local, and the larger categories which the vision document also talks about, which is agriculture and construction, which are highly unorganized. And then you go beyond that, there is this whole world of plant and machinery, of chemicals, pharmaceuticals that exists, uh, which will take its own time. So I think right now for us, it's important that the platform takes off for these highly consumed categories and the potential consumption categories. And maybe in another 3 to 4 years' time, it will be ready, the platform will be ready for more niche, more long tail B2B categories apart from the grocery and the pharmaceuticals.
Okay. So you basically say that with the ONDC kicking in, the standardization and will help people and the user experience will be much better, right? So that probably means more transactions coming in a much structured, right? Because
Uh,
to
I
some,
think there are two aspects to it. So one is if you look at the user experience, then
mm,
the large platforms that have come in, they do bring in a great shift in the experience. And
mm,
in logistics, for example, Shiprocket, and they've done great work to really simplify logistics and make it accessible to smaller D2C brands. uh, it's about how do you democratize it further, and how do you reduce the cost of transaction, and how do you bring enablement for smaller businesses who may not get any opportunity because they didn't have the scale, they didn't have the access to the market. So the longer vision of ONDC is to, on the buyer side, give access to this entire supplier range which was not available, and do an omni-channel kind of discovery. And on the supplier side, it is to bring all those products and services which the large platforms do tend to ignore because they are maybe too niche. And those suppliers, I mean, if you want to sell, for example, on any of the large B2C platforms like Amazon, Flipkart, you got to give maybe 40 to 60% of your margin away, even to sell one product over there. So can it be made more competitive? Can the transaction cost be reduced? Can the enablement be done for small brands? Can the discovery be enabled? So that's what really is going to get solved, and this is what will bring the 500 million additional users that we're talking about, which are there, but today, because of various issues of supply and demand, are not getting serviced. So their experience will improve, and the width and the depth of products and services available, the supplier networks available, and the hyper local network going online. Those are the kind of big shifts that are likely to happen with ONDC.
so Vishesh, I though I track this, but unfortunately, e-commerce is not my area of expertise. Just I wanted to check with you, like, when do you think is the ONDC going to likely to go live? Like, is there a date to it or like?
No, I think it's already live in pilot stages.
Like,
For example, Bangalore is already live with selected categories and selected pin codes.
okay,
So it's the expansion will be, I think, stage wise,
okay.
city by city, but it's already live. I think
It's
we are
already
expecting.
been piloted.
Yeah, yeah. I think couple of thousand orders already. So it's
Okay.
there. It's already live.
I'll dig
It's,
in further.
it's
I'll
in
ask my
pilot
team to dig
stage.
in further to check.
Summer, it's in
Anyway,
pilot stage in 5 cities. So
okay.
that's the rollout that's happening.
So let's coming moving to the next piece. See, both India Mart and Shiprocket, it seems that the MSME sector is in a big way in the center of a lot of things that you do. So if Vishesh, you can say that how have the MSME landscape changed and how the MSME is fits into your strategic initiatives of growth for Shiprocket.
I think the base was already there. We have to look the world at two sides, right? Pre and post COVID. I think post COVID, the awareness. Pre COVID, I think online as a channel was just a alternative or a channel which was optional, which is not the case anymore. So MSMEs today are way more aware. Everyone considers online as one of the more primary channels. It's also not looked up as a backup channel. It's also looked up as a growth channel now. So the behavior change has helped. It's changed a lot post COVID with that one initiative. Overall, I think the base is also growing phenomenally well. We did not expect to have as many as we have today as active customers on the platform. So base is definitely growing.
So you focus a lot on the most of your this you were talking about small traders and stuff. They will be all the MSME, right?
Yes.
And post COVID, most of them like my experience has been that now with the UPI, most of the stores and shops have started taking UPI. Like even the kirana stores तो बहुत बड़े हो गए. Like टपरी वाले जो चाय और सिगरेट बेचते हैं वो भी आजकल UPI से पेमेंट लेने लगते हैं. So which is a great thing, and I believe you guys are also seeing a lot of traction around that. correct?
Yes, I think we are seeing the same thing.
And what about you on this, Amrinder, like the MSME piece? Because your being a B2B thing, I think your play with the MSME is much, much bigger, right? A lot of those MSME people you listed on your website would be MSMEs, right?
Absolutely. We are the backbone of SME business, if I can say so. Uh,
Mm.
is we're like more like how telecom is and how power is. If there is no power, no electricity, probably things will come to a grinding halt. So we feel that
Mm.
we contribute to this whole machinery of SMEs doing business digitally. In our journey, we started on domestic buyers to domestic suppliers focus in 2008. Prior to that, our focus was around exporters serving buyers outside India. And since then, India has gradually moved towards strengthening its base, though we are still very small compared to China in manufacturing, and largely we are a services based industry. But MSME contribute a very significant portion of what happens in our economy, in our GDP. So since 2008, we've been focused on bringing these businesses online. So the first thing to bring them online is to actually catalog them. How do you get their content? I mean, if you're sitting in, for example, if you're from Delhi or sitting in Chavdi Bazaar, look at the kind of merchandise that sits out there.
Mm.
Uh, it's mind-boggling when you go there physically. So when you have to digitize all that, so we have a large sales force that goes on ground and works with these SMEs to digitize content. So we've been doing that since 2008,
So
and
your guys basically go to the market and digitize it. It's not that they click and your clients click and put up the photos and stuff.
so ideally, we would like to do that, but it's hard. You can
Yeah.
imagine an SME is not an established corporate.
हाँ, तो फिर quality, size, resolution ये
The
सारा कुछ
quality
हो जाता है.
also, if you just leave that aside, because you may not look like how Mintra looks like, but if it is a machinery and if it is the photograph is there, the work will get done. If it is a gear, then if the picture is there, even it is in a warehouse, the work would get done. But it's what the SME has to deal with. So many offline business to look at, so many day-to-day aspects to look at, and then digital is a it's not an easy medium to learn. It's not that today I go online, I start getting business. So even if you bring them online, we need them to invest a resource who can look at digital leads. We need SMEs in own time and effort. So it takes about 6 months to really learn how to follow up on those leads, how to close those leads. And then in the meanwhile, they need to manage their offline business as well. So it's bringing these set of SMEs, enabling them, helping them with digitizing content, and gradually bringing in some kind of faith. And it's also word of mouth as somebody in Chavdi Bazaar starts getting business online, the word spreads that yes, today we may contribute 10%, tomorrow we may contribute 50% of that business's volume, and other people word of mouth digitally and otherwise start getting some success, and they also start coming online. So today we are the largest platform for onboarding SMEs. More than 75 million catalogs are products are listed on a platform, and 70 lakh suppliers, 70 lakh plus suppliers are there. So these are all assisted to a large extent. A lot of them post COVID, as Vishesh was talking about, that there's a shift that has happened post COVID where suppliers now say, okay, it's not about should I go online, or it's about okay, how do I go online and what do I do? So many of them now themselves come online and they start creating their catalogs, they start onboarding their products, but it's still a very large assisted process that is there. And in the journey, not only COVID, but a few other initiatives that the government has taken, UPI, which you just spoke about, but even GST, the one big change in SME's life. So the businesses which are 40 lakh plus annually, they are also significantly large in scale. And that has really helped us to bring quality suppliers on board. So we work on verification of these suppliers, and making sure that these large supplier bases who are already registered with GST, they start doing business online, they start getting access to markets which probably they did not have, and it was limited only to doing business physically. So it opens up not only buyer basis, but also it acts as a raw material sourcing base. So 37% of the suppliers who are listed on a platform, they are also buyers. It's very, very unique to our platform. So you can imagine that enablement of SMEs is not only in access to the market, but also reducing their cost of business, also enabling them to get raw materials, the machinery, the components, the consumables at a better price, at a better quality. And that's really what we've been building all these years.
Nice to know that you guys have been working closely and MSMEs happen to be in the center of your businesses. And as data say, and as a journalist, whatever I see, I largely see that MSMEs, I very strongly believe personally that MSMEs will be the growth engine, which anyway the government is saying. But going ahead, yes, and it looks nice. And as you said, COVID-19 in my earlier session also we have been discussing. In our business schools and all that we went to, we were taught risk management and stuff. But कोई भी risk management काम नहीं दिया COVID-19 में. No models worked because none of us had actually thought. In fact, I can talk about myself personally. I was in office and I was betting and I said that come what may, India will not come to a standstill. And I was absolutely proven wrong. And that was my commitment towards the country and my faith in the system. But I could understand that nature has its own way and can bring it to its to the country to its means. So anyway, yes. So it has seen. So while we talk about digital empowerment, largely when we talk about digital among the MSME space, it's the empowerment. And COVID-19 के बाद एक चीज़ तो ज़रूर पक्का हुआ है कि tier 2 and tier 3 cities जो कि पहले एकदम आउट ऑफ हिट जोन बोल सकते हैं थोड़ा बहुत था has come in because of the digitization, because they have picked up the digitization in a big way. And I would like to know from Vishesh that with the rapid rise of this access to internet digitization ये COVID-19 के बाद, um, how have the like more how this have Shipsprocket determined themselves to cater to this evolving market? Like suddenly आपका volumes would have gone up. What models? How did you uh, tackle this new sudden surge in interest and transactions probably? If you can.
Sure. So I think as a platform, Shiprocket, we are an aggregator. So our job is to work with all the existing supply chain that exists. So the idea is to give access to all of these platforms in one single platform. Now, we already had access to every pin code in India because someone is dealing with those pin codes. So if there is any courier company delivering in that pin code, we have access to that pin code through our platform. So the reach was already there. The demand has definitely changed. Again, the same logic of behavioral shift, right? A lot of people who were not online before suddenly came online after COVID. They tried the platform for the first time, and that was not a short-term blip. They suddenly realized the convenience of it. They suddenly realized the whole availability, the SKUs available. So there was a large behavioral shift from the demand point of view. Yes, as a trend, we did see getting more orders from these area cities. It is now we can actually. This was the first time we saw orders coming in from Manali. First time we saw orders coming in from, you know, which was not there prior to this. And we already had the reach there. So now we do have access to more pin codes. We are actively adding more by adding newer partners where our sellers are telling me that people are reaching out to me from this particular region in India where you don't have service.
But my
So we
question
keep
is like
innovating that.
around, Vishesh, I would like to know how did you tackle it? Like in the sense, all this happened, and were you ready to tackle this sudden surge, or you did something different as a business? Because वो एक time आया होगा जब आपको you were probably not ready to, your systems may not be ready or whichever way.
Yeah, so as a technology platform, I think the problem was more from the on-ground logistics companies. They had to really adjust and expand their capabilities. From a technology point of view, for us it was easy because all I had to do was add more partners to the system to deal with the surge of demand. So There were new startups, there were companies dealing with Northeast, for example. There's a supply chain company that deals with only Northeast and specializes in Northeast. So if they are on my platform, I can just pass on all the orders of Northeast to one particular vendor and they can execute. So being an aggregator, I think we were able to solve a lot of it by allocation logics, by allocating the right demand to right partners all over India. Helped us a lot in streamlining those operations. And with data, we already had that learning. Data could tell me that which supply chain company does better in which particular area.
Hmm.
So our allocation became smarter and smarter. And if you allocate right, the performance always comes. So I think being in the middle helped us solve that demand surge.
So the same question to you, Amrinder, you were talking about Chaudi Bazaar. Suddenly after COVID-19, there would be 10 other Chaudi Bazaar type of spaces which opened up for you suddenly. So how did your team and how did your organization manage it?
Uh, so Samarjit, I think the context goes a little earlier prior to the COVID. It's around 2015-16 when Geo came in. That's when the big shift started happening. Mobile access happened to a large population of
100%,
India.
yeah.
Networks became data became cheap, and just around COVID, incidentally, when everything closed down, the only marketplace which was working was India Mart, and we worked very extensively on all the COVID related categories. So for the first time, we understood what CPAP machine is, BPAP machine is, what is a three-ply mask, what is oxygen concentrator.
Right.
So our team worked, we stopped all sales and everybody started working on category and aggregation of, because demand existed, but there were all physical markets were closed. Supply existed, there was no access. So we put that together, we put databases together, and we enabled that access for those 8 months. It was really very interesting, very meaningful work that we did.
Hmm.
And since then, when markets also opened, consumer behavior definitely shifted. So almost 40% additional traffic we got across various categories, even after normalization of COVID. So that penetration in tier 2, tier 3 is so high now that two-thirds of our traffic, buyer traffic, comes from tier 2, tier 3. And on the
Buyer
supply,
traffic.
buyer traffic, yes, two-thirds of our buyers are coming from tier 2, tier 3 towns. That's the kind of need
तो
that exists.
जो बंदा पहले हो सकता है गुवाहाटी से दिल्ली ट्रैवल करके सामान खरीदता होगा वो अभी आपका प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू पहुंच जाता है दे आर प्रॉब्ली ऑर्डरिंग जस्ट अ
Yeah, both.
एग्जांपल.
One is he may have been traveling to Delhi. The other is there was a distributor who was sourcing from Delhi, and then he was looking at Northeast, and then somebody was handling Assam, and somebody was handling Dibrugarh, and this buyer was sitting in Dibrugarh. So there was this entire value chain that existed in multiple offline modes. So this direct access became, because everybody wants every kind of product. If I'm in a small town in Dibrugarh, then I want the same access as somebody in Delhi.
Exactly.
Same quality, same prices, same range. So that's where it exploded on the buyer side, and we enabled that by deepening the supplier onboarding and bringing more and more suppliers. So even though you may want the best quality, best price from Delhi, but if it is available in Dibrugarh, you would prefer it, or if it is available in Guwahati, you would prefer it over Delhi. So then you still need more and more local suppliers to come on board. And also it opened up many opportunities for smaller hubs for very niche items. So for example, Pali in Rajasthan is a hub for sari ka fall and fancy sari dupattas, or Khambhat in Gujarat is a hub for semi-precious stones, or Coimbatore is a hub for pulse and rice sorting machines.
Oh,
So suddenly they were discovered by the buyers across the country. So this shift has happened in all these years, and I think as more buyers came in, suppliers started getting access to those markets. So both sides got enabled. So our job is one is to algorithmically make sure that the best match supplier connects with that buyer, depending on the location, depending on the category, and at the same time make sure that uh, local suppliers are accessible, available to this buyer base, because eventually buyers always prefer someone who's closer by. Even if you're in a small town in a district, you would want to go to district headquarter at most.
hmm.
So we are working on both the sides, As buyers have come, we are now working on enabling the supplier side as well. And then all the algorithms that work behind this, they look at the distance, they look at the affinity of the supplier, the responsiveness, and they do the matchmaking.
Okay, so Amrinder, this one is for you because I've seen your designation, the word product. So there's a one of our audience he has asked a question, Ishan Datta. So what challenges remain to increase the reach of e-commerce in India? We have heard points about difficulty understanding UI and similar issues. What do you see as a solution to similar issues?
So I think user experience um, is multifold. So one is how the platform is in terms of its design and look and feel, but a large part of the user experience is on availability and access and reach, and then all the steps go up which go after that. So even if I've discovered a supplier, am I able to communicate with that supplier, maybe in my language, maybe over the phone? Am I able to then settle my deal and then get my logistics sorted? Am I able to make my payments efficiently? Am I able to trust that supplier? It could be goods which are worth lakhs to it could be goods which are worth thousands.
Hmm.
But there's a large trust gap that exists when you transact online. So there are many issues to be solved from a product point of view. So what we have done is, on one side, wherever there is a government led initiative, so GST is one such initiative which gives trust rating, so to say. If a supplier is GST verified and has been filing GST return, that definitely is plus one. Plus, we do many checks at our level on the supplier behavior. We have them mobile and email verified. We look at their responsiveness in terms of how do they pick up buyer calls, do they respond to the buyers. We look at the buyers at supplier complaints. We have a rating mechanism where suppliers are also rated. So that bridges the trust gap. So first thing is really to enable, from a product point of view, this trust, so that when I go to online, I don't need to worry whether I will be cheated. I mean, cheating happens on the buyer side, could happen on the supplier side as well. So product solves for that, and there are various components that solve for it. And we also built a platform for SMEs to engage with their buyers seamlessly. So we have perhaps the largest messaging come CRM platform, which is integrated with the leads. So as soon as they get a lead on the same platform, they can either call or they can communicate to the buyer. Buyer can communicate back, and you can set reminders. You can put notes, which works like any large CRM, which large companies can afford, but small businesses cannot. So today they have an integrated solution which is available with their experience of managing leads on the platform. From then on to solving for a very specific e-commerce type solutions, which we are looking at logistics, payments. Uh, it could be also the enablers of businesses like warehousing solution or accounting solution, which are integrated. So we are taking small steps in that direction for that enablement. But the core of it, we continue to be an engine that enables leads, more and more efficient leads from supplier side, and more efficient discovery, price, closure of deals, and delivery of products from the buyer side. And then e-commerce kind of experience will get built gradually. Our vision is that for every category in India, we should be able to give an Amazon kind of experience. You would be able to buy with the same confidence, same trust, same experience for any product, be it a machinery, be it a chemical, be it a pharmaceutical
Be it
product.
anything that you want to
Yeah,
buy.
anything and everything that businesses
That's not available on Amazon.
yeah, I mean, even today, if you look at SKUs, then Amazon has probably 20, 30,000 SKUs only, whereas there are more than 100,000, 200,000, and many variants of that as categories and SKUs. So the businesses happen on 100,000 to 200,000 kind of categories.
So Amrinder, we'll keep it to that there because we have only about 4 5 minutes left. So I'll go to my next question. The most, I think, everyone would like to discuss this. So, Vishesh, this question is targeted to, and then I'll come to you, Amrinder. So, you deal with logistics, which obviously data is a big thing. Everyone is talking about data, data science. जरूरत हो या ना हो, data लेके discussion करना है, especially when you go for your pitches, right? So anyway, so putting that aside, how are you leveraging data and typically AI, like the most hot topic everyone is discussing? I would be personally interested. I'm sure our viewers would also like to, audience would also like to know that how are you using AI and how are you leveraging data and using AI, or are you have you all yet started or plan to start, or overall how it's happening in the logistics space?
No, I think our entire company has been designed on the backbone of data intelligence.
Sorry,
How
come a little closer again. वो echo हो रहा है आपका.
how we do whatever we do in this as Shiprocket, right? It's all about data. Each and every answer we get, how do we allocate an order that's coming from historical data, who performed better on those orders before that, how do we predict RTO, so RTO's return to origin. So we today can effectively predict buyers who are potentially going to RTO an order. That's what behind the scenes data, because we have done it for millions of times. Now do behavior predictions even for allocation of warehouses. So demand planning, which SKUs to keep in which warehouse in which part of the country is coming from data. So I think everything we do, and the heart of it is all about the answers will come from data intelligence. There's a large BI team in Shiprocket. I think I think the largest team inside Shiprocket is business, the data and business intelligence, who are developing these in-house proprietary algorithms and decision making for figure out how do you take decisions. On the other hand, AI I think is a new thing. With AI, I think post Chat GPT a lot has changed. How we looked at AI before that and now. So a lot of processes that we manage as Shiprocket, so our internal operations, be it customer service. So now a lot of it is done automated by using Chat GPT as the backend, where if someone is coming on a platform, on a chat platform, asking where is the order, now there is an AI bot that can answer that effectively using the data I have. So it can hit an API, get the status of the order, and respond back as a human. So now you are actually talking to someone which is actually a bot on the back end, but you may never get a difference because it's that effective now. I think internally, by managing this kind of technology, it's helping us get better, optimized as a company, get productivity, and on operations on the merchant side. Because we use this data to take decisions, we're actually getting better every day on performance of supply chain.
Okay. So, Amrinder, in your case, how are you dealing with the data and more interestingly AI? Like, how are you integrating it to
So
increase?
good thing is that ChatGPT has brought AI into our conversations, but to be honest, AI existed uh, pretty long time ago and in many forms. In our business, we are a behavioral matchmaking platform. We don't own any physical assets, so if, at the end of the day, when we're looking at buyer fulfillment and the supplier ROI on the platform, everything is based on data. So since last, to begin with, the best form of data use was to design our own proprietary algorithms to find the right match. So from there on to combining that with the machine learning algorithms. So for the last 5 years, we've been working on top experts across the world who have brought in the machine learning models, and our own internal team has also built high capabilities of deploying these models. So it's a combination of our proprietary algorithms that we have and our machine learning algorithms that we train on our own data that helps us solve many of the recommendation problems. And to give you an idea of the scale, we get 90 million visits every month. And if we aggregate visitors across 12 months on IndiaMart platform, then half of the internet users of India come at least once on a platform. That's the kind of data that we deal with. And the complexity of the data grows even more. If you look at the buyer side, then understanding what the user wants. So when you say air conditioner, so the conditioner word in that air conditioner could mean our hair conditioner or air conditioner, but conditioner, and I counted that on a platform, was written in 110 ways, 110 ways, and that is only the Roman script. So our English is our own English is not English, it is English or Bengali English, and then on top of it you put Tamil and Roman in their own scripts, in Hindi script, and a combination. So red chili powder is lal mirchi powder, or red chili powder, or red mirchi powder. What is it? Very many things that.
Libraries of open text.
Yeah. So, from understanding user query to understanding the nuances of the language, there is additional help that machine learning AI-based algorithms give, which we take advantage of. Many of them are API-based, many of them are all proprietary, because a lot of behavioral data is put on top of it. So once I know what the user is looking for, then what are the best results I can show which match that requirement, are a combination of understanding of the query and then what is the ranking order my results should have. And then ranking order has many parameters which humanly are not possible to understand. So machine understands. So that programming of machine algorithms have been going on. That work has been going on their side for pretty long. Two very simple tools. If I look at supplier side, then even uploading, you mentioned earlier about images. You said, oh, it must be that it's very hard to get good quality images for suppliers. Now that's where AI helps. When you actually click a picture and bring it on a platform, our machine learning based algorithm can actually identify what is the frame of the actual machine. If there is a machine and a chair and a bottle lying there, it will know that this is actually meant for the machine and not for the chair. It can zoom in, it can crop, and it can remove the background so that it looks clean. And it can also enhance the quality of the image. So if it is a 500 by 500 image, then it can actually make it can populate pixels and make it 2000 by 2000. So there are many use cases of AI at IndiaMart that we already are doing, and I think it's just the whole world is just opening up. Many more opportunities are there to expand it.
So, as a journalist, when you were talking about pictures, and I was also talking about pictures, so it happens so that for us, pictures are very important. So earlier, whenever a reporter would go into the field, he would have a photographer, and there was a section called what a political photographer. There were different types of photographers who were there. Now that space is no longer there. So now the reporter carries a mobile phone and clicks the photo and sends it. And how we use AI is that we, as you rightly said, we use it to enhance the photo. Because on the website, obviously, you need certain resolution of photos to go so that look good and everything. And we have been seeing and these were in different forms earlier, which are now getting coming into the shape in a different way. But yes, it's interesting, and we would probably all of us would like to see how this unfolds. And we are probably lucky among the lucky few to be born at a time that we are experiencing a lot of changes. So इतना सारा change at times I think that I have seen record players at home, like proper vinyl record players जो आज का ज़माने में 30-35 हज़ार का like as a premium with the minimum price being sold. I have seen them being played at home and then going obsolete, and then Walkman के लिए पागलपन, and then seeing that even MP3 like coming in. So very interesting. So the AI piece and all this will come handy in days to come. I would have loved to take this discussion ahead, but unfortunately we are above time. So Farman, will you take over from here? Are you there? Yeah. Avni, you will take over?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Samarjeet, Amrinder, and Vishesh for guiding us through the synergies of e-commerce and logistics. It was actually a very enlightening session.
Our next speaker for the day is an icon in the consumer brands landscape. Naya Sagi, group co-founder of the Good Glam Group and CEO of the Good Community. Naya has successfully created a narrative that resonates with India's vast and diverse consumer base. Her strategic vision has not only Good Glam to become a household name, but also harness the power of communities to accelerate growth. Presenting the consumer canvas, the art for Bharat.
Hi, Naya. We're very happy to have you here. Starting off the conversation, we'd like to know what was sort of the vision behind the Good Glam Group and how it developed into content to commerce D2C house of brands.
Sure, Avni. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. It's always exciting to be back in school, and talking to a whole bunch of, hopefully entrepreneurs of the future. So very quickly, the Good Glam Group has a very interesting story. It's a story of three founders coming together. Darpan, who's the founder of MyGlam, Priyanka, the founder of PopX, and I'm the founder of Baby Chakra originally, right? And the whole premise was we'd seen a very successful integration between PopXO and MyGlam. This is, through the peak of COVID, where the cost of acquiring customers was through the roof, as always. But then we saw sort of PopXO and MyGlam fit in very seamlessly to acquire customers at scale at the lowest CACs in the industry, like $0.50. And we saw that whole sort of content to commerce journey play out in one paradigm. When I joined the group, the whole idea was how do we take it further and how do we scale this paradigm further across a whole host of other products. So, of course, we started with beauty, but could we also extend it to personal care, starting with mom and baby care? So that was the whole premise of the three founders coming together, and that sort of kicked off the Good Glam Group. After that, of course, the next 18 to 24 months were extremely breathless because we went and we were very fortunate to partner with as many as 12 entrepreneurs and their companies. We acquired them, brought them into the group's portfolio, and these companies were across the spectrum of course, personal care brands like Serona, Organic Harvest, Saint Botanica, and then going on to media assets like Miss Malini, Tweak, Scoop Whoop, and going on to creator assets. Bulbul was at one point in time, Viduli, Winkle. So that was the whole plethora, end to end, of brands, of media assets, of creator assets. And then on top of that, we've recently launched out of stealth 2.5 months back community. So that's pretty much the whole spectrum of the group, if you will.
Uh, as you mentioned that Good Glam has been acquiring from across sectors like D2C, personal care, but then mostly you've been acquiring from consumer product sector in the past. So is there a particular reason why this acquiring is going or shifting towards other sectors now?
It's actually all one sector, Avni. Like you start thinking about where the consumer is, right? And the consumer pretty much lives online, offline. She's consuming content. He is consuming content at scale. They're on social media. They're interacting with communities. They're following creators, right? So wherever the consumer is, right, and wherever they come across your product is really where you need to be as a brand, right, or as a set of brands. That's sort of promising to be a digital first FMCG conglomerate in the future. You need to be digital first. Correct. So I think that has been the premise behind what earlier seemed like a whole bunch of like media integrations. Is it a media company or is it a FMCG or a beauty personal care company, right? But I think now it all comes together. It makes sense to people looking at it from the outside as well. And I think the important thing to think about is, as a company, as a beauty personal care conglomerate, you're constantly thinking about how do you get, of course, the top of the funnel to increase, right? Get more and more customers or potential customers to even know about your brands or to consider them or to come across them through trusted sources. So there's a top of funnel conversation that we need to have, which of course content and creators facilitates very, very well for us. There's a more sort of conversion oriented conversation, trust based conversation. When you're in the business of brands, you have to constantly build trust, right, about the entire brand story, which is where the community stack comes in full play, right? So the entire funnel we sort of operate through the paradigm of content creators and communities. That's really where it comes in, and of course they all convert onto our brands.
As you mentioned, communities, we see that there's a new initiative under Good Glam that is the Good Community. So, what was the vision behind that, and like what conversations went behind that coming to the public?
I mean, Avni, I think we're all seeing it play out. If anybody's doing anything in consumer goods or anything in digital, we all know communities are the future of the internet, right? So if you don't have communities, if you don't play in communities, you're pretty much missing out on the next many years, right, of growth. And of course, trust building, because, as you think about it, there are, I mean, while of course I mentioned top of funnel is really led by content, by creators, trust in consumer brands is built through peer-to-peer connects and expert connects with relevant audiences, right, at scale. And I think at the heart of it, communities are very unique because that's a dynamic by itself where people are creating, consuming, connecting with each other for inspiration, for just learning about the best products and the best solutions for themselves. So communities, I mean, absolutely makes sense. In fact, we're the first brand at scale to have created a community of with access to more than 20 million people across deep interests. So you think about communities being formed across deep interests of beauty, inclusive beauty, across sexual health, mental health, reproductive health, and across everything to do with maternity and motherhood and childcare. And the fourth community about everything to do with sustainability and holistic living, right? So we have four deep interest communities. We have a large community of more than 10,000 doctors that supports the entire stack. It's a doctor community across pediatricians, gynecologists, nutritionists, trichologists, dermatologists, right? So if you think about this entire ecosystem we've created, where does it stay? It stays, of course, on our apps, on our brand apps, on MWeb, as well as on WhatsApp, which is a strategic partner to us. And the fourth is offline, so in an omni-channel touch point, right? So that's the entire stack of communities created, and the whole sort of premises and the whole sort of play we see playing out already is communities can help, of course, create top of funnel awareness and consideration, but I think it really creates trust for our brands.
Well, that is actually very inspiring that the community approach is the way forward, and that the inclusion of so many groups are being made by Good Glam. But we also see that a lot of startups who are trying to get into the communities or spreading their communities, they face issues with moderations or personalizations. So, have you faced any challenges like that, and how are you planning to address them, or how have you addressed them in the past?
So Avni, I think the stepping back a little bit, right? Communities is not new to us. We've built the largest mom communities with Baby Chakra, mom and doctor communities with Baby Chakra in the past, right? And if you think about the highest trust touch points there is, it's probably to the period of pregnancy and parenting, right? Because that's when you're talking to women who are expecting, you're talking to families, you're helping them make critical healthcare choices, care decisions, nutrition decisions. So if you can crack communities at scale, in that community, right? It's pretty much, I think, extendable to any other community there is. Of course, each community is a different, almost like an individual by itself, it's a different beast by itself, right? I think the other thing I want to do, I do want to call out, even at the group level, we've been co-creating products with community members at scale every month. We have more than 750,000 community members co-create our products with us, right? And these range from, like lipstick shades and the kind of lipsticks, the finishes you want to see come out in the market, to onto like serums, onto hair care products, onto baby care products. I mean, the entire spectrum. So we've actually been co-creating with communities. We're probably the largest co-creation exercise with communities globally today, right? So we've already been doing that. Now, I think when it comes to your specific question on how do you, in the interactions with community members and amongst community members, create moderated conversations, no obscenity, nor no spam, etc. I mean, the key to that is, I think, in three levers. One is, of course, using tech and product as much as possible. So on our own stack, of course, we have the obscenity filters that have been built in. We've sort of populated them with English, like English and Hindi and Bengali, and like the different languages we see sort of preponderating in terms of spam or obscene filters, etc. Right? So that kind of filters it out on our own platforms, right? The second is giving our admins like super admins tools, because it's not just about having our own sort of in-house teams manage these conversations. It's about sort of decentralizing community ops and management, right? So basically, we're figuring out people who are already a very active part of our communities and giving them super admin tools, where they get access and they get status from actually identifying the bad actors, if you will, on our communities and really highlighting them and cleaning out the space and filtering out conversations. And the third piece is the personalization, Avni. Because what you will experience on, let's say, even on our app communities or on our MWeb experience, right, is hyper personalized to you as Avni. As a result of which, I think a lot of the stuff that is not relevant to you does not even show up to you. And when you talk about deep interest, it's the first time again globally we are taking up deep interests as a theme to build communities around, right? Like really, like, I mean, where are beauty communities around, like inclusive beauty built out, right? And within beauty, you have things like K beauty, glass skin, celeb beauty tips. So you have like deep interests that are being built out, right? So as a result, I mean, we're not fully there yet in full candor, but the aim there is to get to a hyper personalized experience where Avni can come in and connect, get inspired, learn, and maybe earn, right? Using the community stack as a tool to engage deeply with everything of interest to her in beauty or in motherhood or in menstrual hygiene or health or in sustainable living.
Oh, well, as we see that you mentioned that you deal with a lot of different sectors with like My Glam or the Mom's Company or Baby Chakra. So how do you balance building the multiple brands and the brand identity that each one of them has as a whole?
I mean, every brand is unique, right? In fact, let me sort of layer the structure again, right, Avni? So if I think about it, there's good brands, there's good communities, there's good media co, and there's good creator co. Even at that level, like forget good glam group, right? Even at that level, every sort of entity is like a separate P&L, separate unit, right? They independent fairly autonomously. They operate fairly autonomously, right? And hence, I think what we've done is that even within the brand's portfolio, MyGlam operates independently from, let's say, a Momsco, from a Baby Chakra, from, let's say, a Saint Botanica or a Sirona, right? So every brand operates very autonomously, very independently at the brand level, at the brand marketing level, even at the community level, where they all come in, and even at the content marketing level, by the way, right? So they work with different sort of content platforms in house, even externally, to basically build out their own brand story, their own brand identity. Where it kind of funnels back is in the back end, where we have a back end shared stack across, of course, our tech and product. So we've built out our own D2C stack, right? So we have a 100-member tech team and product team, and they actually have worked on the highest conversion journeys, predicated e-commerce stack, right? D2C stack, which is what works for us. So they have their own sort of e-commerce stack that's playing, and that's sort of customized to MyGlam, but it's a common stack that we share. We share a common data lake of users and customers, so you can actually tell folks who are coming and buying a MyGlam red lipstick that, hey, what about the shampoo from Saint Botanica, right? So you have the same sort of combined data lake. You have a combined CRM system, right? And you have a combined warehousing system where you have, then that basically brings in efficiency of ops at scale, a combined NPD as well as sort of supply chain and procurement system, right? So you can again negotiate with vendors at scale and develop formulations that can be sort of shared depending on the brand positioning across different brands. So there's a lot of sort of back end, of course, a combined offline stack as well, right? We can plug and play into our 55,000 points of sale offline and basically have your products available anywhere in like one shot, right? So I think that's where the real sort of synergies of scale and shared scale come in, which is mainly in the back end. Front end, most customers see very differentiated brand experiences because, I mean, after all, that's what a brand is about, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that technology is bringing like rapid innovations in India, and India is sort of like blitz scaling with all of this rapid innovations that are coming in. So, as a D2C company, what role do you think the D2C sector as a whole is playing in contributing to that?
I mean, it's all about, see, in the D2C sector, right? We are closest to the consumer. And I think we're all extremely particular about getting to the consumer and converting a consumer and also listening to a consumer's needs at honestly in really smart, extremely personalized, and in extremely efficient ways, right? That is sort of the whole DNA of being D2C, right? And in doing so, I mean, technology is but a very natural, in fact, a critical ally and a partner in doing so. Um, I think the three or four things that we sort of leverage extensively and we keep on sort of tracking extensively, of course, has been, we've done a lot of personalization in the past in terms of consumer preferences, in terms of the CRM mapping, in terms of, the cross sell, upsell of different product sets to a consumer, right? So, for instance, if someone's buying, I don't know, baby lotion, right? Do they really want, and I mentioned the example before, it's maybe a mom who has, a 2-year-old child, maybe she's suffering from stretch marks. So can we give her, if she's buying a baby chakra baby lotion, do you want to recommend like a stretch mark cream from Momsco to her? Right? There's a lot of sort of personalization, inciting data analytics that we really put into place to really understand the consumer very well, and to ensure that our basket sizes, our AOVs, our CACs basically keep on getting more optimized, more efficient, right? So that's one place where technology really helps us, because to do all of that, just like having a team of business BI folks, or to do that would be impossible, right? You have to constantly do that at scale. So we use a lot of plugins and tools to do that. The second place we actually use technology at scale, of course, is in creating more and more plugins. And I mean, earlier we were doing a lot of sort of micro level experimentations in terms of consumer journeys, right? So what you basically see is that if someone is looking at social in a certain way and what they're looking out there, what can be personalized on our platform for them to buy, even like in a much more smart way, right? And in terms of that, like how do you also build out referral journeys from that? So a lot of growth experiments, a lot of personalization experiments that lead to referral based growth that we've used technology at scale for, right? And a lot of gamification there as well. So I think that's a natural. The third piece we're really looking at very strongly is, I mean, we've always been using AI across both of these, but I think looking at ChatGPT as one of the plugins, right? Because there's so many questions being asked. We have beauty advisors who exist virtually. We have like a magic mirror that exists on our platform today that basically tells people, okay, this shade of lipstick looks great on you versus this shade, right? So you're looking at different inputs and different tools again there, where people are able to get answers to their questions with the same experience of being in a store and being counseled by a beauty advisor or a makeup artist in a very hyper personalized way, but using tools again, then using technology there. So it's these three sort of pieces that we look at from a front end perspective. And the back end perspective, of course, we have our SAP implementations, AWS, I mean, the entire sort of stack of tech running to basically make the whole experience work, because every month we are reaching about 250 million people. We reach about a quarter of the digital population of India through our content, through our commerce, through our community assets, right? So just to keep that going, you obviously have to have an extremely robust, data and tech stack and product stack basically running to ensure there's like no outages, like it's a very seamless experience, it's friction free, all the data points are being captured and being made sense of.
Right. So, you also mentioned that you are sort of technology helps with growth and the gamification with growth. So, how do you balance growth with profitability?
So, I think, Avni, we've reached a stage whereas companies and founders today, I think entrepreneurs today, I mean, I think it's like growth obviously is like the lifeblood of any business, but so is profitability, isn't it?
Yeah.
Eventually the aim is to go public in 2 years, 2.5 years, right? Depending on how the markets play out, and God willing, they play out well, right? But I mean, the markets basically reward companies that are profitable and cash rich. And at the heart of it, Avni, there's no reason why we should not be, because we already have these funnels of acquisition at scale, which is the biggest cost, right? Customer acquisition is the biggest cost in a D2C construct, in a beauty personal care brand construct, right? That is already taken care of. Then we're using communities and content and creators at scale to bring brand trust. So I think at the heart of it, like our model is an extremely efficient one already, using what we have of media and of social and of communities and the whole sort of product integrations that we have already. So there is no reason why we should not be profitable. So for us, it's not a trade off per se. Yes, in areas where maybe growth was prioritized, we might go slow and say, okay, let's focus on priorities. Let's look at the CM2, CM, like let's really look closely at our numbers there. But for the most part, it's not like either or. I think it's an and it's possible.
So, we are nearing the end of the session. With that, I'll just have one last question for you. How is Good Glam looking to diversify, if it is further, or to broaden horizons?
We've already announced a foray into men's grooming and Nutra with the joint venture with Akshay Kumar.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's already happened. So I think men is going to be a big one for us. We tried to actually dip our feet into that with potential conversations with an earlier, potential acquisition. But I think this is the right answer for us today. So I think this is exciting as we speak. I think the community bet is a big one. That's something we're all betting on big, because I think all of us believe it is the future. And the co-creation story for us has played out so well in terms of just success in seeing co-created products, in the success in having consumers refer our products to peers, or to have experts weigh in their opinions on the ingredient story. So I think the community bet will be a big one. The third big piece, of course, is the international piece. We've already set and established an office in the GCC about a couple of quarters back. So the GCC is a big market for us. We are looking at other markets and quite aggressively so. So yes, we will be the first brand and conglomerate out of India to be hopefully a global powerhouse very soon, and very proudly made in India.
Well, thank you for such an insightful talk, Naya. It was great speaking with you. And we'd love to have you at the India Portfolio Summit. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Avni. Pleasure.
I am thrilled to introduce our next speaker of the day, Smita Deora. As the co founder and CEO of India's largest school tech company, Smita has striven to transform India's schools, especially private schools in India's small towns. Her expertise in creating excellent learning experiences has enabled schools across India to offer top tier education regardless of their location.
Creating an impact on millions of students who are in pursuit of quality education, we're happy to welcome her to this session. Welcome, Smita. Today, why Blitzscaling India demands school edtech. Over to you, Smita.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Shrey, can you repeat your question, or are you going to call on the moderator? I'm sorry, I think Aditya is supposed to come on.
Yeah. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, Shrey.
Yeah, cool. We
Yeah.
okay. We now introduce you the moderator of the session, Aditya Mohanty. Thanks for joining the session, Aditya. We hope you have a great session with Smita. On to you, Aditya.
Hello, hi everyone. Thanks so much, Shrey and Avni, for the lovely introduction. Super excited to host you, Smita. And huge thanks to Bits for putting this together and inviting so many amazing entrepreneurs. And we all are super excited to learn from all of them. Welcome, Smita. We'll try and uncover insights into what makes Lead School a pioneer in the space, but also get your thoughts about the education space in India. I'm personally very excited about Lead because it's one of the very few edtechs that is actually working towards building educational infra towards not just the main cities, but outreach parts of the country as well, including tier 2, tier 3 cities, small towns and villages. So super excited to have this conversation with you.
Thank you.
Just wanted to begin this with a general landscape around edtechs, right? What we have seen with most edtechs in the country is they act as a supplemental solution to what's being offered in schools and colleges. But one critical aspect about Lead's work is that it operates within the school system itself rather than sell courses or classes outside the school, right? So there's a new model that we are witnessing, and with new digital tools like AI coming into the picture, how do you see the dynamics between schools and edtechs play out in the near future? What are your thoughts around this?
Yeah. Aditya, just to share a bit about the landscape, right? India has the largest number of school-going children in the world, 280 million children. If they had to be a country by themselves, it would be the fifth largest country. And in this context, and these children are going to 1.5 million schools, both a combination of government and private schools. Now, the other interesting data for us to look at is while we have the largest number of children in the world, we are also having a lot of learning gaps. There are multiple reports that have been published around it, whether it's the ACER reports that have been published within India that talk about learning gaps of at least 2 to 3 years. That means a grade 5 child is able to read language or has language proficiency of a grade 2 or a grade 3 child is able to do grade 3 math. And also, the only time India participated in PISA assessments, which are the international standard assessments on application, I think out of the 73 countries that participated, India was number 72. So we have a significant challenge on hand, and I think it will be a disservice to education if we believe that what has happened with edtech in the last few years in any way is solving this large problem. Supplemental education, as you rightly said, Aditya, it is a band-aid on top of something that's fundamentally wrong with our education system. And I think the most important thing that we need to do is first fix that education system, because supplementary cannot solve the core problems of learning. So it's a very nascent and young market. I know that there is a lot gets spoken about in edtech, and in a lot of the media frenzy, we get clouded and we miss seeing the bigger picture. I think the bigger picture is this, that we have the largest number of school going children, and we are not doing justice to them. And it's very important that both private sector and the government play a huge role in first fixing the gaps. Supplementary education then becomes about, okay, so what more can we offer them, and comes, I would say, as a second point. Now, that's why we chose to work with schools. We said the core problem lies in the foundational years. Children are coming out of school without the right skill set to be to be able to succeed in life, to be able to be job ready. Forget job ready, to be able to be college ready. And kids are spending what, 30 to 40 hours a week in a school, 6 hours a day, 5 to 6 days. I mean, it's more than 50% of their life. It's 50% of their waking time. And if that is happening, then that is such a great playground for learning to happen. and for technology interventions to come in for learning to happen. The only other point I'll add before I sort of end my response to this is, see, if we even look at all of the countries that are considered to be very strong education systems in the world, and the simplest way to see them is which are the top ranked countries, PISA countries in the world. We'll see that all of these countries have had significant inroads in edtech within the classroom and within the school. India is a very nascent market, and unfortunately, a lot of the noise started happening around supplementary and test prep. Tuitions and test prep do not solve the fundamental learning issues that we have in our country. And if we have to get inspired and learn from some of these countries, whether it is Singapore, Finland, some of the more developed countries also, we'll see that the prevalence of edtech and school edtech within institutions is very high, very deep. Teachers are able to use technology, and I think that's the direction we should be taking. Whether we'll take that direction or not is to be seen. I would think that post COVID, especially once the frenzy has passed away of this online tutoring, I think people are starting to see that, and definitely educators who are within the school system see the fact that schools cannot anymore be analog systems. The schools have to upgrade themselves. They have to bring technology in the classrooms. So I actually feel very positive about uh, what lies ahead. My only wish and desire is that we pick up momentum. I think it's a little too slow. We don't need only lead. We need multiple players like lead who are actually working with schools to transform classrooms and schools.
Absolutely. Great insights there, Smita. And just to follow up on that, you mentioned a couple of problems with the traditional system that exists and the supplemental edtechs that we have, right? What are some of the breakthroughs that lead has achieved in the last few years that are kind of trying to solve this problem? Obviously, the country at large, like you mentioned, it's more than 280 million children, and their educational lives at stake here, right? So what are some of the breakthroughs or improvements in the system that you think lead has brought into the picture in the last few years?
Yeah. So Aditya, if I break the problem, I would say there are three deep problems, and I'll also then explain how we solve it at Lead. Right. I think the first one is really, our system has been, our education system and schools have been plagued for too long with rote learning. And rote learning means there is some content and we all just remember it, and then we just go and put it out on a question answer paper test, and that's it. But there is no understanding, there is no ability to apply that learning in life. We are not building thinking skills or communication skills. So I think one big thing that Lead does is moves away from rote learning to what I call preparing children for life. Now, what does that mean? I think there are two things. One is, one way to do it is just the curriculum and what you're teaching. You move away from being very content focused to building conceptual understanding, building thinking skills, communication skills, collaboration skills, all of this, so that students are actually able to use the skills and be ready, for life or for whatever they want to do. Right. That is one part. The second, the second way we solve this is, if we understand why rote learning happens. Rote learning happens because the medium of instruction has largely been a textbook and a blackboard, which makes it very difficult for a learner. Now, all of us learn through, if we also as adults see, and I know a lot of the audience here are students themselves, that's not how you learn, right? You are watching things, you're watching videos, you're interacting with content, you are, working in teams and groups and you learn. So, moving from a textbook based learning to what we call multimodal learning is the second big shift that we make in the classroom. Now, what I mean by that is our uh, our curriculum is not anchored on the textbook. Our curriculum is anchored on a teaching plan that we give the teacher, and then we digitize the classroom by installing TVs and giving a tablet to the teacher, and we also provide physical teaching learning material that can be used in the classroom. So now what happens is and at a fairly affordable cost, right? So now what happens is this classroom is now converted into a multimodal environment, where when someone has to watch something to, let's say, learn, they can watch a video, they can have an interactive resource that they are working with on screen, they'll have manipulatives that they are working with, they're working with their peer group. So moving a classroom away from textbook based learning to multimodal learning, I think, is a second big thing that we do. So, this solves for moving from rote learning to what I would call real learning, or building capability among children. The second big problem that plagues our system is really low teacher capability. We have so many teachers who themselves are a victim of the same system. Our B.Ed programs have traditionally not been strong. So even though there are a lot of young people who are coming into the teaching profession, they are not fully equipped. And a lot of the way to solve for this historically has been to train them. But again, if you look at the successful models, what happens in a corporate model? In a corporate model, you're not taken inside a training room and trained, right? You learn on the job. You're given tools and things to use for you to do your job better. That's what Lead does. We move away from this training sessions which happen once in 6 months, which the teacher just forgets, to giving teacher microwave ready lesson plans, which gets her to execute the classroom in a very good manner, execute multimodal learning. And as she does that, she really starts becoming a very good teacher, and she realizes, oh, I didn't realize that if I do group activity, actually it's better, kids get it much better versus me just talking for 30 minutes, because they don't like to listen to me for 30 minutes. So I think teacher capability improvement through our product solution is the second big thing we do. Third is, and I think third thing that plagues the school systems, if you imagine schools, you would see that the principal is walking the corridors and peeping into the classroom. Now imagine a leader of the school does not know what's happening inside the classroom, and her or his or her only way of knowing is, I have to walk and peep in, which gives me like maybe 2 minutes of insight. uh, Whereas if you look at how in the corporate environment all of us work, right? We have data, we know, we know, we have dashboards, we know what's going on, we know who's there and who's not there, we know which employee is doing well and who needs my support. So I think that's the third layer that Lead brings, where we are the only academic ERP system in the country where we basically said that we've got to digitize the entire process of high quality teaching learning and guide the stakeholders along the way. So, right from what is the best way to schedule a timetable, what's right for your students, to personalize programs for your students, to giving the principal visibility and even parents visibility to what's happening, how is teacher performing, how is student performing, and then remedial action. We don't stop at providing data, we also help them with remedial action and recommendation. So it's the academic system layer, which is what I would say is the third big thing that we are trying to change. Now, this all sounds complex, but it is complex, to be honest. But what we've done is, and I think the big difference that Lead brings is, we have integrated all of this very seamlessly for schools to use it in a very easy manner. So for if I'm a school owner, I need land building and I need staff and I need Lead. And if I have that, then I'm able to actually execute and uplift my school to deliver much better learning outcomes. So I've tried to summarize, but basically those are the three big problems that plague our education system, and that's how Lead has been trying to solve it.
That's a great answer. Paints the picture of the entire landscape, in fact, and it's great to see Lead actually tackle each of those problems at the very root of it, rather than at a superficial level, right? Smita, another thing that I have noticed is while whenever a parent is about to enroll their child into a school, credibility is one of the biggest factors, right? They all want either big names or schools that are well known in their vicinity and stuff like that, right? And I live in Mumbai, and I think you do too. So you would have seen that a lot of the municipal schools here have been rebranded to Mumbai Public School, right? Which again is a step towards the direction where a good brand can probably help a lot more people come in and not feel that it's low on quality anywhere, right? And I think Lead has been amazing on this front, on building credibility. It impacts more than 50 lakh students now. A lot of schools partner with Lead. Probably a big factor would be that it brings in so much credibility. How have you folks solved for it? Because it is very intangible in nature. It's very difficult to measure as well, right? So how have you gone about it?
I think this is a very fascinating question. Aditya, I'll take us to very first principles on this. To be honest, the simplest and the first principle of building a brand is that you have to deliver meaningful impact in your consumer's life, and brands are built over time, over years. You can't endorse your way to become a brand. Endorsement can bring you trial, but it's not going to bring you stickiness, and it's not going to bring recall of the brand in the way you want it. Now, what I mean by that is, see, in education, it's very simple, and I have unfortunately in forums heard some people say that, oh, you cannot measure learning outcomes. Actually, that's not true at all. Ever since we were kids, teachers and schools were measuring learning outcomes. I think in education we must all accept and understand that delivering visible student learning is the job, and it is the biggest thing that a brand has to deliver. Now, the thing is that you it takes time, right? If you're new, it takes time. I mean, Lead has been on this journey for 10 years, and we were patient with it, and we were patient because if you really want to build a strong brand, you have to first deliver the outcomes, and you have to see that your consumers are able to see it. Now, over here, if I say, who are the consumers and how do I build credibility, right? Visible learning outcome in students. So can the teachers see that in a few months of implementing Lead, can a teacher see that her child is now able to read independently in English, or the child is able to communicate and speak in English? Is the child engaging in that conversation at home with the parent? And I think once that happens, that's how the brand, both the Lead brand and the school's brand, gets built. Even if you see the journey of any new school in the first 4 or 5 years is basically trying to communicate to the parents through, hey, here is a curriculum we're using, and here are the teachers, meet our teachers. But the school's brand is built after delivering some really good learning. When parents see kids and other parents, I mean other adults children do well, then that's how they build a brand, right? And this principle applies to everything. I mean, I spent 10 years of my career in FMCG in Procter and Gamble, and good 6 7 years, 5 years of that was on the Pampers brand, and we were fairly new in India at that time when we launched. We built the Pampers brand on the promise of your child basically being able to sleep well at night. That was the single biggest promise we focused on. And the target audience needed to understand that it's so important for brain development. So it's the same principle that applies. So Lead has always stood for providing or giving children confidence for them to succeed in life, like and be at the same or be at par with kids in metro cities. Like, that's the promise, and we have to uphold that promise and deliver that promise to school owners, to parents. I can share some data. For example, most children who come to a Lead school are kids who are not very proficient with English, because these are small towns and English is not part of the language in which they've grown up. So in a measurable way, we see that children are typically at least like 1.5 to 2 years behind on their English skill. Now, for 8 years consistently, in a very measurable manner, Lead has delivered 1.6 years of English skill growth in one academic cycle, uh, in that same ecosystem. And I think and in 2 to 3 years, a child actually achieves grade level, which means that now this child is able to use English language as proficiently as a kid in a metro city, in a Mumbai school. And then this starts showing up in all other subjects. The other data point I can share is that often people would think of classrooms also as bell curves, and we never believed in that. We said there is no bell curve when it comes to kids. Everyone has to be on the upward path of mastery. So normally what we've seen is that when anyone comes onto the Lead platform, a school comes onto the Lead platform, typical student mastery on maths and sciences is 45 to 50%. That's the average. we move within one term. The average goes above 70%. Just this academic year that we've closed, average student performance has been 78% on standardized assessments that they haven't seen before. And I think here is the interesting data point, which makes us really feel good about the work that we do, is that more than 70% kids are above 70%. So now there's no longer a bell curve, right, in the classroom. So that is what builds the brand, because now schools associate lead brand with uh, a promise of high quality learning, a promise of English proficiency, that my kids will do well. And school owners are able to make that connect, that if that happens, if I deliver, my business will grow. And it is a promise to the parents, on their kids achieving confidence. So even if you look at our financial numbers ever, right, we actually started doing marketing, on media and stuff only a few years back, because we said we need to have enough promoters of our brand and schools who are basically standing as role models in those regions. So a lot of the early signups, and even now, actually the school owners go to another school which is maybe like 7, 8, 10 kilometers, or in a neighboring city, takes their feedback before they sign up. And that for them is the brand credibility. It's not who's endorsing the brand. I mean, we've chosen never to spend in that direction. I don't mean to say that that's not valuable at all. It brings brand awareness, but it does not earn brand credibility. A brand has to earn its credibility by consistently and visibly delivering on the promise that the brand makes. And yeah, so you must do whatever it takes for that to happen.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for sharing, especially the numbers. This in itself was like a mini masterclass in building brand credibility. So thanks so much for sharing that. One of the interesting things that you mentioned within the answer is measured learning outcomes, right? And especially in K-12, when the child's life cycle is probably more than 10 years, right? When they enter the school and when they leave the school, it can sometimes be a little difficult to measure success at large, right? Because generally tech companies have very short feedback loops where they can iterate quickly and figure things out. But in this case, it's entirely different, right? And you seem to have very fascinating data points around the few numbers that you mentioned, right? So how do you measure the overall success of a child in any given school that you run?
Yeah. So this I must submit that whatever I'm sharing is of course something that we've done over many years, but it is something that most good schools in the world and most strong education countries do. So we've also learned from them. I have to confess that it's not like we've created this. It's just that we have the discipline in our product for us to make that happen. So the see one is one part of the answer lies in understanding how do you design for students, and it should always be goal backwards. So goal backwards means when a child is exiting 8th grade, let's say, what do I want the student to be capable of doing? Not in terms of content, like, okay, how much history the child remembers and what sort of math problems the child is able to do. That is important. But what more? Like, what sort of thinking capabilities I want in the student? What sort of language abilities I want in the student? Very often they get they get sort of bucketed as 21st century skills, but they're essentially skills, right? Communication skills. So a good curriculum is designed when it is designed goal backward. So what we've done actually is we've basically uh, you know looked at what is the minimum standard that NCF sets, and now the new NCF is setting. And then we've looked at what are some of the best countries in the world doing, the top 10 PISA rank countries, right? And we've layered those and we've said, okay, we don't want our kids to only achieve this. We want them to be ready for them to take on the world. So we've actually raised the bar. And we have this whole knowledge graph that we've created of where do we want holistically every student to be in a lead powered school at after grade 10, after grade 9, after grade 8, and then all the way down to nursery. Okay. And then the whole curriculum is designed that way. And then the way we measure it is basically a lot of periodic assessments that happen. Now, the measurement is aimed at not labeling a child, but the measurement is aimed at the adults actually changing their action if learning is not happening. For a teacher, the change is a remedial lesson, a repeat lesson, a change in the way she goes about it. For us as creators, if I see us as the R&D center of the school, it is for us to design and improve our curriculum if we are not seeing that movement, right? So we normally would start with what we call baseline assessments or beginning of year assessments, and then periodically a lot of informal and slightly more formal assessments happen in the school. We are the ones who actually provide all of that. We get that data from the teacher, and we actually provide her a remedial plan. We also provide remedial action and recommendations to the principal, because sometimes the remedial action is at the teacher's level, like a teacher needs more support. Uh, and then we have service people who visit the school or trainers who visit the school a few times in a year. So they also go and, in a targeted manner, work with those teachers. The way we've used the data and why we've been able to deliver some of the results that I was mentioning, Aditya, is that we have been, over the last 7 years, we have a regular practice of looking at student assessment data and saying that, hey, are there learning outcomes where a large number of our students are not doing well? Then it's not an execution issue, it's a design issue. And then the curriculum team actually works on it to say that, hey, here is how I'm going to tweak this, or here is a change I'm going to make. This activity was too complex, or this visual was not strong enough. And that's how we've improved our curriculum every year for that to happen. Uh, this is how all great schools work. And what we are basically trying to do is we are trying to uh, sort of codify this, because for every school, for thousands of schools to understand and deliver this, it's tough. So that so our job becomes, can we codify it? Can we use tech to codify this in a manner that it is actually now guiding the different stakeholders in the right manner? And earlier in the discussion you mentioned AI. I think it's a fantastic way for us to now start personalizing so many of these things. Because we have just such rich data about what's happening in the classroom.
Absolutely. And what you mentioned is, I think a lot of it hinges on uh, actually striving for that higher quality, right? Like you mentioned, raising the bar to the highest level so that the kids are ready, not just for India, but for the world. But something that India is very different in is it literally is 30 countries in bundled up in one, right? And the language is different, the cultures are different, the way parents bring up their children is very different. In this case, do you think, how do you think this model scales? Say, if you were to design the solution for the next 100 million students, where do you think the tipping point lies? And like you mentioned, obviously with new tech coming up, things might become even more easier. But what are some guiding principles that you hold at lead that will allow you to blitz scale through India's education?
I think in this, one of the important principles that we follow is that the aspiration for every child in terms of building their capabilities and skills is the same. Yes, their context will be different. There will be cultural differences, there will be economic differences, there will be belief differences. That doesn't matter. All those differences are important. At the same time, every child needs to build ability to think independently. Every child needs to build the ability to communicate independently. Every child needs to understand or build language skills, or build numeracy and skills, scientific thinking, right? So we just hold those outcomes as sacrosanct. And then we say, okay, if we are then designing for such a diverse country, which is true, I mean, Lead today works in all states. And we started from the south, from Tamil Nadu, and now, we are also very prevalent in J&K, so we cover the entire spectrum. Uh, Tech plays a very good and important role in us being able to now, I would say, personalize it for them. Now, which means that one of the things, there are a couple of suggestions I have, right? And I'll share with you how we did it, and then maybe if you're trying to apply it to other sectors, it's, you could actually think about it. Whenever you're building a product, you should basically the future in mind and then build backwards from there. Don't build for today. Now, what that means is that even 8 years back, when we built our, when we started building our technology layers, most people in the market were, uh, you know, converting PPT or Word, PPT or Word documents to PDF and just showing that as tech. And that's not tech, right? So we said, okay, the lesson plans and, the resources that we're giving to the teachers cannot just be these static PDFs that they're reading, because we can't do anything with it in the future. So we created and built a content management system where we broke down and we said, okay, ultimately, irrespective of where the child is born or irrespective of which state the child is in, what are the core nuggets of learning? And we always knew the whole, but we built the pieces in a way that the pieces could be put together in different formats as we move forward. Right now, uh, how would one know that 7 or 8 years back? I think it was just about having the vision at that point of time that we want to get to thousands of schools. And if we want to get to thousands of schools, then we have to build today in a way that we are building for scale. So we created a curriculum in a very modular manner. And what that meant is, when in our early part of our journey, we had curriculum from nursery to class 5. And then we went into middle school. And when we went into middle school, we created for 6 different boards in the same year, because we had created the nuggets, and now it was about putting the nuggets in different manners and contextualizing it for the Tamil Nadu student, and then for a Karnataka student, and then for a North student. And that allowed us to scale very rapidly. So I think, if I have to abstract from what I just shared, I think one is, when you're designing product, like, don't make tactical decisions. Yes, speed is important. Yes, agility is important, but that does not mean that you build a product that is patchwork. Uh, think of your larger goal and work backwards from there. Design for scale. Build what you need to build today, but design it for scale, and then build the other pieces later when the time is right and when you're ready to make the investment. Second is, I think it's amazing and it's fascinating how technology has developed and what's available now to educators in the last 4 5 years, and specifically in the last 6 months with AI. I think it's been like it's a world of change. In fact, the in internal conversations that I've had with my team, because some were skeptical, I basically told them the train has left the station. Either you're on it or you're not on it. And the point is that AI is completely changing the way content is going to get created. And the amount of variety you can create, and personalization that you can create for students, for the same amount of product investment that you are unable to do. I think it'll be really good for companies to evaluate that. And bring it to use. I think it's important that as you do that, AI can also mean that you don't do the thinking and you dumb it down and you let AI do all the thinking. Well, then it is collective thinking of other people. You have not really innovated, so don't fall into that trap. You have to know what are you solving for uniquely, and how are you going to use AI, and then what's the incremental thinking you're bringing. And I say you, I mean whether you as an individual, as an early stage founder, or you as a team, if you're a more if you're a larger company. uh, how are you going to bring that differentiation so that you are doing what is right for your students? So I think tech is a great way to democratize. In fact, there was a point, Aditya, someone asked me, how do you ensure that your technology is affordable to these students? And I'm like, oh, tech is actually supposed to make everything affordable. If we just get our heads out of iPads and iPhones, well, tech actually brings costs down, and it gives power to democratize, and democratize opportunities which are otherwise not available for these students.
Totally agree there. Tech is definitely the big enabler in so many of the new things that we have been seeing in the last few years, especially after 2016 when internet became much more widespread in the country. One of the other things, Smita, is policy, right? Along with world-class implementation and the right intent, of course, comes a lot of policy level decisions and changes that should be right so that everything works in tandem, right? And the new education policy came into the picture. So what do you think about that? Is it in the right direction? What are things that are in your wish list that, hey, if these things happen at a policy level, it will make my job as a founder much easier and I can then run at a 10x speed. So what are your thoughts around that?
See, the national education policy was definitely a long time coming, and it is absolutely in the right direction. The good thing is that uh, you know a lot of it has come from research from some of these really top ranked PISA countries, and that's a great place to be in. When we saw the NEP for the first time, and we had been doing this work for already 7 years, and it felt like validation because we were doing all the things that NEP was saying, and I think that's great. Uh, I think what it is just scratching the surface because NEP is a policy document. From policy to practice and understanding is a big journey, and that has taken the government much longer than ideally it should have. Second is that unfortunately there are more political agendas, which impact education. I think that is the one thing that makes me sad about the country. I don't see unified approach or collaboration between the center and the state. So there is at this point of time executionally, to be very honest, a lot of friction that's happening where the center is very keen, of course, for NCF to come out. CBSE board will adopt it, yes, but CBSE caters to 25,000 private schools. There are 500,000 private schools and 1 million government schools. Most of these schools are actually state board schools. So unless and until the states adopt it, we're not going to see much movement. And that process is unfortunately moving very slowly. So I think my request always to the government, and we keep meeting with the officials also. We absolutely see intent there, but there is a lot that needs to get done. My hope as an educator is that the government will move faster. uh, the policy document came out in 2020. We are in 2023. NCF is not yet out, and NCF to implementation is a journey that all states have to cover. So if the two things that the government can do, one is drive a lot of clarity on execution, and then second is actually figure out how to collaborate with the state governments for them to actually have buy-in on this. uh, unless that happens, we will not see a lot of on ground change. So that is from the education policy side. See, because I work in the private sector, I think you also asked me this question on what would my ask be from the government on how do we enable in the space of education. Unfortunately, there has been this belief for a while that education should be free and should be not for profit, without recognizing that teachers cannot do charity. They have households and they are people who need jobs. And there has been this friction between private schools and government schools, whereas while private schools are the ones who are delivering outcomes far better than government schools, they are treated badly. They're treated as if they're trying to extract money from parents. Well, they are actually delivering high quality services, and you have to pay for it, right? So I think if the government can make the environment a lot more conducive for private school players, I think that would be my one ask. We must recognize that the government needs the private schools to do well, and the private schools need the government to regulate, and we have to be able to work together. And I think that while it happens in a lot of other sectors very well, in education it has been lacking for a while. There has to be more trust. Of course, the government must have uh, expectations, and I think it is our job to meet those expectations. But it should not start mandating, oh, you have to pay this much salary to your teacher and you have to use X book or Y book, because all of that starts killing innovation. So I think that is my one ask, that create a conducive ecosystem for private schools to thrive and grow, regulate where it is needed, and ideally regulate only on the outcomes, don't regulate on the input metrics.
Absolutely makes sense, and hopefully we see some of it in action in the coming few years. Smita, slightly switching gears now, since we are almost at the end of it. A lot of young folks watching today, and BITS is an entrepreneur-friendly college where a lot of budding entrepreneurs, I'm pretty sure, uh, are looking at starting up, right? So, if someone were to start up in the edtech space right now, what are some areas that you think are underexposed, and areas where you think there lies equal business as well as an impact opportunity in the edtech space?
Yeah. See, a lot of, even now, I see a lot of the, in the wave of the last 2 3 years, a lot of edtechs went towards two directions. One is K-12 video content, and passive video viewing actually does not help learning. And then the second one was K-12 online tutoring and things like that, right? Direct to student. I would say, and despite the failures and challenges that many of you must be reading, I am still seeing a lot of new startups cropping up in that same domain. Uh, y- think about it, first principles, right? For a young child, till the child is in grade 8, at least, which is around the age of 13, 14, uh, they cannot do self learning. Learning has to get mediated. They can do small bursts of engaging games which might enable learning, but those are very small, right? And they are mostly for the child, it is mostly entertainment, it's less learning. So technology in the hands of a teacher is a lot more powerful than technology directly in the hands of the students for that age group. When the child or when the student is 14 years or above, which they're entering adolescence and adulthood, it's a different thing, because they are now capable of learning by themselves. They can make choices for themselves, and their direct to student models are fine. So my recommendation would be that if you want to do edtech, first understand how learning happens, and then go solve it based on that scientific understanding. See, there's a lot of research on this. Instead of following trends, oh, XYZ company got X valuation and hence we go. That is never a way to build any business. And I'm not saying that because today the markets are depressed and we are hearing all of these stories about edtech. I would have said this 2 3 years back also. It's just that I would not have been invited on this panel. People used to think I'm crazy, right? And people used to give me feedback, oh, you should leave schools and do B2C. We didn't change that path because we had conviction based on research and analysis that we had done. So I think it's important, do the research. My learning is that in that age group, technology in the hands of a teacher who is the mediator and who's the facilitator for learning to happen is a lot more powerful. You equip that teacher, there are hundreds of students who will learn. Whether you equip the teacher with tech, you equip the teacher with content that she can use versus going direct to student. When you are if you want to do anything in the space of direct to student, then definitely higher education, older kids, or rather adults, skilling is the space. That's where we are seeing movement right now, and that's where fundamentally long term businesses will be built. So in K-12, I believe fundamentally long term businesses will be built on providing solutions to schools and institutions, and in higher education, direct to student is my belief.
Perfect. Great advice to all the young and budding entrepreneurs, especially if you're looking to start in a tech, you know exactly what to do now. Uh,
Don't do videos and go on YouTube and therefore go on premium model. And I'm saying this also from the place that the number of
yeah.
founders who come and pitch me for angel investing, and I've tried to talk about it, and the number I've seen fallen. It's sad. It's really sad to see. So seriously, there are too many failures there because that model doesn't work, and it's important that
Exactly.
everyone learns from it.
Yes, totally, totally. Smita, last question from my end before we pick one or two from the students here. You have been running lead for more than a decade now, and I'm sure a long way to go. But what keeps you? What makes you excited about the next 10 years? What are you personally excited about for lead and yourself as an entrepreneur for the next decade?
Yeah. See, I think we've been doing this for a while, but we are just, I would also say, scratching the surface, right? I mean, 280 million children. I would say, hand on heart, maybe 5, 6 million kids who are going to some of the high end schools in the metros are getting good quality education. Uh, the rest aren't. So we now cater to around 5 million students. So you would see it's hardly 2% market penetration, right? So reaching a lot more students and getting to millions of students, and we've put a goal for ourselves to get to 25 million students in the next 4 years. That means by 5 years, sorry, by 2028. So I think that is the one thing that really excites me. Is this scaling? I know it also sits well with the theme of blitzscaling. Um, there is a watch out though with blitzscaling that you should only scale really good solutions, and not only for sound business, but also in certain sectors it's a responsibility we hold towards the consumers, because we make a very deep impact in their life. I think education is one of them. The second one is healthcare. You can't make the mistake. You can't go wrong, because your mistake is going to cost someone's life, right? So I think that's only watch out I have when I hear the word blitzscaling. So coming back to your question, Aditya, I think that is the one thing that I'm very, very excited about, and keeps me going. The second thing I'm excited about is we still have a journey to cover where uh, the lead kids actually crack PISA, right? And I think that's a dream that I carry, that we get our students to a place where they are the ones who are, not only doing some fantastic work on the national stage, but also the international stage. And they then come back and, contribute back, right, to their country. So that I always knew will take 20 years, because it takes that much time for the kids to go there. And also, given the learning gaps that we were starting with, it's a journey we need to cover. But that's the second dream that I live, that a few years from now there'll be some lead kids who'll take PISA assessments, and they'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with kids from some of the top ranked countries.
Absolutely, definitely hoping for that to come true and lead to scale to millions and millions of students and impact their lives. Thanks so much, Smita. Learned a ton myself today, and I'm pretty sure everyone else attending has had a great Sunday afternoon. I see a bunch of questions, but folks, we are crunched for time, so we'll probably pick one or two very interesting questions that I see here. So, Smita, a question that I see here is. Aryan asks that focusing on, say, tier two, three cities and small towns, villages, although it might sound lucrative from an aspirational point of view, but sometimes it might not really translate to, say, business value. So how do you tend to balance both of it? And obviously, at lead, you are running a business, but you also want to impact lives. So how do you balance both of this and run the ship in the right direction?
Yeah. So I think, see, it's about having the right, I would say, understanding the right unit economics model. Right now, what I mean by that is these are parents who afford a certain amount. Yes, they afford lesser than the others. It then becomes our job to deliver this learning within the money that they afford, within the school fees that they're paying. To me, that's a innovation challenge. It's not impossible. It is very much possible. So when we started, we told ourselves, how can we provide the same quality of learning like kids in international schools, IB schools get in, let's say, a city like Mumbai. But of course, that's not the fees that the parents are going to pay. They still pay the same fees, which might be annual. We schools we serve normally charge anything between 15,000 to 25,000 annual fees. That's all, right? And we provide that quality of learning at that price point, while we also have strong unit economics, which means we make margin. Now, how do you do that? Is the question. You work backwards from affordability. Pricing is never a function of cost plus margin. Pricing is always a function of affordability and the depth of the pocket of your consumer who you're targeting. And then you say, okay, at that price point, my solutions, at that price point should deliver certain benefits. And then if I need to have X percentage of margin for me to be able to scale this, then that's the margin, and hence this is the budget, and you create everything within that budget. So I'll give you an example. uh, Coding is something that was being taught in the international schools for a while. So at lead we started thinking about it 4 years back, saying that, hey, if the Mumbai IB kids are learning coding, and of course they must, because it's an important language and life skill now, how do we bring it to our students, because our children also have to learn it. And then when we started looking at affordability, we said, a computer science textbook costs anything between 300 to 400 rupees for a parent. So that is all that the parent can pay. So the mandate to the team was that, and by the way, in the 300 and 400, let's say 300 rupees, in the 300 rupees, the distributor keeps a margin, the retailer, the bookseller keeps a margin, the school also sometimes keeps a margin. So what you actually have to produce at is much lower. So we actually took a much lower number, and we said that, we have to be able to teach all our students coding within this price point with our margin structure. And I know the first response, I'll tell you, I have to honestly tell you, the school, the my team just looked at me, and they said, how is that even possible? Like, Smita, like, what are you saying? And I was like, but that is why you and me are here, right? Otherwise, we all were doing good jobs. So the thing is that we are here because now it is our job. I know it's a complex problem, but it is our job to innovate and figure out how we're going to do it. And we launched a coding and computational skills program 3 years back, which teaches actually within that price point. So some 250, 250 rupees to 300 is what the school charges the parent. The school makes money on it. We make money on it. The distributors make money on it. We teach coding, which the mainstream platforms at thousands of rupees were teaching. I mean, my own kid, I paid 50,000 for a year for him to learn coding, whereas we created it in less than 300 rupees for our students, and it's possible. So 90% of schools who take lead, um, kids from grade 1 to 8 learn how to code. So it's possible, and this is how, right? That is where you've got to innovate. You have to just work affordability backwards.
That's so fascinating, and thanks for actually sharing the numbers there, because it all puts everything into a single equation. And it's a long-standing myth that education, when it becomes accessible, has the prices have to go up, right? But this
Yeah, they don't have to. Some of the best schools can be actually fairly low price points
and affordable,
and
absolutely,
affordable.
absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll take one last question before we wrap it up. So Ishan asks that we see students lacking interest in their education today, probably because even you pointed out, right, rote learning and the curriculum has been stagnant for a while. So, how do you think lead as an enabler is making that a lot more fun or engaging for the students to learn? Because that is the very start of it, where they begin their journey, right? So, it's very important for them to be engaged in the process rather than withdrawn or be bored out of it, right? So how are you solving that?
See, there are two things over here. I would break it up into two parts. I think one is, for anyone, an activity must be fun and engaging, and especially for children, right? It has to be fun and engaging. So there has to be good, interesting material, stuff that they can, fun things that they can do versus just listening to the teacher. So of course, audiovisual content is a lot more engaging, and we provide a lot of audiovisual. There are a lot of activities that the kids do themselves in the classroom, which they find interesting and fun. But there is a deeper thing here for us to understand. Human beings, biologically, we are made to survive, and hence it is a very fundamental biological need to both understand, to be able to do something, and then also succeed at it. So a lot of engagement and interest in students come when they succeed, when they're able to do things, and when they're able to understand things, and they feel confident. So you'll see that, very often we feel interest is what will bring success. Well, it's the other way around. Success brings interest. If you're continuously failing at something, then you're going to give up. So now, if you know that as an educator, what that means is that you have to, your content has to be such, and your curriculum design has to be such that students are actually able to understand it. Now, if a child, let's say, is sitting in a class where they're just not understanding what is there, it's all like just going above their head, right? You can make it as much fun or as jazzy with a video, they're still not going to have any interest because they are not following it and they're not succeeding at it. So I think it is a combination of both these things. Of course, it has to cater to the different modes of learning, which is not only auditory but visual and kinesthetic, which is what I call, very often people call engagement. Like, it has to be that. I think the second very big part is that it has to be in the zone of proximal development for the child, and it has to be simple enough for a student to understand it, an opportunity for student to succeed. The more there is success in the classroom, the more interest there is in the classroom, and the student learns and moves forward. uh, Very often when we look at engagement, we only look at how many hours did a child watch a video and like how animated the video is. Those are table stakes, like those are very small metrics. They don't actually build as much engagement as real understanding and real learning can bring, because you're now actually empowering a student to move forward.
Absolutely, we are right at the dot of time. But thanks so much, Smita, for sparing your time this Sunday afternoon. I personally had a great time hosting you, and I'm pretty sure everyone else learned a lot. You are a great teacher yourself, so all the concepts, everything that you talked about, anecdotes, examples, numbers, it all made the session a lot more engaging. So thanks so much,
Thanks, Aditya, and
Smita.
thanks everyone. Thank you. This
Thanks,
was fun.
everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, over to
Have
you,
a good
Avni and Shrey.
one. Bye.
Education is key to transforming the future of India. Thank you, Smita, for reassuring us of this fact. Thanks a lot for moderating the session, Aditya. We here at Team Conquest are big fans of the product folks.
We have now come to the conclusion of the India Portfolio Summit. As we conclude, we reflect on the exhilarating journey of these 2 days. Executives share their invaluable insights, illuminating how India is blitzscaling. Transformative technologies are revolutionizing the very core of the Indian startup system, propelling us towards an electrifying era of limitless potential.
We saw it all, fireside chats with the best in the country to panel discussions that give us a new perspective. Each session deep dived into the forefront of India's rapid innovation, showcasing the transformative power of technologies like the India Slack. Together, they narrate the tale of a nation fueled by hard work, sweat, dreams, and passion. A nation that has swiftly scaled from adversity to become the world's sixth largest economy with greater heights projected for 2030.
Every stakeholder, regardless of their scale, holds a vital role in shaping the nation's destiny. The collective endeavors of the government, education system, workforce, and business determine the economic outputs. We hope to light the flame of innovation in the aspiring entrepreneurs in our audience. I'd now like to call upon Akshit and Madhav, who led the events team this year, Summit. Akshit and Madhav, can I have you guys on stage?
Shrey, can you confirm if I'm visible and audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
All right. So hey everyone, I'm Akshit, and Madhav and I, together led the events team and sort of the entire initiative behind the India Portfolio Summit this year. So just to give you guys some context, the India Portfolio Summit was the result of a random conversation that we had, in the team, and something that we executed, with the shorter span of 4 weeks last year. Um, and at the time, we didn't really know where this event was going to go, and what we like, what we wanted to really do with it. But after the event, we had a lot of learnings. We realized who we wanted to capture with this event. We realized what the impact that we wanted to create with this event really was. And this to us as first years was an incredible opportunity to learn a lot about startups and about external stakeholders, dealing with PR teams, etc. And this was an experience that we wanted to give to our first years as well. So that was the idea behind the India Portfolio Summit. We thought that we wanted to start impacting this community of people who are looking to break into the ecosystem but don't have the right platform to learn how to do it right. We wanted to tap into people who want to connect with founders to understand what it takes to grow and to build and then scale sustainable businesses. And that was sort of the vision with which we went in. Last year, we obviously sort of had a narrative in place talking about the past and sort of chronicling the journey of how we've gotten to 2022 in the startup ecosystem. So all the way from legacy businesses to the 100 unicorn story. This year, as the team was thinking about it, this was a brainstorming session that ended up culminating with the idea that why don't we transition from the past to the future now? Why don't we look at the possibilities that India has moving forward? And I think at that point, we were like, India 2050 is an interesting narrative. And then I think that's where it really hit us that how unique narratives could help us in telling great stories. And that's where the idea of blitzscaling India came in. And we decided that the long run, maybe with the innovation and the rate of innovation that's happening in India, maybe it doesn't make sense. And that's when we thought, what about the next decade? How exciting can that be? What potential does that hold? And how we can engage people there, right? And that is how we sort of came to the conclusion of taking blitzscaling India and making that the narrative for this year. I think Madhav can probably talk a little bit more about how we sort of decided to fit speakers into that narrative and how we wanted to create an even bigger experience for all stakeholders involved compared to last time.
Right. So yeah. So as Akshat mentioned, right, the India portfolio is about creating that anyone who's interested in startup ecosystem and willing to spend time to learn to some of the biggest founders in the country, right? And when they speak about their vision, when they speak about what they're building at their respective companies, that is really for anyone to listen to, right? And that is also so. With respect to the name of the summit, right? Why is it called the India portfolio? Portfolio is a testament to India is sort of like a VC firm, which portfolio of companies, right, has provided resources, had nurtured these companies for so long, and these are what we are the crown jewels of Indian business, right? And that is what the thought was. And with respect to Blitzscaling India, I think we were essentially looking at sectors and companies which are going to define the next decade, which are going to define the next couple of decades for India in terms of in their own industries, but also effects on other industries. So that was really important to us for picking industries like tech, picking industries like logistics, all of these industries and companies are starting their own companies, not creating their own industries, but also leading the change on a number of other fronts, right? With respect to the second and third order effects. So that is something that we had in mind when we were thinking of what kind of speakers, what kind of going to this theme. And starting with the vote of thanks, we'd like to thank Westbridge Capital, engagement partner Introbot, our and Daily Hunt. Without these partner support, it would have been really hard to pull off an event of this magnitude. With
Just to add to that, right? So I think when we decided, what speakers would fit into the narrative, obviously, convincing their teams about the narrative, convincing them about what we wanted to do with this event wasn't an easy task. We saw a lot of rejections, but at the end, we saw a lot of good people come in, and a lot of really really insightful discussions coming in to help us deliver the value that we wanted to through the summit to the stakeholders that we wanted to, right? And huge props to the entire events team for dealing with every aspect of this event in such a fluid way. So Anane, Ishan, Navya, and Aryan, I mean, they've done an incredible job. I think we've spent countless hours just trying to make sure that the idea, the event itself, the logistics, all of that is sorted out, and that we can deliver, a really exceptional experience on the day of the summit. And I think none of this would have been possible without them. A huge shout out to everyone else at the Conquest team who sort of helped us make this event a success. The design team putting in a lot of effort, Avni and Shreya Anish especially, coming in to host these sessions, even taking a couple of sessions with founders themselves. I think it's been a really unique learning experience for everyone in the team as well. So huge props to everyone at the Conquest team for helping us and supporting us in making this initiative a huge success. And yeah, I think from my end, experience, I think what we've the experience that I had as a first year and the experience that I had leading the entire initiative has been drastically different. And I'm honestly very proud of the things that the team has been able to achieve as a part of the India Portfolio Summit this year. And this is just the beginning of the India Portfolio. We are a team that keeps trying to punch above our weights. We're a team that keeps trying to innovate. So nobody knows, what the future of the India portfolio is going to be. But I know one thing, that like whatever they plan for the next year, whatever they decide to do with the India Portfolio Summit, I'm sure it's going to be an incredible event. And we look forward to sort of seeing you all join us at the India Portfolio in all capacities next year as well. So thank you so much to the team. Thank you so much to all our partners and sponsors. Thank you so much to everyone who joined in to attend the event and sort of helped us make this event a success. Thank you to the people who came in to deliver their insights, all the speakers that came in, their PR teams that helped us coordinate. So huge thanks to every single stakeholder of the India Portfolio Summit. And over to you, Avni and Shreyanish.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Akshit and Madhav. Like Akshit mentioned, it's just the beginning. With renewed determination, we aim to return next year even stronger, igniting the curiosity of budding entrepreneurs with awe-inspiring ideas born from our nation. We also hope to be the driving force behind some of these stories in the future through our startup accelerator, Conquest, India's first and largest student-run startup accelerator.
Conquest is a launchpad for early stage ventures, empowering them to navigate the intricate startup landscape and foster their ventures. Our comprehensive mentorship sessions and networking opportunities unlock boundless growth potential. And for the deserving, an equity less cash grant awaits. If you are a founder with